feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you tasting, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. I give the peace sign. to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the B-side. change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the peace sign. see you fall to pieces. Being drawn to the hollow ground, you jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all.
Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Day one of the PMWI main stage kicked off with a bang, with Vampires taking that top spot. 77 points on the first day. Coming back from All-Stars, they're looking for the 4-time championship title here in Riyadh. They have had such a great tournament with their sweeping edge play style, moving in when the time is right and making themselves feared by the rest of the lobby blank.
Yeah, these guys are looking to take home $1 million total from PMWI alone, let alone all the other tournaments they're currently playing, which is a crazy result for a team over a span of 2 years. 77 points yesterday as opposed to 78 on day one of All-Stars. That's with 18 teams. There's more limbs available. It's crazy they're able to put up that kind of action, those kind of points on day one. Alter Ego, another team doing extremely well, John. Obviously, they started off with an absolute bang. Then we cursed them from games 3 till 6, which is a little bit unfortunate for ourselves, but it worked out either way. They're still in a really good standing at the moment. I think Rosemary and the rest of the team are going to do very, very well today.
The rotations from Alter Ego looking tidy. A similar story from Box Gaming as well, as they had a great win on Erangel in the previous day's matches, moving through Fire Flux, through the Gladiators, and sweeping around to try and clinch it out. And in fact, they did. Then Miramar to follow that up. Of course, again, only falling in the face of the vampires, but then again, to be expected. It's kind of expected a little bit.
Just a little bit there. Similarly, in that game, we did see Stalwart go off towards the western side on Miramar, and that's actually a great position. I think Stalwart has been making some good decisions over yesterday on day one of the main tournament. Unfortunately, not finding that similar kind of power we saw in game one, because they came out of the gate swinging. Everyone thinks that Stalwart's going to be a really big team to watch here, but currently 31 points. It is not a lot compared to that 77 from Vampires.
No, the mark that they have set for themselves is a little bit higher than that, but they've still got 2 days to prove themselves. So make sure you stay watching, because we've got more for them to come.
It is time to kick off day 2 here of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I've got 2 gentlemen to my side to help break down what's all been happening these last day. Makes no sense, but all that we need to know is that Vampires, you heard from John and Blank, have been decimating their opponents. 77 points, averaging 9 eliminations per match. This team, they're looking for the 4-peat.
The fact that they were able to maintain their performances of the All-Star Stage is for me absolutely insane, because this is an even higher, tougher lobby to play into here, Seven. And the fact that the players are doing so good on an individual level and able to make into the late game and just pick up so many limbs, and as you said, get 77 points on the first day, even if it's just remotely close to those performances, they should still retain that first place.
And that's so scary, right? Because that team, you know what, let's not deep dive on it too much, but the elims, the amount of elims that you just mentioned, 9 elims per match,
54
ridiculous.
on the day.
Gosh.
Ridiculous.
We'll talk about it a little bit more later, but yeah, that's ridiculous considering what happened with them.
Some teams didn't even put up 54 points in the entirety of the All-Star Stage, I feel like. That's how insane.
Yeah.
Right? Right?
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe Vampire actually need to look at something a little bit important to them, because they're playing on the Honor Magic 5 Pro powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. There we go. You guys can't see it.
White shot.
Hold it.
Come on.
You're going to hold it. They're going to get to the white shot eventually.
Anytime
because
now.
they are kicking some serious butt here. So a big shout out to them here for sponsoring this event. And of course, this is our Savvy pre-show to start get you guys up to date and get you ready for our next 6 matches to come. So gentlemen, we've had good start by some teams, a slow start by others. We can start by taking a look here at our overall, not our overall points. What are we going to look at here? Are we going to look at our points per match, or are we going to look at overalls? What are we going to look at, Mr. Production Man? We're going to look at how they get points.
Oh, this is the favorite point system for Vampire Esports. They're loving it. It's fantastic. But yeah, I mean, they got themselves 2 second places and a chicken dinner, so they're loving the points coming their way so far. Actually helping for the most podium finishes in the main tournament. Those awards also going on, so pretty decent to get those top 3 positions every single match here, Seven.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna be seeing some records broken today.
Today? Oh.
Today.
Which,
you know what? Yeah.
Well, we'll get to those in a second. You can tell us which ones in particular. And you can tell us which teams in particular. If you take a look here at all of our participating teams. Now, I know if you looked at the overall leaderboard, some of them didn't seem like they're participating, but I promise you, they are here. They are playing. But it has been tough for certain teams out there. Now, I'm not going to say who in particular, because I don't need any more angry messages in my Instagram. Though you can follow it at jkalpin, but the L is a 1. But what are we going to talk about here? Which teams, beyond the fact of overalls, disappointed you and surprised you?
Come on.
But I mean,
Disappointed you? There's one
few.
team that comes to mind right away.
I was going to talk about Stalwart later. Did I
Yes.
talk about them now? Okay, I talk about
Do it.
Stalwart now. I'll do it now. Yeah, Stalwart
Do it
Esports
live.
very clearly their first win on Sanhok clearly was, I would say, because of their drop on boot camp. The game finished right next door from where they initially dropped, so it was pretty easy transition. Really good at execution, holding on to that road trifecta compound. Good job on that. Not a good job for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, way too slow to rotate. We know on the Erangel, more specifically 7, they drop in Novo, and they are on every single map on the Erangel, I believe, the last team to rotate, and they have to cross the river, cross the bridge, which is even tougher of a transition. we need to see them be much quicker because teams love to play edge. And because of that, they're always going to be gate-kept.
Yeah, and something that we're able to identify while looking at the matches from yesterday, right, is that they're having to fully send it into compounds. And that's just something that you don't want to be able to do, especially with the fragging power that they have. And I feel like that was the main thing yesterday. They weren't able to set themselves up to showcase that fragging power, to showcase those type of players.
We could talk about Stalwart, and obviously they did get a victory here on our first match of the day. And if you guys missed out on those matches, I'll actually show you who won each of our battlegrounds as our first day began. And we can see here Alpha7 got a win, Box Gaming, Flux, Ultra Ego, Stalwart as we mentioned, and of course Vampire at the end. So no doubles for any of these teams, which is actually, I'm kind of happy to see, right? I think it's kind of boring. Well, I don't know. It has both sides of it. It's kind of exciting to see one team dominate a lobby the entire event, but also you want it to be close. You want it to be competitive. But we can see here, it's been pretty competitive so far.
Yeah, it's good to have different contenders for those chicken dinners every single time, though. Now that teams have adapted a little bit to this lobby, where that typical feeler day, especially for the main tournament teams, right? This was their first 6 matches that we had unfold for them yesterday. Are they going to bring some new adaptations to the table that the All-Star teams already made on the first 3 days of All-Stars? I feel like we could see a few changes, especially on Erangel and Miramar today.
Yeah, and something that we saw a lot yesterday as well was that it wasn't just first place getting a lot of points. Second place and third place were actually taking a big chunk of those points as well, which make a big drop off whenever we went to that match ranking. I wonder if that's going to continue to be the case for the top 2 teams, just hoarding pretty much the points.
Well, we can see here Vampire Esports in the lead by 24 points. Now also, note, they have more limbs than the second place team has in points. That's how dominating they have been here for Vampire Esports, just completely wiping the floor here with the lobby. But we can see Alpha7 second place, Alter Ego third, 628 even coming in at 4th place. And 7, we have to keep in mind, the winner of this event gets an extra slot for their region in PMGC.
And I was actually going to say I was impressed with 628 because that team is currently being able to maintain themselves within the top 5. And they were a team that didn't get any chicken dinners yesterday. And now I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams, right? We're talking about disappointments. Well, guess what? One big one is Dplus KIA for me. DRS, not so much, because I was mentioning it yesterday as well, how I expected them to do day 1, just gather a lot of information. But today, day 2, I expect a lot out of them.
Yeah, the thing about DRS is that they went back to that, it seems, that old playstyle, which was, we referenced many times in All-Stars.
Super passive.
Super passive, making it to the late stage and not doing much with it. Like, they had 2 podium finishes, right? They got themselves 2 third places on match number 2 and match number 5. And even then, they didn't get a lot of eliminations because I feel like they're still trying to adapt to the lobby a little bit, feel how the teams are reacting to their very passive playstyle. But we need to see eliminations coming in. If we don't, making it to that first page is going to be tough in a lobby like this.
I mean, we have been saying, like, can you really have a slow day here in an event like this, especially at day 1? And I mean, 7, I can see you shaking your head, and I think we're kind of seeing why. I mean, a Vampire, actually, well, to be fair, we talked to Sertani before we came in at the hotel, and he was saying for some reason our day 2s and events are always cursed, and I'm curious to see if that curse will live on as we get into this day.
Is that true, though? I mean, we saw day 2, right? No All-Star, and we were kind of saying, all right, they have slowed down a little bit, but then at the end of the day, they decided to just close it out with the chicken dinner, and I think they were just, what, like 10 points away still from what they were able to score in day 1?
13, yeah, 78 to 65. That's day 1 to day 2 for Vampire
so
and the All-Stars.
If that's a curse for them, I'm pretty sure today they're going to be looking at day 2. It's like, you know what? We don't mind being cursed if that's going to be the trend here.
Yeah. On the way back to the hotel, I did talk with the team of Stalwart, and they did say, can you curse Vampire? I did not. So if they have a bad day, not my fault. Please. Okay, I don't want any trouble again. It's not me. I promise. But we're looking at me, Jason, like that.
Are you cursing them now?
No, I haven't done anything. Okay.
I thought I saw some like voodoo dolls in your room and like some like ritual stuff.
Got some garlic and silver everywhere.
Yeah.
He was painting them too, right, with Colaris? Yeah.
Oh yeah, just painted. Very accurate painting, yeah, with Colaris.
Nice props.
Well, obviously, we did have a lot of great moments yesterday as well. I think one of the matches that stood out to me was actually our, I think it was our first Miramar of the day, where Alpha7 did take the victory because the way they played things out, but also seeing 628 holding that compound the way they did was fantastic. And we finally got to see what PEL teams can bring to the table here.
Yeah, I think we had one player in particular, Yang, that was very impressive, but the team as a whole, it was a position that was, we were expecting a chicken dinner, or at least a podium finish to come from that position, but the way they were able to keep away teams like Gladiators, DRS, Alter Ego back in the fields, I think was a really good execution of that spot. But the moment they started losing players, teams were able to just kind of funnel into that position. Then, as you said, Alpha7 were able to secure the win, but I want to see the Dplus KIA effect here, which is you do well on Miramar on the first day, and then it transitions over into Erangel.
I think think they're going to be able to transition that over because they saw what they were able to do yesterday. They saw how they were able to take those fights too against some of the most aggressive teams like Alpha7. I think they'll be able to readjust and actually do that here today on day 2.
Actually, talking about Alpha7, I'm happy we saw them play more passive on that first round, first Miramar, where they were just like, okay, we're not going to go for the push onto the fight just yet. Just let it play out and get involved when we know we truly have the upper hand.
Yeah, I have a lot to say on Alpha7, but I'll wait a little bit.
They're going to go hard. I'm imagining like we did on NA yesterday. But Max, you mentioned Yang. And if I'm not mistaken, he's a special player today.
He's my player to watch.
He's a player to watch.
My player to watch.
There's Max Man's player to watch. He actually sponsored that segment. And you can see here, I mean, to be fair, I think for good reason, I think Tianba just really left us one team more out of these PL teams because we always hear how strong China is as a region. And yet sometimes when we see them play, if it's not Nova, they just kind of let us down.
Yeah.
But 628 definitely didn't.
Tianba clearly had like a different play style to work into this one. But yeah, 628, once they started hitting the deck on those Miramar matches, they got the ball rolling pretty quickly. I hope they can transition into today too. But Yang's angle to try and shut down that transition from Alpha7 was absolutely amazing.
The shot through the doorway too.
fire.
Yeah. So small. He knew he was going to run through it.
Yep.
It was amazing.
Absolutely pixel perfect. But is it going to continue, right? Because the moment he fell down, I think he got a little bit overzealous, a little bit overconfident, even you could say. So just like, hold on to your horses, chill out, get the knocks, that's great, but try and use that opportunity you created for yourself to maybe get some utility, reposition, maybe a res too, and that might allow you to secure your win.
Yeah, and I know that he did get a little bit overconfident, but I personally enjoy seeing that because remember what we saw from the other team from the PL, Tianba, at times they weren't sure what they wanted to do. They were like, okay, we're going to attack you, but you know what? We're actually going to pull back. And I'm referring to what happened between them. I think it was Alter Ego during Erangel. They just weren't, weren't able to make up their mind. So I am happy to see 628 being able to be aggressive, being able to be like, okay, you know what? We can take on this fight. And that's what I was kind of referring to. I'm hoping we end up seeing that here today. I'm hoping we end up seeing that aggressivity.
Aggressivity, yeah, a lot of that. I mean, I think I never saw a team regret a push as much as that game in particular from Tianba.
Hold up.
Dplus KIA, come over here, and they couldn't escape. Yeah, great.
Well, at least some teams did commit. They hard committed for a game-winning play. It just didn't result in a game win, unfortunately for them. You guys who are watching at home, though, make sure you're paying attention to chat because like always here at these events, we love to hear your feedback about the show. There'll be a survey linked. Make sure you guys actually fill that out. And again, if you take screenshots of it, you send it over to 7 saying, hey, I filled out the survey. He's going to send you some UC, which you can potentially use here with the new Dragon Ball Super crossover we have in PUBG, which we've been playing actually before the show started. We got a great 3-man like full charge beam on a guy that we knocked, and well, that guy ain't coming back.
If he's watching, we're sorry. Okay, that was a bit overkill.
I'm not sorry.
You're not? Oh,
it's hard for me to get a limbs. I'll take it in the end.
Just all going in.
Let's take a look at who was going rah yesterday in our matches. If you take a look at our top 5 fraggers from the day. And Tony K, my God, 19 eliminations. Ridiculous play out of him.
This is ridiculous, Max.
They did the same thing as day 1 of Allstars. Like,
look at his damage,
we're going to do it again.
He's got 1,600 damage more than Schweppes, and he only had 4 eliminations more.
I mean, do we have to speak, or you just let people look at the numbers? I feel like you can just look at the numbers right now. That's how impressive it is right on their side. Ravenclaw still, the stats, as we say, not really as present, but he's always setting up the team for success. But Schweppes, Stoned, Tony K are looking so good. And now I feel like they even have more utility in the late game, which opens up so many more opportunities for them in this lobby.
In regards to Ravenclaw, I will like to see a little bit more damage out of him because he is holding that off angle, right? He is being the anchor player for them. I expect a little bit more damage because that means that he's going to be just pushing people back. He's going to be providing that support. And one player that we did end up seeing there that wasn't a vampire player, it was Takedown from GK because that team yesterday, I mean, I think he ended up with more than 50% of GK's all ilms, which is just ridiculous. At one point, I mean, we just saw what Vampire Esports stats were like. I would like to see some of the other GK players going to step it up in regards to those ilms and being able to provide him with some help.
I mean, hopefully if they do that, what I want to see from GK more specifically, as you say, if the players doing a little bit more, is being more controlling in the late game, going for like those really aggressive game-winning moments where I'm thinking of that one Miramar game, one Erangel game where they ended up securing 2nd place, then the field versus Box Gaming, Box fighting Gladiators, and they don't do anything. Was that one golden opportunity to go for multiple angles. They just wait on the edge, get pushed by the blue zone, and Box with all their utility remaining start pushing it. I want to see them controlling in the late game. If they don't do it, they might get podium finishes, but not that win do we know can be so pivotal in an event like this.
And with GK, I think there's still one more thing that we need to tell them. Please stop hot dropping.
What's up with Dplus KIA? I don't know why it's like a love-hate story.
The first two matches yesterday, they were just like, you know what, let's just hot drop on each other. So, and I think on the third match, they still ended up running into each other somehow. So hopefully today, after the VOD review, they're going to be able to readjust.
Well, you know what? Another team we have to mention, a team that's in our top 3 currently, Alter Ego, came in strong yesterday. I think they finished off strong as well. I just want to hear a quick little few words about them before we dive into them a little bit deeper.
Didn't see as much from Rosemary as I initially expected. Going into that one, I feel like
in the beginning he did.
In the beginning, I mean, it was Potato did really good, especially on that first Sanhok, right? The fact that he got away with as much as he did, I thought was very impressive.
True,
but that first Erangel, that first then Sanhok and only Sanhok of yesterday with a second place and then a chicken dinner. I still want to see them try and be a little bit more cautious how they approach the late game because I feel like their strat is a lot similar to Tiamba, just a little bit more successful. Full send it if you're not in a good spot and just hope for the best, which in that one game where they got the win on the first Erangel, they just got that dip, which luckily enough wasn't naded by too many squads, but there's many ways that could have gone wrong, so I want to see just a little bit more of a steady approach to that late game.
And even in Erangel, that way, not before the dip, remember when they were in heaven, they were able to just outlook on everybody and try to third party everything. I want to see what's going to happen with this team if they don't end up in that kind of position, right? If they do end up in a position where they have to fight their way in, like you were mentioning, not full sending it, be a little bit more strategic to get into the circle.
Yeah, and we have obviously our takes on Alter Ego, but luckily for us, it's not just our takes that you need to listen to. We actually have bangs with the coach of Alter Ego, actually talk about yesterday, and obviously what's to come up today.
PUBG Mobile esports fans, welcome to the PMWI. I am backstage with the coach from World Esports, Senna. I just want to talk to you about, day one. You came into this competition looking like one of the favorites for sure. You're currently in 7th place. How do you feel like the performance was yesterday?
The performance of yesterday was like not that much we think it, because the first chicken it was like kind of simple because we have the zone, but the rest gameplay was not that simple because the zone is going very, very far and the airplane going far to our drop location. So we wasting time for looting, rotate, so it was not what we expected, but today we tried to, if the zone will be same, we tried to have a different tactic, and if the zone is near to us, different tactics, so I hope yesterday it was not that much good for us.
I think you mentioned timing, you've mentioned rotations. What have you guys worked on from yesterday to today? Have you had those conversations with them?
Yeah, well, already we have it, and it's depend of every map, every zone, right? So we should thinking about the zone, like which side we go, which side the zone go in every map, every side, and we planning the rotation, so I hope today will be good.
I mean, you've got 2 new additions to the team coming into this year. You've got Icy and you've got Nerzed. What are they bringing to the team in terms of the team's success this year?
This year, the point system was changed, so I changed my 50% of the team. So in the first, it was very hard to adapt in the team synergy like that, and now we are good, but like they are first major tournament in this roster, so we're trying our best and we're trying to increase our spot of last year I mean, and trying our best.
Well, you guys have been really impressive so far, and we can't wait to see what happens on day 2 and 3 of the competition, so best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, I think I just leaked something that Senator is going to be going to Alter Ego to be their coach after this event. As you saw there, obviously that was with World Esports. And speaking of World Esports, so there's one person who's happy to talk about them. We'll take a look at their player stats here at the end of that first day and how things unfortunately did go downhill after that first match.
Yeah, a little bit of an L for the last 5 matches coming their way, unfortunately. But yeah, still some decent stats coming into the first game. But as he did say, the circle did come their way. It was right northeast of boot camp, and after that, not much really went their way the rest of the day. A few eliminations here and there.
Top
with
0
nothing.
eliminations?
You know what it is? The hair.
We need to bring the red hair back.
Yeah, just like when Brazilian players need the little cut on the
eyebrow. No. Go gray. Go gray. Ultra Instinct. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, true. You could do that. But yeah, he said the circles weren't going his way. One way to deal with that, 7, is get in that car way sooner, faster, and just start driving over. Okay, I didn't think that was on camera.
If you see somebody reverse, confirm that ilum.
You got to. But yeah, quicker rotations. I would love to see it. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but we really need to see them get in a circle.
Yeah, and on a serious note, I hope they are not going to be using that as their excuse for day 1, right? Because we saw a lot of teams that the circle was still not going their way, but they were able to rotate a lot faster. And one of the teams that I can think of being able to do that was Alpha7. That team, remember in All-Star, they were super slow, and we were always onto them saying they need to start rotating faster. They need to start rotating faster, and I feel like finally here in main event, they're starting to do that. So hopefully for Stalwart Esports, we'll start seeing that here today.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Alpha7 because we're actually going to take a look here at their player stats. And something we always talk about is obviously Carrillo. If he can hit that kind of performance we saw in the past out of him, this could be an unstoppable team. But Senna, obviously the newer player coming into the roster, coming back into the roster with this 2,400 damage done. But also Mafioso, and fun enough, Revo is actually the quote-unquote worst performing player, and I say that in quotations because they're obviously so high up in the rankings.
Yeah, and that really intrigued me, so I decided to go back and look at the map play of what happened yesterday, and I was able to realize that Mafioso was just excelling at his new role, which we were able to mention it yesterday. That is the anchor point, being able to hold those off angles. And I was actually getting a chance to talk to them. I was like, are you guys going to continue to do that? And I think they are going to continue to do that because it's currently benefiting them in such a big way. And talking about Korea, we're always talking about how he was being sent to be at the scout. Well, guess what? That was not the case yesterday when they actually started performing really well. He was compact when they did the 3-1 splits. He was not that one player that was out in the middle of nowhere. He was actually with his team. And as you mentioned earlier too, Max, they slow down the play in a big way. And I feel like that's becoming a big part here for the PMWI as well.
Yeah.
You gotta pace the game your way. That's something that Vampire Esports is being able to do really well. Alpha7 was able to do it really well yesterday on the first Miramar. I would like to see more of it. Maybe not on the first Sanhok because it's always madness, but once we get to Erangel, I would like to see that pacing.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right with Korea just not going out early. I had so many flashbacks of like the previous years where he just kept dying early. Like, he's such a great fragger to have on your team, so it's good to see him actually make it to the late game a little bit more, but the anchor point strat has been working great. Hopefully we can see more of it here.
And we saw them rotate, and I think that's one of the reasons too why Rebel might not have the highest damage and might not have the highest illims is because he was being that scout as well, so he might be getting a little bit used to that role too, and he might have been getting caught a little bit sooner, getting eliminated. So I expect to see a bit of a change from him today, maybe not being so far away from his team.
Well, to be fair though, I mean, the switch in role has netted them a second place at the end of the first day.
Yeah.
And one thing we always criticize Alpha7 on, I don't know where I'm getting these like cat's eyes from, is how slow they are to start events. And obviously they did have the All-Star Stage leading into this. They got 3 days to play under their belt, so you can kind of question, does that technically count? But maybe this is a new strategy that they're going to be going with here. I wouldn't hate it.
No, I wouldn't hate it at all. And I think after yesterday, I'm hoping Red was a little bit more comfortable with his current role. And I do hope he doesn't go too far away from his team.
My objective for today, I don't want any more excuses at the end of today from any team.
Oh, yeah.
We've had way too many,
100%.
okay? If you had a bad day one, make up for it, do good, get good, and do better.
Twisted Minds, we're looking at you.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's head out to the stage here so we can kick off our first match of the day.
As we approach day 2 of our competition, a word that seems to be the focal point of discussion is consistency. Being able to maintain a level of consistency across 3 days of competition is essential.
اليوم الثاني في بطولات PUBG موبايل دائما يكون هو اليوم الأهم، هو يوم تعويض النقاط، هو يوم الحفاظ على الصدارة، هو يوم حتى برضو ثباتكم في المراكز الأولى. هذا اليوم هو يوم الأمل.
Make your opponents play your game. That is the ultimate strategy. But with $2 million on the line and 15 of the best teams from all over the world joining you on the map, that is easier said than done.
في اليوم الأول شفنا فريق فامباير كان محافظ على صدارة وأبدع حتى برضو في بطولتنا في الأول ستار. هل بيكمل معنا باقي المشوار؟ لأن في فرق الثانية مبدعة حتى برضو في المنافسة زي فريق ألفا 7 وحتى برضو فريق جي كي وفرق الثانية المشاركة معنا اللي جالسة تلحق المراكز الأولى وممكن يتغير الترتيب كله.
It is time to turn up the heat once again as time is against you. Welcome to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين وصلنا إلى اليوم الثاني اللي راح نشوف فيها المتعة العالية. هل بنشوف أحد يعدي في المراكز الأولى؟ هل بنشوف المراكز الأخيرة تقدر ترجع وتقدر حتى برضو تتصدر بمجموعة نقاط؟ هذه فرصتهم، هذه فرصة الأمل في هذه المنافسة. معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس.
Just 12 maps remain in this competition. The finish line is almost in sight, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, let's head over to the desk who can break everything down before we dive into our first map of day 2.
بعد ما عدينا 6 مباريات اللي كانت معنا امس، باقي لنا 12 مباراه، كلها راح تكون حاميه، كلها راح تكون جدا ممتعه، واليوم راح نلعب برضو 6 مباريات. خلونا ننتقل لكم مع المعلقين بدون اي انتظار ونبدا لكم بمبارياتنا على طول.
I could have sworn, Banks, we broke everything down, but he wants us to break even more down here on the show.
Reverse
so we'll
it.
do. Careful, if you step any farther back, you're going to fall off your box. You guys can't see this on air, but he's about to fall off his box. So maybe we should start talking about Alter Ego, since we did touch on it a little bit here. 3rd place so far. They've had a strong start. You've been hating on some people, Max.
What? Have I?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I want to see more from Rosemary.
You've been hating on Rosemary.
I don't think it's hate.
You're jealous.
In my...
He hangs out with the coolest dudes, goes to the chillest restaurants, and wears the flyest clothes. And you're like, I wish I was Rosemary.
I do. I wish I was Rosemary.
I think he'd be more like Basil.
What?
Rosemary's an herb.
Oh, okay, you're going in that direction. Oh, okay. I was a little bit slow on that one. Okay, fair enough. But I think it's fair to say here the grand final.
3 times 4.
No, not again. 16.
But Octa stepped up.
Yeah, Octa stepped up. It's good to see different players. I feel like the team was lacking fraggers in the PMGC Grand Finals of 2022, something that we mentioned a few times as their major storyline. But man, Octa stepped up and Rosemary had some good moments too. But we want to see them, as we stated already a little bit earlier, right, just be more cautious of how they approach those late game pushes into those POIs to try and secure those wins, because sometimes it's a little bit all over the place and the indecision does seem present.
Yeah, and same kind of feedback that I have with Ravenclaw, I'm going to have it there for Antic. I think that was his name. I got to go back and see it. It was too low for my liking. Whether it was the Elims it was only 2. The damage wasn't really that high. If you're going to be playing, I got to go back and watch it, but if you're going to be playing that support role, right, it's got to be a lot higher than that. And I think it might have been because of the pushes that they were doing yesterday, so I'm not going to fully go into him, but I would like to see a little bit more.
And that actually takes me on to another team where I feel like all the players are somewhat playing support is Gladiators. They didn't have a great day. They're so split, and we keep mentioning this so many times by now, is that they need to regroup a little bit more. And one game in particular that comes to mind is that chicken dinner from Box Gaming, where they're so split, trying to get so many angles, information, which is great, but we're just not seeing any conversion from those massive splits. If you just regroup when you're getting breached, your chances of success are so much higher. So Gladiators are a team in a similar sense to repack, and you'll have a way higher chance of defending positions when you get into the later stage.
With GG on the first Sanhok, I kind of want them to get the circle, because I would like to see what this...
No, man. They've had 2 tries, and they didn't get the win both times.
But now we're seeing
it's even harder team 7.
I know, that's why, because I want to see what's going to happen with this harder teams. I want to see if they're actually going to be pushing on Vampire, and if they're going to be able to crash on them whenever we have that 4-player split. And I'm hoping it happens, because it's going to be such a good learning lesson for them if they keep getting away with it.
Let's reenact the Sanhoks out of Gladiators on All-Stars. I'll be Gladiators, you'll be the good teams, okay?
Oh, okay.
I
thought we were going to be teammates. Like, you're play from Gladiators, I'm going to play from Gladiator, and I'm going that way.
You're just gonna
see ya.
I'm Gladiators, right? And you're all the good teams, right? So I'm on top of the mountain, I'm spread out, I'm looking for people. Go.
Dead.
It was supposed to be better than that. I was, yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. You're right. Gladiators are just gonna fall over, and I didn't want to commit to it because it's very hard for
and stuff. Yeah, it's fine.
That as well. Yeah. And this laptop here, which is an upgrade for me. Yeah. But yeah, let's take a look actually at Gladiators player stats because they've currently sitting in 9th place. And Kitsune, this is what worries me. But at the same time, I kind of hate myself for saying it because I always want to see more of Kitsune. But to see him as the top player for the team so far, when Tixie typically fills that role, it's not bad at eliminations. But the fact is that they have 17 of their total 31 points for eliminations does worry me.
Yeah, and one thing, this is what Kalaris has been mentioning a little bit, especially when he was covering the games yesterday, is that Matic's angles that he tries to get, which normally is the off-angle guy, you know, he's trying to do that. His conversion from those positions are just not as successful as we would like them to see. A lot of the shots, unfortunately, have been missing their mark pretty significantly. So if it's just not working, we need to see it change. But the thing is about Gladiators, and we've seen it so many times, Jason, in events like back in Europe, and now we also did this international event like PMWI, they're very stubborn. And I do wonder if we're going to be seeing a change with 2 days left. Unfortunately, I don't think so, but it's still a little bit of hope remaining that it might happen.
I have hope, and the reason why I have hope is because we're already seeing a bit of a change out of them, right? They decided not to ego drop Alpha7 anymore. They decided to try out different stuff, especially in Severny. We've been seeing now that they don't have to really worry about Misexes or anybody else being there.
Wait.
They had to worry about him. Remember, they actually ended up losing a player to Misexes, which
You're not wrong.
Crazy.
It's absolutely mad.
But I would like to see a change out of them. I would like for them to play a lot closer together. We have seen it happen when the circle kind of forces them to play together, and it works out well for them. I want to see it without the circle or the teams forcing them.
This is where I think that like they clearly know something that we don't, because I don't want to imagine that you have a team like G Gladiators and we watch these matches and see potential problems in the roster that they don't notice it. Like, they have to notice it, right? They have to know something's wrong. They have to know where their weak points are, where they're being taken advantage of. But there has to be a reason that they still stick to the same plan.
Yeah, I mean, it was asked to Kitsune on a few interviews, I believe, even during the championships. I feel like they even had a video here where it was actually asked, and it's just, they're a bit fearful that teams, for example, if they had a Northwestern Island circle on Sanhok, they're just fearful that teams would come around in the blue, which I can understand to some extent, but it doesn't explain why you'd have to have a 4-man split. You can add a 2-2, and it'd be instantly a lot more successful in my eyes. So I feel like there's ways to like hit that middle ground, but they're just willing to go to the extreme in what they do.
I mean, there was one Sanhok where the zone was coming in from like the north side where they had the Northwest Island, and they still had 2 players watching the blue zone when it was basically already closed. And at that stage of the game, there was no way you were going to heal out there either. Yeah,
especially with the circle, like this blue zone settings that have changed throughout the like half year now. It's not going to happen. So just regroup when you know that the chances are very slim of you getting third party.
Yeah, and I got a chance to ask Kitsune the same thing, and he still answered the same thing. Even after that match, I was like, wouldn't it have been better to just kind of leave it alone, considering that the blue was literally right on you and it was one of the later circles? He was like, no, we wanted to make sure we watched our backs. I was like, okay, well, you keep doing you and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing for us, at least here on the desk. But again,
but maybe since it keeps working in the region, maybe that's why they really haven't been able to see it, and this might be an eye-opening for them, right? Because that does tend to happen. If they continue to just dominate the region, they're not going to be able to see it. Then now once they end up getting into an international event, they're like, oh, hey, we actually have some issues when we go up against much better teams.
I don't feel like it wasn't even that successful in the home region. That's the issue. I feel like they had a rough time at the start of the season. Even Blank was like, no. But they started changing the way they approach, I think, like in the last 2 weeks of PMPL Europe, and they started regrouping a little bit quicker, and weirdly enough, they started getting more eliminations, reaching the late game even more every single time. So they are willing to make changes on long tournaments, like we're talking a month-long tournament, 3-day main tournament, it's not happening.
I think a good point was brought up, like maybe not necessarily G Gladiators in this situation, maybe it works in your home region, but like, do you need a completely different skill set to play in these international events? You can't obviously go into an event like this playing the same way you would have in your own region. And obviously when that kind of stuff doesn't work, but you have teams like Vampire who can come in and set the pace, playing maybe the way they would play in their home region, you have to adapt to what they're going to bring. And that's hard to do in a short form event.
We saw that from Chamber, right? Just like full send it playstyles not been
I'm
working
gonna
out great.
send it.
Gonna full send it, and I'm gonna run away.
Never mind.
Because it's clearly not working out. Yeah, we need to see changes. I feel like you would be crazy to think that your home region playstyle is going to work on the international stage. If it does, you're lucky. Keep it up, but you need to adapt to your lobby a lot more.
I think that's kind of like a barrier of entry then for some regions, because we see a lot of like teams will come in from weaker regions. Fair to say, very PC way to say it. What's that? Were you whispering this?
No.
You come in as a team from a weaker region, you learn this like new kind of form of play when you get to these events, because you're obviously having to play catch up. But then you go back to your own region, and if you can't execute this or execute, it's a word I swear in French.
That's my excuse. You can't use that.
If you can't execute that like new kind of meta or strategy that we see these teams like Vampire be able to do, if you can't execute the way they do it, it's not going to work in your home region. So then maybe you default back to the way your region plays to stay at top. Seven's looking a little bit unhappy with this little bit of analysis / podcast.
Well, that's when champions are able to readjust, and they're able to play differently depending on which tournament they're on, right? And that's kind of something that we're seeing, especially here out of Vampire Esports. They come to an international event, and they're able to switch it up, and now they're able to use that fragging power that they were able to add with Tony K and showcase a different playing style than what we might have been able to see in Thailand. Even though they won Thailand, you have to be able to readjust. You have to be able to switch it up depending on what some of the other teams are doing.
Yeah, I mean, back in Thailand, you could clearly see they were a lot slower in how they approach these games, and they would just play the edge of the circle, try and go for strong positions. Here, they're just a lot quicker because they're trying to react to the lobby. They put the prep in, they did the scrims and saw what was working, what was not working, and being fast was something you definitely needed to make it work out at this stage.
Well, maybe that's something that some of these weaker teams or weaker regions need to learn indefinitely as we go forward into this, because we see a consistent lack of results out of certain regions. But one day we're hoping they'll take the information, come back another time and do better. We'll find out. One team who unfortunately hasn't had a similar result as we did see from the All-Star stage.
Uh-oh.
Do you know who I'm going to say?
I kind of have an idea.
You ready? Ready? On three?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, do it? Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Dplus.
Yeah, he do.
Why are you gonna do my boy like that? Because it's true.
Dplus, man, like we saw them have a massive rise through the All-Star stage, and that's why maybe I have a little bit of faith in them. Like the longer the tournament goes on, I feel like the better they play. But we'll take a look at their player stats here, and hopefully, Max, I have some tissues nearby in case there's a tear. But we can kind of talk about it.
Yeah, I believe that they're just not able to get away with the same playstyle there than the All-Star stage. I don't know if you agree here. I was going to call you All-Stars 7.
Thank you.
You're an All-Star 7, great. They're just, teams are in center positions a lot quicker, and they just go for similar rotations, similar scouting styles, and teams are just gatekeeping them a lot more. So because of that, you're losing players, and especially they're losing players to GK, which I don't know still what's happening on that side, but things are definitely not working out on their side. So I feel like they're just maybe a little bit more emphasis around scouting here, 7, and seeing where teams are positioned could allow them to play a similar playstyle while being also more aware of where teams are around the map.
Yeah, you said it perfect. Being able to go from plan A to plan B, right? They got to be able to readjust, especially with what GK's been able to do, being able to hot drop them back-to-back matches. And then on the third match...
Is that going to happen today again?
I don't think so. I really hope it doesn't happen.
It's 2-1 for GK.
That's why. I don't really think it's going to end up happening. And if it does, then that's kind of Dplus KIA just shooting themselves in the foot and saying,
D-minus.
You know what? I think we're going to have a bad day today.
Sounds like your math grade.
Actually accurate, yeah.
Well, if we're going to obviously talk about Dplus here, we have to be fair and talk about a couple of other teams who have let us down a little bit, I would say. Twisted Minds, another team, obviously having a little bit of a fall after Saudi E-League, but I kind of expected more out of them here, and especially out of a certain couple of players as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's looking at Crypto right here, 7, right? Looking at the player that we were expecting to see a lot more from this guy in particular. Dami, that's been a true OG of Twisted Minds. He's been with Twisted Minds since, what, 2021? He's been here forever, pretty much. But yeah, he's seen players come and go in the roster. But the thing is, it's still a really, really recent team that's been put together. And building synergy for an event like this takes a long, long time. And unfortunately for them, this might be a little bit too soon for them to perform at this stage.
But at that kind of point, right, we usually give teams an excuse like that, but if they were able to win the Saudi League, if they were able to showcase that they had what it takes.
Saudi E-League, PMPL, you know, I feel like PMPL is a bit of a rougher event, and they did not do well in PMPL after, so it was a tough time, yeah.
Fair, fair. I would like to see some performances out of, like you mentioned, Crypto, reigning MVP of 2022, I think it was Pakistan, Spring Split. We want to see those performances, and as I was mentioning yesterday, I feel like he's going to start feeling that pressure on his shoulders, which usually tends to happen with MVP players, right? If they are not performing well, I feel like they always feel a little bit more pressure than some of the other players that have not been MVP, because they are expected to be that fragging power. They are expected to be that star player out of their team.
This is why I don't ever try to be an MVP. I don't like the pressure. Weak back, tall guy, I'll crumble.
You did good on your
Can't
game
make a diamond out of me, though.
What did you think in your game earlier you were playing?
Well, I did win the game. I mean,
Hey.
no pressure, 8 eliminations, you know. I was the last player alive. Almost was able to summon Shenron. Needed 2 more Dragon Balls.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, one of these days. Maybe in the rehearsals we'll actually get that done. But a couple other teams here we got to talk about, obviously. And I kind of feel bad bringing them up.
Uh-oh. Every team you feel bad about bringing
No,
them
actually, I
up.
don't feel bad.
DRS.
Tiampa.
Oh, Gamba.
Yeah, because we have to touch on them. Like, again, they're coming from such a strong region. They have a sister team of 628, able to do pretty damn well. I'm not sure exactly why. I know we talked about it a little bit. They've been kind of just like sending it and hoping for the best. I think in some of those situations, they made the best move they possibly could. But it's not working out for them, and I'm curious why. Maybe we can take a look at their player stats so I get an idea of exactly why that is. Because when you come in from PEL, you have a stature on you, have a lot of pressure on you, and we're seeing, I mean, some decent damage across the board, but they're not able to, I think, convert it into too many eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, we said it already, Jason, on this team, is that they just full send it into positions with limited information, and unfortunately, it seems like the gunplay is just not on par with some of the top teams. I don't know if you'd agree on that one, Seven, but it seems like that when they go for head-on-head clashes 4v4, a lot of the time they just don't come out on top. So maybe a more passive approach, similar to a DRS or like a change of pace from an Alpha7, which is just playing edge of circle, being aware of strong positions and just moving away as a smart boy around them is the way to go.
Yeah, what we're hinting at, right? Being able to put themselves in a position where we can actually see their skills of the players and not being able to just fully send it. I mean, if we look at the stats from yesterday, they ended up with 18 points. 14 out of those 18 points came from elimination. So we know that they can get those elims. They just need to get themselves to the actual, at least the top 5 situation, because we've seen it over and over again. I mean, it happens during All-Star Stage with DRS. They were able to do that. It happened with Dplus KIA as well. Maybe it'll end up happening here on the day 2 of the main event.
Yeah, actually, do have time to go on another team, Jason. I got one I really want to talk about.
You have so much time, Max. Feel free.
I'm loving this great long death segment. It gives me so much time.
We're going to hit literally every team at this rate. Don't worry.
We're going to go back to All-Star teams after, guys. It's going to be...
We're going to start diving into like PMPL Europe and NA.
2021.
Oh, gosh, yeah. We already did.
No, I want to touch upon Falcon, actually. I feel like they're a team that has good ideas and approaches to the game. I feel mainly, I think it was the first Miramar where they sent it to center compound that was, if they stay there, a really strong spot. But I do believe they maybe get a bit too much in their own head and they see where teams are positioned, thinking, oh, the circle, what if it goes there? Let's try and get into a better spot. I feel like just going for a more streamlined approach to these late game circles is what Falcons need, because the moment you start to think too much about it, sometimes you become your own worst enemy.
I think I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it reminded me of something we were talking about with Falcons yesterday. It was that they didn't want to hold a strong position in one of those Miramars. They didn't want to be up on the mountains. They decided to just fully back up, and we're like, why?
Then they go to 6-8 and die. Yeah. I don't know.
It might be a confidence issue at this point.
Yeah,
especially with the current team.
I mean, look at Teak. TQ.
Yeah.
There was the damage. Where's the limbs, my man?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, they have done a lot better than I initially expected, because coming from Africa, which is a region typically that tends to suffer a little bit more of that transition into international play.
Max is going hard on Africa now.
I mean, come on, they're still a fairly new region when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole, right?
We'll convert them. We'll get into talk bad about a region eventually.
Say it, Max. Say how you really feel.
I don't like NA. It's a tough region. It's not doing great. There you go.
Now look at the camera. Switch to camera, Addy.
No, don't. No solo.
Focusing on Max.
No. I don't.
We're gonna get an article written up again, like Maxman says NA's the worst region.
I've had 2 now, okay?
Maxman confirms Indian team going to PMTC.
I didn't even say that. Confirm.
Well, you're talking about Team Falcons, and guess what, Max?
I don't know what.
Guess what, Max? I don't know what. We have an interview actually with Team Falcons. We'll take a look here, and hopefully when we come back, we'll be a couple minutes closer to starting the first match.
Всем салам алейкум, меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер, я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово, организация турнира на высшем уровне, а наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
Come on, Axer. I know for a fact there is definitely some teams you could call out are giving you problems or definitely strong. You get for the very PC answer of every team, yes, is strong. Every team has a chance. You're telling me right now Twisted Minds have a chance, Axer? Get out of here. Get out of here, son.
Whoa! Whoa!
He's going to be getting those messages. At least...
That's how you do it, Max.
Okay.
Solo shot, and you just go all in.
That's how you get cancelled on air.
Well, Taurus will be hosting for the rest of the day. That's been it for me, Jason Captain, on the show. We'll see you next time.
Oh, damn, okay. How do you...
I don't like when players get that answer, because there's clearly teams, they just like want to be very PC about it and be very media trained. I want some smack talk, man. I want him to talk trash about some teams.
You know that they have some teams in mind too. They just don't want to let it out there, because then otherwise they're going to get angry DMs just like 7. You don't want that.
Nah,
Give them to me. Give me the angry DM.
If
Just make
it's
sure you
the
follow.
truth and it's followed up with stats, I mean, I'll be happy to tell the truth. Yeah. Like Reject. They are absolutely sucking right now.
See, Max? That's how you do it.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong? What was it? They ended up with 17 points yesterday, 15 of them being out of elims. They're currently in 15th place. And this is a team now that's in the second international event. If we go back to PMGC, guess what? They suck there too.
I like this 7.
What is this new guy we just got?
Am I wrong?
To be honest, back in Japan, they dominate, but the thing is...
No.
They're not
back in Japan. We're talking about international events.
They suck on international events, 7. Okay,
now look at the camera.
There you go. They suck at international events, okay? It's really, really bad. I don't like it. Okay.
This is 7 Worlds Gaming, Ultra Ego, 8 Worlds Gaming, where he just rips on teams. I mean, to be fair, as we'll take a look at their player stats here for Reject, I think it's kind of true, though when we look at PMGC like in years prior, they did have some success, though I think the roster unfortunately has shifted since then.
Yeah, you had some players
like Divine.
on Blue Bees and all that.
Divine,
Yeah.
my man. I love Divine.
Oh, Falcons again.
That's not the team we wanted.
That is not
That's fun. We can talk about Falcon. Okay, no, we'll go back to Reject. We're going to see their stats. The producer rejected our idea and went Falcons instead.
I feel like the Dragon Ball Super collaboration is starting to get to me. I'm starting to become Freezer.
He's going to get blue hair soon.
No, Freezer.
No, I was going to like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can see Reiji OCO. I mean, he's been a player for years now. He's played at so many massive events. Sara as well. Lufa too. Like this roster has so much experience behind them.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, they dominated their region too going into this. They were over 100 points ahead of anyone else who could have qualified into this. And then they go here and just for some reason, at least on day 1, not to be too harsh,
yeah,
they can't keep up.
And that's what it comes down to, right? Big expectations coming into international events. We always talk about them. We always hype them up, how they are dominating their region. And then when we get to this point, it's just a complete downhill.
Yeah, and you would really expect so many more things from this team because they've played internationally so many times in the past. Maybe not as like this exact squad, but at least the individual players have played like PMGCs, as you said, Jason, so many events outside of their home region. So you would expect that they can get all that knowledge and experience and normally perform here, but it seems like when they make it back to like your PMGCs, your PMWIs, or like other events outside Japan, they just revert back to like the default playstyle and then slowly try and improve, but it's just way too late every single time. So I don't know. I don't expect anything here. If we can get a surprise, great, but I don't expect it.
I'm hoping we get a surprise out of Reject today, like right off the bat too, and Sanhok. Use the madness to your advantage.
Yeah, I want to see one good Erangel. If we can see one good Erangel, I'll be like, oh, who knows, maybe, why not, but nah.
Yeah, I expect them to be at least, and I'm being hopeful here, top 8 after tomorrow.
That's your threshold,
yeah,
like
for them, yeah, top 8.
Okay.
Because I feel like they have that power, right? I feel like they are going to be able to get themselves there.
I mean, they're not now. I don't know why I just started looking at the numbers. I'm like,
it's not looking good right now.
Yeah, the average are not looking too good for them. I mean, they got one strong elimination game with 8 elims, 6th place, and that was their best game so far. Otherwise, they keep going out in like 10th, 12th, so they're just struggling to get into the late game. And I feel like because so many teams like to play Edge, they're having a hard time adapting, and they're just getting absolutely shut down every time they just reach like phase 4 or 5.
What about, I mean, we're running out of teams here to talk about here. Infinity IQ, I think that's one of our like 2 teams left we have to discuss.
Bensu is the only one doing work here. I want to be very clear. Where's the rest of the team? We need to see other players set up Bensu pretty significantly, because if not, well, Bensu might get himself some good stats, some MVPs, but he's not doing anything. They're just not there.
Yeah.
It's true.
Gone.
I hate how accurate that is. It actually is. So yeah, you have that star player. Sometimes that's all you need to like kickstart the comeback of a team, but he's been doing that since day 1. So where's the rest? I don't know.
Yeah, and if we're going for teams that hopefully, right, they'll start doing pretty good here on day 2. They were able to close out the day yesterday pretty good in the last Miramar. They were able to get at least 3rd place. It wasn't with the most elims, only 3 elims, but it's maybe like the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm hoping.
They're not going to reach it. No. They're on a treadmill. Like, oh, I'm not going anyway. I don't know.
I almost expected Max to just be like, nah. I mean, let's be honest. I bar a couple of teams, I feel like other teams do have a chance to make a big bounce back here on the day. But if we go into the first 2 games and we don't see them do that, I almost want to call it for them to not have that chance. And this is super important. Like the fact that you get $400,000 for first place. You also have the records to break. We can earn even more money.
Yep.
And then more importantly, you go back to your own region as a hero because you get an extra slot for PMGC, which is huge.
I would like to actually see those records because I want to see, as I was mentioning earlier, there might be some records broken today. I want to see how far away some of the players might be. 37 elims?
I think it's a bit early for elims. I think day 3 is going to happen. Because even Tony K had, what was it, 19? Even if he doubles that, he's going to be not getting... I mean, he could overtake it, right, if he does the same, but it's going to be hard to like duplicate that success from yesterday because it was just such an insane day. But it could happen, but the chances are very slim.
Yeah, and I feel like most rescues, I can see that one happening, right? I have to go back and look at Twisted Mind's healing, but I feel like they might be able to go for it.
Do we have a top 5 healers?
Yeah, do we have a top?
Even the Turkish groups laughing about that.
Most elims, I feel like, you know what, with what we were able to see
during 19 out of 20K?
Yeah. I mean,
no. I'm talking about the 24 for the team. Most elims.
Oh,
I feel like
that's hard. I still think that's hard.
We had 22 from Aegon IA on All-Stars.
Yeah, it is, but with the way Vampires is playing right now, with all the at least 3 players just being in the top 5, I feel like they definitely have a chance.
I think actually quite a few of these are quite difficult. Like looking at the fact that we had 8 top 3 finishes over the course of the event. I mean, right now Vampire have 3. They're actually tied with Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
And also a couple of teams have 2 in there. So it's getting, I would actually have to average like 3 a day, considering you only have 3 days of action.
Yeah, which is doable, clearly, I would say, for, I mean, Vampire, right, has been able to have such a successful moment here in the main tournament and All-Stars with their macro rotations getting to those POI, so I think it could happen. But yeah, again, 3 winner-winner chicken dinners on a day in a lobby like this, 7. I think that might be a record. It's going to be tough to break. That one, I don't think is going to happen.
We're talking about records. Why don't we actually just take a look here at last year and how these records were broken. A little video for you. We'll be back here in about 3 minutes.
In the 2022 PMWI, VPE and Falcons achieved 3 chicken dinners in the main tournament. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break the record. STE seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as completed 7 chicken dinners during the PMPL SA Championship. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, RSG and VPE achieved 2 chicken dinners in a day, and VPE is still the holder of this record in global tournaments. They achieved 3 chicken dinners in a day during PMGC 2022. A7 completed 3 chicken dinners in just 1 day during the 2023 PMPL Brazil Spring Final, indicating their potential to break the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, STE and NGX achieved 8 top 3 finishes. few teams can rival this achievement, with S2G standing alone. In 2022 PMGC, they had achieved 6 top 3 finishes. Suggests that they have the potential to shatter the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $15,000? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, VPE achieved 24 elims in one match. This is an extraordinary record, and to this day, no one has surpassed it in the global tournaments. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break this record. As for you, who do you think could break this record with a prize of $15,000? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, GZ from RSG achieved 14 total rescues. This record represents the ultimate limit, posing a significant challenge to be surpassed in global tournaments. Potato from AE seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as he achieved 18 rescues in the 2023 PMSL Finals. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $10,000? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, Action from STE achieved 38 total eliminations. We hope to witness a player with even more power, capable of surpassing this record. Ragnar from DRS Esports seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as he achieved 37 elims in the 2023 PMPL MEA Championships. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $10,000? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI.
A lot of records to be broken, a lot of money to be won, but it's still going to be difficult because obviously your main focus as a player and as a team, it's not on winning that. It's on winning the whole event here. $400,000 for first place, not to mention get the extra slot for PMGC for your region. Welcome back, Max and Seven. How you guys doing?
Good. I think we've broken some records too.
Which one?
Most screen time.
Most screen time, yes.
Who will break the record of fill time from PMWI 2022? The desk. Yes, we did it. We actually do have another way teams can win money if you didn't know about that. It's the player intros. Now, we didn't talk about too much yesterday. I hope you guys watched it. You can win $10,000 for the first place team who has the best intro. Now, we've already kind of done our picks, but maybe you guys at home missed out on that yesterday. So what we're going to do is we're going to replay them all for you to watch. And let us know in chat, who do you think has the top 3 intros? And we'll come back and hopefully have the next match started.
Kicking things off, the winners of the Middle East and Africa Championship, GK Esports. Stepping onto the stage, right here, the winners of the European Championships, Flux. Next up, placing second in the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship and qualifying via the All-Star Stage, DRS Gaming. Winners of the South Asia Championships, can they continue their dominant streak? Stalwart Esports. winners of the Southeast Asia Super League, Alter Ego Airs. Winners of the 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro Series Fall Finals and qualifying via the All-Star Stage, Dplus KIA. And now, entering the stage after placing second in the Southeast Asia Super League, Box Gaming. Stepping on to the PMWI stage for the first time, winner of the PEL Spring Finals, Tianba. Stepping onto the stage, placing second in the PEL Spring Finals, 6-8. Please welcome to the Gamers8 Arena, winners of the PMJL Season 3, Reject Tokyo. And now, on home turf, representing Saudi Arabia and winners of the Saudi E-League, Twisted Minds. Placing second in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational last year, our All-Star Stage qualifiers, Team Falcons. And now, stepping onto the stage, qualifying for our main tournament via the All-Star Stage, welcome, G Gladiators. Some familiar faces about to take to the stage. Third in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Second in the After Party Showdown last year. It's Alpha7 Esports. An impressive performance throughout the All-Star Stage means that they are here to do the same. Make some noise for Infinity IQ. And now, your reigning champions of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational and the After Party Showdown. Welcome to the stage, Vampire Esports.
First match just about to get underway now. Hopefully all of the issues fixed. Sanhok, the first on the cards. My name is John Allen. Blank is with me as always. We are so ready for this game. Probably the most ready I've ever been.
I'm unready. I don't think I'm ready to go yet. I don't think I've had enough time to prepare myself.
Do you not?
To be quite honest with you.
Okay, another hour. Let's go.
I think I need more time. Max is shaking his fingers at me, shaking his head as well. Jason wants it to go back towards death. He's ready for more. He's got some more material planned. I'll tell you right now, for nothing, as per usual, you get free information from old Blank over here.
You're not that old.
I'm getting on.
What's the information?
The information is that I don't have a load of new material. So
they very comprehensively covered every team playing in this tournament.
Yeah,
and to be fair, it was all very relevant
you know
to
what?
this game going
Hats
forward.
off to them.
Yeah.
The desk has done an absolute shift this morning, but they still have more of a shift to go. Yeah, unfortunately for them. They have 6 matches of hard-hitting analysis that they'll have to bring to us later on. But yeah, we are still just waiting to get into the game. We do have a packed crowd with us here today on day 2 of the main event, John.
Very cool. Ready and raring to go. You can see they're all getting sat down. They're all ready for the start of their match, as everybody else is, I'm sure, as well. We can see the plane path. As long as the lobby goes ahead, we can see the plane path here from
60 seconds.
Charlie up towards Hartin. Sanhok, though, you should be fairly open. Only playing one of these a day as well, Blank. So it's important to have that Sanhok strategy, but not as important maybe as the other maps.
No, probably not.
It's still very important.
I
don't know what I'm getting at with that.
You can certainly pick yourself up a lot of points here on Sanhok, right? It's weird because we usually like sandwich this bad boy in between our Erangels and our Miramars. It comes around about in the middle of the day. I say it's a little bit of a refresher where you can pick yourself up some big points, but I think starting the day off strong a lot of times is fairly important for a lot of these teams in terms of momentum. I think Alpha7 benefits from this type of thing a lot. You know, back in the day, interviewing Scout, he was saying that, you know, if you get that good start to the game, they were just going to do very, very well from there onwards. So I think Sanhok, although it can be very unreliable at times to get yourself a fantastic win on board, some teams are just born suited to this kind of play style. Vampires really have that ability to go for some of these amazing pushes towards the end. I sound disappointed because I am. We do have a rehost coming straight through, so we will be back to lobby just for a little bit longer.
It was only a Gamers8 prank.
It was only just a dream.
That match, oh, it got you good. Got you good, didn't we, Blank?
They waited until 5 seconds.
They did.
Yeah. That was the best part for me, honestly, is we got 5 seconds beforehand. And I honestly thought we were going straight in towards the jungle. I was lied to. I was just lied straight to my face.
All right, which team should we start with?
I think if we go down, if we go up from the bottom of the standings.
Okay,
then
all right.
maybe we have some different insights.
Twisted minds.
You know, I think the problem the desk had, right?
Yeah, okay.
You know, they didn't really prepare for this very well. Is that they should have known that it would be an hour-long desk. They should have known that.
Yeah,
in the
why
first
wouldn't
place
you expect that?
And gone through it systematically, realistically.
Hydromatically.
Ooh, maybe.
Why is
well, they were hydromatic with it because they were going with the flow. Hi there, Jason.
Oh, no, I was supposed to prepare for 1 hour of fill there.
We were just saying how fantastic of a job you were actually doing.
Oh, it's marvelous,
on
really.
the desk.
Yeah, spectacular, honestly.
Really, really good. And we were admiring the ability at which you went through the teams. You didn't miss a beat, and you just did them in random order.
And I said you looked really cool. He's gone. We pushed him out the door.
He's gone.
He's not allowed.
He's not here anymore. Okay, we can continue. So basically, the desk
Can't
was
believe
just
they did that.
terrible in their approach.
Oh dear.
No, for real. They have done a fantastic job to basically lay down all the work. And Barney asked them to break it down, and they certainly did.
They nearly had a breakdown as well.
I feel bad because I did reveal my secret right at the start that I had no more new material.
Yes.
So I am doing this thing, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called improv.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
I'll write it. We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh man.
What do you think of Tiamba?
Probably about the same as most other people right about now, Blank. It's not been the best of starts to their tournament, coming in obviously for the PEL region. Let's just say what the desk said before. What's Max making? Max is folding. Oh, he's folding a paper aeroplane out of his cue cards.
Yeah, it's a cue plane.
Is that what's going to take us into Sanhok? Can you put the players on that?
Oh my God.
I think he can.
Max has made an actual plane. That thing went quite far.
That flew very well.
Yeah, that went very far. That was good. I'm actually really sad that you guys at home didn't get to see that.
Oh dear.
He made a cue plane.
Oh, they're just going to have to miss out, Frank.
Jason is looking very happy. I would be as well.
That's true.
He's not filling anymore.
Should we have a race from one side of the room to the other from the desk, and we'll cast that?
You want to race? Oh, that's actually good. Okay. Right.
They're getting ready for it. I was only joking. Oh,
are you all wearing laces?
They're doing rock, paper, scissors. Oh, Jason loses the first round. Paper thrown, and Max cuts him in half. Best of 3. Okay, there goes the call. 1, 2, 3, go.
Ooh.
Max wraps him back around for a second on the paper.
That is unbelievable. He psyched him out. So now I think that Jason will have to play 7. And it will be the winner back to face off against Max.
Oh, double scissors. Double scissors. No. Hang on a minute. Referee's inquiry. Referee's inquiry there. 7 through gun on that one.
Oh, okay.
The next throw. I think. Who took that one through?
We need a repeat. We need a repeat on that one.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
3. Oh, double rock. They're both as idiotic as each other. It makes sense.
That's true. Double scissors. This is spectacular. Never in the history of rock, paper, scissors.
They're telepathically linked.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh, finally. No, that's just one.
Max jumping
Max, you still have to beat the loser's bracket, okay? All right, you still have to beat loser's bracket. 7, get back in
7.
there.
It's a best of 3, 7. Come on.
Oh, you can't just pancake.
Oh, you can't. No.
Right.
No.
You ready?
Order. Come on.
There we go. So we're 1 for 1. We're all drawn up here.
It's true. It's true.
All right, okay.
They go for another one. They've gone. We can't see him anymore. We can, though. 7's able to take
destroyed.
it home. A rock smashes the scissors. The blades are blunted for Jason. And 7 stands as tall as he ever has before. Victorious.
All right, what we'll do is, because I think...
Do you?
I hope that we're going to get into the match soon. So we'll have the losers bracket finale of rock, paper, scissors. Oh, the winners bracket finale.
Wait, you lost? Did Jason lose against Max as well?
No, because we played the losers bracket first, right? Surely. That wouldn't make any sense. I think it's just got to play the winners bracket, really, yeah. Which will be Max versus 7 after the break.
Maybe.
After we come after this match, essentially.
Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah.
The break.
This is the PMWI not so main rock, paper, scissors tournament.
Is there a prize pool?
There is no prize pool for the not so main rock, paper, scissors tournament.
A firm handshake.
There is a prize pool for the main tournament, the one that we're keeping eyes on. That's the secondary rock, paper, scissors tournament. Max is saying that he gets to drink the Pepsi,
an ice cold can of
Zero
Pepsi.
Sugar that's on the actual desk.
0 sugar.
There's also...
What is that? What flavor is that?
I think that's Rockstar, I believe. Ah, yes.
Rockstar. Oh, yes.
One
of the two. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Which one's first place? Which one's second place?
That's a rehost. I think that's a rehost. No? Am I wrong? I think that's a rehost.
I don't think we had a feed there before. They are just checking settings. When do we get an over-the-shoulder shot of a phone? We'll be able to see that. One of those honors it is.
10 seconds.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, team ready.
I don't have a
4, 3,
I have a map feed
2.
now.
Oh, hang on a minute, blank. It could be all about to kick off.
It was 5 seconds last time. Careful. Careful.
The backdrop's there on the screen. I'm ready. There's a plane path on my map feed. I can see it. I'm being told, blank. It might be. It could be match number 1 of today's games. We are going into it. Oh, that's so relieving to see the Sanhok Isles underneath us as we sail on in for the first of today's matches.
There's clapping in the studio. People are elated that we're finally seeing these players getting that parachute straight towards the ground floor of the jungle. Get amidst it with the other players to ultimately do battle. They have looked forward to this, I promise you. I promise you. Gladiators up towards that northwest side, alongside with 628 in Hatin. Reject Tokyo actually dropping Reiji Osio again down towards Trifecta compound. This happened yesterday. One of the players from Gladiators was able to spot him out, take him down earlier on. I think that was, in fact, Tixie. So definitely a possibility for that to happen again.
Ravenclaw out close to Sarah as well from Reject Tokyo.
I think that is a bug. It's a bug we'll have to live with, which is the big arrow through the map. That's okay, though.
Yes. Well, we'll know where the plane path was.
Forever.
Yeah.
It would say.
Do not rehost this on our account, please. We are going into this one. I don't mind.
Totally okay with this.
This is actually, I like it.
Yeah, this is absolutely fine. It's going to give some great insight towards the rest of the game. Cao Dailan right now versus Tiamba. Now, what do you think of Tiamba? Well, I think they're pretty good to start off with.
I think that's gone pretty well for them. Infinity IQ, though, as we said before, not in the best of forms. Unless you're Bensu, it hasn't been the greatest of showings from them. It hasn't been the greatest of showings of Dplus KIA compared to their previous performances either, but over in Paradise Resort, they are once more embroiled into the thick of it straight away. But no one going down just yet. No one taking damage either. Ragnar, the GK, getting himself tucked back in towards the Sun Lounges.
Bensu and the boys, pretty much.
The Bensu Brigade.
The Bensu Brigade. Bensu and the extras. We could be here all day, really. There is the 2023 PMWI crate, though. That is not here all day. It is here. For a little bit longer. Well, it is here for a bit longer.
It is actually here all day.
That's true. It is here all day. But it is only here all month. It's available from July 15th through till August 15th. Pick yourself up some PUBG Mobile swag to commemorate the PMWI Main Tournament, not the secondary rock, paper, scissors tournament, of course.
That will only live on in our hearts.
Exactly. Exactly, John. Stalwart up on high currently, over towards boot camp. They do have Icy scouting down towards Reject at the moment. Now, Stalwart got a great game yesterday.
They did.
On Sanhok. They didn't move, though, right? I think that's the main thing to look at. Whether they had absolutely nowhere to go. And even then, Fireflux did give them a nice run for their money towards the end, as did Alter Ego. With Octa, Box were able to put up some decent performances yesterday, John. Currently sat in 5th place, 41 points. Not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty solid overall performance, but you do need to be pumping those numbers a little high if you want to step up to the Vampires, because seemingly they are untouchable. Certainly in day ones, right, of these tournaments. It's the same story as we saw back in the Allstars stage. They're day 2, though, and we spoke to Sertania about this. They're worried about continuing that power into day 2. It wasn't the best of showings, but with the circle sitting as it is here on Sanhok, it's probably quite good news for them. They don't have to make that hard break out to the east as fast as they maybe would given any other circles. It hasn't quite decided whether or not it's going to that southwest island fully or going over to the mainland on Sanhok, but it's going to give them more time to play around. On the flip side, though, that coastal, that side of the river, that eastern bank of that river, is going to be a lot more packed with players. So that crossing could be way, way harder.
Dplus KIA getting back to this engagement with GK. Now, Max said he really did not want to see this happening again. And they had a whole 2 hours to reconsider this. They haven't. They still want to go for this over in Paradise Resort. Very stubborn. Only one more Sanhok. They still want to make this happen here. There are several locations around the map. You know, Kampong, Docks, Lakawi. Fairly open around Alpha7, though Alpha7 do like their space, their area. Don't like too many teams getting through there. 628 looking over towards Gladiator as they sail on past. Sune, rest of the squad inside the vehicle. 33Z won't be able to hit those shots. They will move straight through over towards that trifecta compound. Have to be a little bit careful here, considering they know that there's some players over towards trifecta at the start from Reject. Luckily, they've moved further down towards that south side. On the edge of the bridge now, just hovering.
There have been some scenarios where Gladiators have held on that northwestern island and just sort of stayed over towards that hilltop and Camp Alpha late into circles where they know that they will eventually need to leave. This time is not one of them. Even Matic has regrouped with them, which is good news for what we wanted to see from this roster. Ooh, a little knock over towards Stalwart from Reject Tokyo. That is not ideal, but that does look, yeah, that looks resable for Icy. They can drop that smoke and be really quite safe. Long-range shots from Reiji, just keeping that suppression onto the position that they have on the hill south of Boot Camp. They will be able to maintain that, however. So just stay head down, nice and safe. Will reduce the pressure, actually, from the east side onto the Gladiators.
Yeah, Regioso probably the most standout player to emerge from the Japanese region. I don't think you could really talk about any other player who has had such a big impact as him. I think obviously Divine back in the day was very good, but it was a few clutch moments here and there. But I think Regioso has just been consistently very strong.
Yeah.
The rest of the team has just rallied around him. Like Sarah's been in the game a long time, Lufa as well. So honestly, I do think Regioso has carried them slightly. But it's more of a case that he's able to stand up to these international lobbies, whereas the rest of the guys are just a little bit behind. So maybe could learn a thing or two from their teammate.
He's the engine that you put in the chassis of the team. And he has been driving them forwards. Fantastic to see. Hopefully a little bit more power to be squeaked out of that one in today's games. It is a very, very tough lobby. So even being towards the bottom of the tables, getting any points in this is certainly a task. Circle shifts down south, leans towards the southwest island, doesn't fully decide on it just yet again, but a lot of teams on that south side will be a lot happier. You can see Fireflux decide that they want to be one of those teams.
Yeah, if you're one of the northern teams now and you're moving down south, it does pose this problem right now where we are tilting over towards the southwest island. It's really difficult to cross that river in the end game. We already see, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just me, a lot of teams over towards that north side who will all have to cross that.
Sesame Street.
What, county?
Yeah. They do numbers there, don't they?
No, that's correct.
I've heard that.
It's also just called math.
I'll accept maths.
Yeah. Anyway, when you start doing words, I'm just going to say Sesame Street from now on.
That's good.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, so the bridge, though, as I was saying, there's 9 teams, because we can count to 9. Obviously, I've improved. It's really difficult to cross that river, comes to the late game, especially at its most thick points. There are some bridges, some very shallow regions that you can cross over quite easily, but a lot of teams will be pushed out of that position early on, which is why you are seeing quite a few teams pushing up towards Painan and on the edge there. You don't really want to give up too much space down towards the southwest side, towards Sami. You want to ensure yourself in a position where you basically have free shots towards these teams on the north side. In the meantime, Fabian takes a tumble. Forest equally going low, and Rosemary taking down Mafioso from Alter Ego.
This fight has been going on for a long, long time. A standoff in Paradise Resort finally bubbling over and ending up with DK on the better end of the deal. Forrest has other things to say about him. He doesn't have any meds. He's on the outside. He's doing damage, but will fall down. And with him, Dplus KIA are eliminated. Both of these teams, they stuck around for too long. Nobody wanted to leave. And because of that, Tianba are just going to move straight on past and pick up some points, I'd imagine.
Yeah, this could be a really easy squad wipe for Tianba at the end of the day. has hovered around this area. And for Dplus KIA, this is just not in their wheelhouse, right? I think they're a great central team. They play very good. They take excellent angles, have some amazing sight lines, and some players with unreal aim on their side. So the fact that they were just holding out Paris Resort, a Southwest Island finish, doesn't make too much sense to me. Now, Tiamba's coming through, drops some Molotovs down. Ren quite close to the rest of the guys. Really nice Molotov, in fact, just spreads on the floor. I think there was 2 tossed in there. Now Satan left remaining. Big hit. We'll find at least one.
For a second as well, nearly gets it, but doesn't have any meds. The blue zone is there. The nade through the window, and Tiamba pick up the points. That's what we said we wanted to see. 3 eliminations found. They can get the res onto the teammate there, so should be able to pick that up. They will have had the meds that they haven't had to bleed out and not been able to loot from being stuck in that standoff in Paradise Resort. They'll be absolutely fine on that northeast side. The difficulty they'll face is that they're coming into the circle very, very late, Blank.
Yeah, and I mean, by the time they get to... Wow, that is...
nasty.
That is really grim. Alpha7 definitely thrown a bit of a bone here. Should wag their tail at, because I would be very happy at this kind of thing happening to me. I think for them, they were worried about getting across with Alter Ego, having full information on their position, the widest part of the river, going down towards Camp Charlie to cross. Now it's completely indecisive in between. Alter Ego can't really spend too much time on just trying to take more shots over towards their position. They need to protect over towards southwest side. DRS currently moving in. As a Vampire, 628 also looking towards that position. And the Gladiators have waited a long time for something like this to happen, and they've finally decided they're going to head towards the north side. And I think that's a smart decision, right? Yes, they were lackluster on the approach, but you wait, you're patient, and you know the north side is going to be far more clean than down towards the south. That's where most players would have assumed this was finishing. So there should be some compounds available for them to pick up. Because Tiamba's not here. DK and Dplus KIA have been locked in combat for a long time. Practically thrown away their Sanhok because of this.
Bad luck on that one. Stalwart. Spot Kitsune. He's taking a tumble in the buggy. He needs to be very careful here. Gets the acceleration from the hill. Gravity playing on the side of the Gladiators. Seeing them safe a little bit longer. Top. Or Stalwart playing in one of the hardest compounds to move past, to move in towards, should you need to. But it's right on the edge of the circle. So not really on the cards for Gladiators to push straight through. But Icy's going to break out, actually, on that north side and maybe crash into the Gladiators' rotational path.
Yeah, Icy swinging out like that. Get some good rotation done. Just as it tries to figure out whereabouts these guys are playing. But the 3-man squad already and outside the vehicles take shots. That could be a bit of a dangerous opposition to take there. There is a compound up towards that northern side. I don't think Gladiators are going to take that one. They'd rather just pick up the high ground over in this position within the tree line. If you do play this spot, though, you have to be careful about players like this. Just snaking their way up the hillside. They can get so very close. And there's only so many positions you can play up here anyway. Between the rocks, this is one of the most common positions up towards one of these Simba perches.
On the east side, this is a little bit further southeast of the Gladiators' engagement. Tiamba pick up one and maybe a second as well over towards Bensu on Infinity IQ. Now just Ferrari remains. Tiamba all still alive. Playing on this east side, they've managed to march south effectively. A nade from Ferrari does the job for one. Onto Tianyu as he launches a second, looking for YDD, and he gets it done as well. Can lob this Molotov through, and there's no one from Tiamba now looking to go for this res immediately. The circle pops and it heads up north. Ferrari on the hillside, and Ren tries to pick up the shots, but Ferrari gets a third. He's getting the knocks done, and he's making it work. Now it's just over, and he's already low. The rollover from the vehicle sends it out wide, and now he's really left wondering what the hell just happened. Ferrari taking them for a spin.
I mean, a 1v3 already. Over, gets the heel off, moves round. Gladiators off in the distance. He's trying to spot this player. Alpha7 also making their way in to steal up the remainder of these points. A nade in hand. It looks like Ferrari's actually trying to finish the job. He does hear the shots though, and Carrillo sends a pretty well-placed grenade. Ferrari has complete information of Over's position, already done a little bit of damage towards him. I think Ferrari would like to finish off this fight.
Certainly would. I mean, we thought it was only Bensu on this roster, but no. Seemingly they got some power in back pockets they haven't been able to dig through just yet. And there it is. Tiamba are going to be eliminated.
It's a 1v4.
IQ. It was a 1v4 with the assist from Alpha7. I'll give him the caveat on the end.
No assist. No assist. He actually took down Ferrari all on his lonesome before he got taken out by Alpha7. So it's just a classic 1v4.
Oh.
And 628 comes through to deal with Reject Tokyo. Sara moves out from the side, and 33Z with low HP. He's got the Berserker mode running strong.
Moving through. 628. Want to keep up the pace from yesterday. Sunan chunking away with that DBS. Into Painan they go. And a statement they've made as well. Sunan can get res there. They'll be happy on that one. On the south side in the meantime, Alter Ego, who have lost Potato already, playing as 3, facing off against DRS, who are on 2 with 1 knock. Rosemary, though, gets a little bit bold with a nade, and Delta changes the tune a little bit too fast for their liking. Gianti bleeding out, not going to be resable now. Delta and Killer, kind of the 2 players you want from DRS to go ahead into the game. Fnatic and Octa for Alter Ego on the south side, just trying to get out of dodge.
It's a good step up from Rosemary, but an even better one coming through from Delta. That stand-up there, it comes out so surprising to Rosemary as he crawls his way into position. Alter Ego down towards his southeast compound to keep him safe for the time being. We got the box formation down towards that central side. We saw them moving around a lot yesterday, which is a little bit out of character for Box Gaming, but this time around they're heading over towards that compound, which is now dead set one of the best places to take the win on this game. It is down towards the low ground though, so right now Gladiators have a little bit of advantage in terms that they have all this high ground ridge to play around with. Action very close towards their position, as are Alpha7. Vampire still going strong. They take down easy from Twisted Minds.
Never count the Vampires out. Schweppes launches the DBS too easy and picks up the point. 2 eliminations found. They've been crunching in from this west side, playing together nicely. That route out of Painan, though, we know how dangerous that's always going to be. The Gladiators on the high ground sort of been giving them trouble for a while, but with Icy low and already having lost a player as well, they don't have the presence that they once did on the north side of this position.
They have shifted over. Now, I was talking to Kale earlier today about Gladiators, and I think he brought up a really good point. Just saying that, honestly, some of the rotations that Matic takes, some of the off angles he does, just isn't really worth it anymore because he's not finding those shots anyway. He'd be better off with the team with the ability to go for a refrag. And it does feel like their splits are far closer together already here on Sanhok, just moving through. A lot of times when they're leapfrogging locations, it is in very quick succession. Nice nade from Schweppes. It's what you expect from the Vampire squad. They really have changed the game when it comes to nades.
Nice. Another one. 2 perfectly placed nades. That's how you want to be spending your ordnance. Killer wants to put one back amongst them, but we'll see what he's able to get done there. As Twisted Minds get picked apart by 628 on the far side of the river in Painan. 33Z actually spotted. Killer still at the back of Vampire. Schweppes goes down, pushing out Painan. Very, very deadly there. Box stay in the circle. Gladiators close to the edge, but will the high ground keep them in the circle?
Yeah, that high ground they'll have to descend from. Senetexa takes a fall. Ooh. That's from Team Falcons, in fact. All the way on the eastern side. That's on the edge of the circle, but Box Gaming should be on for a chicken dinner. They play things correctly. There is still a lot of things that can happen. Switch things up. Fireflux yet to have moved from their position down on that south side. They'll have to bridge in the circle at the moment. Much needed.
Neither player going down there. That was a really close fought trade. Molotov goes long and stops the close angle being peaked, but Stone goes down to a nade from Sunan. The blue zone pushes onto Vampire first in this scenario, but neither team going to be happy about it. Falcons have moved up to Alpha7 in the meantime, and Revo now looking to rampage around the rock side with the DBS. and Falcons fall in their face, but Gladiators are here for the third party. We've seen this from them yesterday. They move straight in as soon as they hear those gunshots ring out. The nades can start to pour in, but they're being answered. The Molotov to slow the Gladiators, the burn around the side forces Revo to take a peek on a single angle. The Gladiators are safe from the west for the time being, but they cannot let it go down. For Revo to stay alive and take one of their players will be disaster.
I mean, in clutch scenarios, Revo's the worst person to come up against, especially with DPS in hand. Still 4 bullets left in the chamber. We'll have to reload soon. And Meku will finish him off. Vampires make the swim across the river, but 628's there. But Tony K, once again, this guy is an absolute blaster when it comes to the lobby.
Runs straight across as well, but gonna get caught away. Picking up the points. Stalwarts steal a lot of those. 628 now just with Yang1. A player that we wanted to watch out for today, but box across the open ground. Get the shift, they get the circle, the compound nigh on unassaultable.
It's going to be very difficult to get towards this compound coming down from pretty much open ground, right? Stalwart, again, another good result here on Sanhok. Converting that is the big deal. Gladiators and Stalwart both only on 2 limbs either side. So a very quiet game, looking for those placement points. Now, second place is where things start to get a little bit juicy. Third place still isn't a huge amount of placement points in the third. Max Man's player to watch from yesterday opens up with a fantastic knockout over towards the Gladiators, but Box Gaming look out that way too.
Stalwart actually left really, really hard up against the blue zone here. Action, probably not, yeah, can't get this res. Probably could just sit behind the rock here, try and heal out, try and stay alive for as long as possible. Cannot get this healing done. Box are moving out.
Yeah, Box know they have to move out from this building. It gets a little easy with that high ground to just spot these players moving from this building. You wonder how long they've been here. They don't have the smokes and they're blown to pieces.
A nade sent back towards Matic gives a little bit of retribution, but it's 3 versus 2 now for Box on the inside. Gladiators have the run of the outside, and the uphill ramp means that the roof gets in the way of Peaks. You get a little bit of respite from that for Gladiators. They'll need to break out wide. Matic rezzed.
Gladiators a 4v2, looking to open up the day with a good start. Talking to Kitsune this morning, saying these guys, they start to get fast towards the end of tournaments. Day 1, it doesn't matter, lad. You guys start to pop off towards the end. But I mean, Gladiators stepping up right at the start of day 2. That bodes very, very well. Slowly making their way down. Duck from Box, who had a really big impact yesterday, looks to hold off this off angle.
Tixie out in the open. Great sight line. So Duck's position, but he nearly gets naded out. Has to reposition fully. Cannot afford to fall in this spot. All 4 players active for Gladiators is huge, though. Trong on the inside gets the heal off, but the blue zone will push them first, and Gladiators are waiting. They've established their line of fire. They just need to win the trades blank. 8 eliminations for Box from their seemingly indomitable compound, but now they're going to have to leave it. The safety of the walls no longer there for them. The smokes have bloomed and Gladiators are playing on the outside. Kitsune breaks down. Truong looks for the trade and Meku not going to go down just yet, but takes a lot of damage. Falls to the floor again. Duck drawn low as well. Meku breaks up and wide, allows the push forwards. Duck is low, but not out of it just yet. Finally he falls as the trade comes through from Tixie, and Kitsune finishes the deal. Gladiators pick it up from the top of the hill, pick up the points they need, and a great start for their resurgence in day 2.
Goodness me, Kitsune comes through with the box cutters in the backside. Slashes that cardboard box in half, takes it out to the tip, frees up some mind space, taking Sanhok right at the start of the day here. This is going to be really good. Just for their mental in general, honestly. It is really important that they got this win at the start of the day. And you know, Kale, he was completely right. They played much more together, and it's worked out for them. It's what they very much needed from yesterday. It's what me and you commented on yesterday. You know, Matic, some of these crazy rotates he was making just not working out. They had the refrag potential, and it's worked well, and everyone smiles in happiness.
Tixie was the one breaking out wide in those final moments for that off angle as well.
That's the guy you want.
He is the guy you want, right? This guy has been such a powerhouse over time for this roster, and we're seeing that just there in that game. Didn't necessarily stand out in terms of the overall frags, but provided such safety for the rest of the team to maneuver blank.
Yeah, the fact that he was just out of nade range is probably the most important thing. I think he knows it fairly intimately. Duck is still just a phenomenal player, able to lob that bad boy over the top.
Yeah.
My real question, though, is what do you think of Tiamba?
What do you think of Tiamba? Well, that's always the question I ask. I'll tell you what, I'm going to ignore that question because I do want to highlight as well the fight that we saw at the start from GK and Dplus KIA. It goes on again, and they take themselves out of the running. Gladiators move into the vacuum at the north side, and they take a chicken dinner. We're going to head over to the desk to break down the game.
And finally, like they said on the desk here, on the caster desk, Gladiators able to step up here in day 2, and they started the day off in 9th place. We'll see where it actually shoots them up on the leaderboards in a little bit of time. But you can see it looked happy for them. It also looked like another day at the job.
I mean, we had so many doubts. I said at the start of the day, I don't expect them, Jason, to make the changes we've been requesting since the very start of this tournament. They were going to keep staying split. But they've been regrouping since like phase 1, going for like 2-2 splits, regrouping, 2-2 splits when they transition, and also being a little bit faster. That allows them to get control of that high ground super early and then just have complete overview on all the teams in the late game.
Yeah, when we were talking about them earlier, you were saying you didn't believe. I ended up believing in them because of what they were able to do yesterday, right? Whenever they didn't end up hot dropping Alpha7. I did enjoy, you mentioned it too, we were talking about it, the 2-2 splits. Nobody was super far away from their teams, and they were very patient too. They didn't take any unnecessary fights. They didn't try to third-party any fights, like for example, Falcons or Alpha7. I felt like they were very, very patient in that, and it ended up working out for them because Box Gaming had no idea they were there.
It feels like they put Matic on a leash this game. Like, no, you stay in like a 50-meter radius of our team, otherwise you're getting in trouble. But hopefully that can transfer in the next battlegrounds.
Let's take a look at our match rankings to get an idea of how many points they scored compared to everyone else. As you see, it's going to be 16. Only 6 eliminations. Box going to be right behind them at 15. 6-8. Again, we're talking about them before, we're talking about them now. Then again, we talked about every team as they had 13 points for themselves. And Alpha7, still a lot of eliminations here with 7.
That was a big one for me. And to be fair, I mean, it wasn't Mafioso. It wasn't Senatexa, which we saw was actually the leading player coming into today. It was back to Rebel. Rebel being able to showcase those skills, being able to showcase those MVP. Yep.
Yeah, and actually third party from Gladiators right after. So timing once again really good.
Falcons took way too long to try to take on Alpha7, and I felt like it was because at one point Alpha7 was able to knock one of their players, so it made Falcon think about it. And then by the time they decided to push on, I think Rebel was ready, the team was ready, and Alpha7 was able to come out on top of that one.
Back to the point that we made about Falcons on the pre-show, right? That doubt sometimes, a little bit of in their own head kind of situation where they're like, oh, we lost a player, do we fully commit or do we just wait? And unfortunately, waiting when the blue zone is right behind you, sometimes not the best call, so they just kind of cause their own demise. And Alpha7, as you said, Revo with the DBS, able to pick up a few extra elims.
Well, there were a pair of teams that we've been...
Wait, what's that?
I think I've never heard that sound out of you before.
I have an idea of which teams you might talk about.
Vampire and 628 over on the... No, not those teams. Actually, it was, of course, Dplus and GK going head-to-head again for the longest time. GK up now 3-1.
Do we want to talk about this?
It's a 3-1, but it's a 3-1 that I didn't want to see.
Is it even a 3-1? Because GK died right after to the hands of Tiamba.
I mean, it's a 3-1 if
I mean, yeah, okay, in that sense, but like, they don't
Dplus.
really win anything on top of that.
They won the battle, but not the war.
Exactly. I mean, Tiamba, a team that we've been critical about so many times throughout yesterday, even they came into Paradise Resort like, what the hell is happening here? We're just going to clean up the place and get extra eliminations. But you've got so many extra locations you can go. I don't want to see it happen, but are they going to stop?
Claris was very adamant about a split drop, actually just like north of that as well. So actually it was west of it, so you can actually pick up decent loot and then play the game from there. We've seen what GK can do if they get into later stages of the game. We haven't seen it with Dplus, unfortunately, unless it was the All-Star stage in particular.
The reason why I'm smiling over here is because I feel like even if GK or Dplus KIA decided to do that, they would somehow find their way to Paradise Resort and just have a Mexican standoff. They'll be like, okay, are we going to leave? No, even though GK could have backed off a long time before even Forrest went and got an angle on them. They decided not to, and they decided to continue on that fight. And even with Tiamba, yeah, good job. You were able to third-party that fight. You were able to get those elims in on GK, but I was not happy with how late they were rotating. They were rotating super late, and it ended up hurting them whenever they actually tried to push to the circle. They got destroyed.
Yeah, I want to refer actually to the point you said that Kalaris made, right? There was the split drop. You can go onto the western side of Paradise Resort. Is you got multiple compounds, they're a little bit split. You can just drop there, split up, regroup right after, and I think it's even a better position than Paradise Resort for the simple reason you avoid all that horrible terrain south and west of Paradise Resort, so it's a little bit of an easier transition. You can get to that hilltop that's next to bootcamp northeast of it. I would say it's even better, but our team's going to be making that change. I mean, if they stuck to it 2 times in a row, maybe tomorrow too.
If they do, I mean, they know that Tiamba is going to be super slow and rotating, and they know that Alpha7, whenever they do end up rotating out, they're going to end up going out west-north.
West-north, also known as northwest. Let's also go bring it back to G Gladiators here really quickly.
West and north, yeah.
Yeah, get an idea of actually how their stats broke down here between the team, because Kitsune was their biggest damage dealer yesterday, and he's going to be it yet again. That's actually really low damage considering they got 6 eliminations.
Hold up a second.
I don't believe this.
Wait,
I definitely don't believe
right
this.
either.
This isn't right.
Because they got 6 eliminations, not 1. So we'll ignore all that. So we'll guess whoever had the most damage. But the fact is, like you said, they leashed in Matic, and it worked out well. Even Kitsune was the one actually to flank right behind Fox.
Yeah, and get to that high ground position too a little bit early, allow them, as we said, to have a little bit of oversight on some of the squads. And I think they saw like Stole at some point. They got one of the players, some of the players of Tiamba, Alpha7 too. Really good opportunity to go for the third party when Alpha7 were fighting Falcon. So moving a little bit faster and regrouping allows you to pull the trigger on those plays just a little bit quicker. You can get more eliminations.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
hold up a second.
What's up?
It's Sanhok, so they're kind of forced to play a little bit tighter, right? I'm a little bit scared that when we go to Erangel and they have a little bit more freedom, Magic's going to be like, all right, guys, peace. See you whenever you guys end up getting eliminated, and then I'll try to come back in time, but it's not going to happen.
I said I had no hope going into this, that they were going to be changing their playstyle. This one gives me a little bit of hope. As you said,
so are they going to
be... You're telling me there's a chance. Are they going to bring that to Erangel? Are they going to bring that to Miramar? If they do, we can start seeing eliminations that we needed to see from them in day one. They were just very placement focused. So I feel like this is the start maybe of the change we needed. But as you said, other maps, we need to see it there too.
Yep.
There's a lot of things we could actually talk about. I know Hotchukes, we talk about Claris's opinion about Falcons not getting aggressive enough and pushing quick enough, but we're going to hold on to that here really quick as you do see the overall rankings. So Gladiators have moved up 3 placings into 6 as they started off the day at 9th. Box Game you can see in 4th place, but there's still that gap here over towards the top of the table. It has gone down a bit, but not much. 22 points at the moment for Vampire ahead of 628.
Yeah, this team can still very easily make it up there. I actually... A lot of those, how many of those are actually from Dplus KIA? I do like half possibly. It's actually an insane ratio. What do you think about it? But yeah, they could breach up if they just make their life a little bit easier here, 7. But the second page, still a lot of teams that can initiate that comeback. There's still a lot of time remaining.
Going into next Erangel, World Esports, where you at? You guys kind of got lucky still there in that last match. Circle was fed, didn't really have to fight anybody. Not that many elims. I want to see more out of them, Max.
Stop reminding me.
I'm sorry.
Stop it.
Oh, okay, we're gonna game. I was actually just looking at, I was just staring at Max, hoping he had something to say about that. But you know who I do know who has something to say about this? It's our commentators, John Allen and Blink.
That's right. It's me, John Allen, and with me, Blank.
Hello.
What do you think about Tiamba?
So plane path actually is heading down from the northern side to Primorsk. Currently, we actually had a really good game to start off the day, John.
We did.
Sanhok, Box Gaming taking a really, really strong position towards that side of the map. Unfortunately, I do think that Gladiators really did identify exactly what they needed to do there, which was starting to toss some really big grenades over in that location. They were dealing with Stalwart, and I think Box Gaming made the right move, which is we need to move out early, but some great foresight coming out from the team of Gladiators to know that that would come through, toss the nades over, get a double knock, which is hugely fortuitous, to be honest. I think one knock would have been absolutely great, but 2 knocks just really hits the nail on the head there for them. That's pretty much the chicken dinner found. It was a matter of time before it came through. So I imagine they were very happy with that game. Obviously didn't get a huge amount of elims. They just went through very, very slowly.
What do Gladiators think of Tiamba? That's the big question.
Tiamba are currently in Severny with Gladiators. Now, Gladiators have really struggled throughout the All-Stars and Main Tournament dealing with hot drops. Even versus Mazexis over in All-Stars.
In Severny.
Who were the 16th place team, end of the day. So I think for Gladiators, they've had practice versus some teams like this.
You'd hope. Looks like they've got some decent weaponry on board. Hopefully they've got the armor to back it up. If you're a Gladiators fan, hopefully Tiamba do. you're a PEL follower, watcher, enjoyer. A little bit of damage sent over to actually quite a lot of the players on Gladiator, and not really too much to speak of sent back the other way, which is really not ideal, because at this early stage, it's unlikely that you have too many meds on board. Meku, the Western outpost, looking to try and control these crosses, but he hasn't managed to stop Over or Tianyu for the time being. Double barrel in the hand Kitsune, though. That bark is loud, and the bite even worse in these early stages. Level 1 armor doesn't really protect you from too much. Only 2 shells in the back pocket, though. And only 25 rounds in the M16. Thinking about what they want to take here. And they do need to take this pretty swiftly, because they want to get looted. They want to move into this later game.
Yeah, Kitsune's going to have to start loading that shotgun with cutlery at this rate, but Tiamba Over already down to 60. Comes out swinging with the UMP. The PPB zone also in play from Kitsune.
Max will be happy about that one. Nade in, Thematic, Vector on the back. Got the AKM as well, it looks like. As well over the shoulder, but a lineup is good. Low on the ammo and an aid to respond. Gladiator's picking through the pieces of this fight. Kitsune spends both of those shells to get the flush onto Tianyu and allowing the res in response. Tixi in a position to get res. 15 rounds. The ammo is a real issue here. Meku taking an isolated 1v1 with Ren from Tianba. Another knock sent over to YDD. Tixi still down. Over has a nade. Meku staying nice and clear of sightlines from the rest of the roster. Ren kept away from this as well, as Tixi continues to tick down. Over taken low, and Kitsune wants to chase it up. Good news for Gladiators to be able to find both of these teams' players. Ren, now last standing, still embroiled in the scrap with Meku around the side. The PP Bison has a big magazine blank, but the AKM's going to have a little bit more firepower, maybe wanting to swap for that. Meku still low. The Gladiators can now turn their entire attention over to Ren.
A real unfortunate fight there for Tiamba. Gladiators really just knew exactly what they wanted to do in this situation. They've taken it slow, much slower than we usually see them take these fights. They're quite chaotic in these situations. I did love the grenade, though, and that truly was a knockout. Basically went down more to the black eye from the nade in the face than the actual explosion. Matic found himself a bunch of ammo with this Vector. 183 remaining.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, more than likely will assault the position from all angles. They might take a knock or two, but should be able to get this done if Ren doesn't have an absolute big say into this.
Okay. They all manage to get up the stairs. Kitsune goes down. They take another knock, but they get 4 points. They get a northern position on a circle that has shifted out their way. The question is, how long is it going to take them to get looted and prepared for their next maneuver? Because Alpha7 are now starting to come in from that western side. Box from Yasnaya might start to shift around, as will Alter Ego, and Falcons even further east. What? Where'd that buggy come from?
Well, Solar seems to have found the bouncy part of the land. Not sure how that works, but grass and soil made of jello in this location. 5 Flux averaging 3.33 eliminations on Erangel. One more after this one as well, and another. Treating you to 3 Erangels total. The 5 Flux still have to make some better decisions in that end game. Right now, they're just freezing up, man. They're getting the old freezes towards the end game.
Not fire flux. Freeze flux. Right
exactly.
Now.
They need to fire thaw themselves out at the end game. Because they are not fire flawed. They could be fire perfection. If they so wanted to be.
Just gonna let that sit.
Needed to rest. That is for sure.
Oh dear. Well, let's hope they make better decisions than that in their end game, because that's what we're going to be looking out for.
What do you mean? That was fantastic.
Coming into minute 15, they have shunted up towards that north side of the river. So most teams actually looking to make that decision now. Actually, you've got GK making a same choice to move up past Roshok. Dplus KIA as well. Maybe look for an outpost there. A 2 on the on the northeast side of Rostock.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually heading up towards the north side of the map at the moment. Dplus KIA no longer harassed by GK, by Twisted Minds on their eastern side. The Flux who will be heading directly into close quarters combat with GK themselves. Alpha7 moved up towards northwest edge of shooting range, just outside of Severny. I think a couple of players from Gladiators actually have sightlines over towards the Alpha7 team, or just haven't quite spotted them as of yet, but they are pretty much under the nose of Gladiators. Hopefully they can sniff them out soon, because that is certainly a threat that will spell disaster if left unchecked. Box Gaming up towards that northeast side of the lake. Nice flat land around that area. Good sightlines down towards the southeast. So realistically, their big threat will be Alter Ego. They pass through Yasnaya. Quite split at the moment, though, I'd say.
Tato scouting south. Very, very split, as you say, from the rest of the roster. Going through the Yasnaya fields. I mean, maybe they're looking to check out fuel station. That is
crazy.
This is a really unkind circle for a lot of reasons, right? You've got a lot of teams who have decided that they want to go north, but it's still very much possible that this finishes in a Yasnaya Fields ending, right? So those bridges become prime real estate. Box Gaming's outpost position, really, really solid for them.
I think we were that's crazying at different things, sadly. I was that's crazying at the fact that right now Tony K is 1,500 damage ahead of anyone else, and also Vampires have the top three highest eliminators in the lobby right now.
Crazy.
Which is really big. Also, the circle is pretty unkind. Again, that river is always a bit of a problem, but I think most teams will just congregate around these areas. There's a lot of positions at this side of the map, but you can play the ridge sides, get some high ground to your advantage, get some of these compounds. This is a very typical compound. The Vampire is currently playing the 3-story. One of the few in this area, in fact. Obviously, it's a little bit further down in terms of elevation, but made up for the fact that Schweppes can get on the roof and have a peek out, pull out the telescope, get an idea of what's around them. In the meantime, this will give more time for teams in the lobby to head over. Gladiators have yet to push in. I think being very cautious of Alpha7, who I'm sure they noticed are around their area earlier on, John. But I like Flux's position. I think they have pushed it a bit further than we've seen before, which is really important.
You've got Dplus KIA right next to the bridge as well, in a really solid spot. Very, very difficult to move past that area without their say-so. Unless you're just going to crash straight into them and try and take their compound, it's pretty hard to move around. And that could be very, very troublesome if the circle breaks down southeast side. If it shrinks on towards them as well, it's a great fortress to be able to hold out in.
Team Falcons, one of the few teams, in fact, one of the only teams outside in the blue, passing Mansion itself over towards the fielded region. 628. Who were on a real tear yesterday, actually. And some really good work. Max highlighted Yang 1 as his player to watch today. Hasn't done too much so far, but they certainly were a team that started blasting out towards the end of the day. 2 really high elimination count games in a row. Miramar to Miramar, and that might just be, you know, their playground, which is Miramar, where they have the most success on it. But we'll see as we head further into the match. Gladiators doing, Matic. They've got overconfident after their last game.
I hope not.
Matic's leash has been completely let out.
The circle does isolate a little bit to the northern side now, Blank, so these teams all playing up towards those Yasnaya fields going to have to make fast moves. Stalwart, Twisted Minds, DRS, Reject Tokyo, 628 as well as Falcons. I mean, they have so few choices, few options in their arsenal to move through, and all of them are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, the pizza slice, man. An interesting place to finish. I think if you're Flux right now, though, you do have a big responsibility for the western side. A lot of other teams are relying on Fireflux to actually take down the teams who are floating through that bridge. But yeah, you're right. There's really not a lot of opportunities to get through. This is one of those weird circles where there's Rozhok Bridge, there's Yaz West Bridge, and there's also the offshoot just underneath Stalber. But these are all very, very close quarter situations.
Okay.
Dplus KIA got down towards the south side of Fireflux. They regrouped. Now Seyden will have to face off against Easy, not able to do it.
The crash starting well for Twisted Minds here. They managed to get a knock on the opener. Satan falls next as well. Only Rolkis falls in response. And now it's just Fabian and Osal to try and keep themselves in this one. But Twisted Minds have other ideas. Rolkis down and flush. Dammy also knocked, but with Fabian out of it, the heal needs to come through for Forest. Has that first aid, not really too many stims to worry about. Fireflux are chiming in as a third party. Vampire have rolled up close as well. Not right into the fray. The Forest descends from the top. The attic was his respite, but no longer will it be. Twisted Minds with a blinder of a push onto Dplus KIA's compound.
Yeah, Fabian there tried to help the rest of his team, and in the end, not able to do it with Forest. And trying to blow the dust off the books, but eventually those books were placed back in the attic to rot away. And we'll see Dplus KIA again in the next game, but not here. And for the Korean team, this is a sad start to their tournament indeed. The main tournament here at PMWI. Vampire, under all that chaos though, we're able to get far in towards the circle. In comes the Infinity. Action takes down Bensu. The big damage dealer. Ferrari though, definitely stepped up on that last game.
Immediately sitting for the res on Stalwart North side. Important to stay as 4 when you're pushing towards the Gladiators position. Nerzed rolling forwards in the UAS, but Top has gotten taken down as well. That is really bad news. The backstop for the roster to bring up the rear of their rotational path. Icy and Action both needing to force those heals, and Top really flagging now. The zone closing, heading towards the point where you cannot get these reses. And with Nerzed falling as well, Gladiators might have just isolated the entirety of this north side.
Yeah, Nerzed goes down. An unfortunate start for Stalwart as they get caught up in the action on that side. Gladiator split was pretty crazy. Maybe they sent Matic up towards Stalber's side to ensure there wasn't a really wide ramp, and I can kind of agree with that one. And I think it's one of the situations where you see Matic go wide and you think, oh my god, he's never coming back. He's never coming home. But this instance does return. And they did see that there was no one wrapping hard around Stalber, so can continue to play this northern side. Seems to be working out for them. GK though, finding 628, Sunan. The M249, heavy weapon.
In comes Delta from DRS though, getting a little bit of scouting done, and Killer to move in. Maybe they want to try and third party here. Gladiators still aware that there's 2 players out in the zone. To get a replay of Action taking down Bensu and immediately stopping for the res onto Icy there. You might have to do the same now, but unfortunately with the blue zone as it is, it's just not going to be possible. The Gladiators, they want to finish the job. They want to get that final elimination, but Action doing his best to deny that opportunity. Moving over the hillside, Matic and Tixie all trying to just be a hasty position where they can spot Action, but he's out of the blue zone and safe for the time being, but for how much longer?
Gladiators. They're looking to push further down. Alpha7 have found themselves a pretty neat little spot. First time in a while, we do see Fireflux towards these later circles, towards the center as well. I mean, we kept praising them for how well they have controlled late game circles, but they have huddled far too much as of recent. And on our map as well, you can just see that they are practically on top of each other currently. Alter Ego is making their wrap over the lakeside. They passed box game, they were able to make it through, and they were on a really difficult rotate from underneath Yasnaya. The fact that they've made it, it's pretty decent. DRS, once again, they make a good rotate, but it's this push into the circle itself. Oh, which feels a bit difficult. Action gets taken down from Stalwart. A great shot from Rosemary to finish things off. And Sarah actually opens up towards DRS. And this is what I'm talking about. They just cannot find their way into the circle. Even versus a team like Reject Tokyo, just not as free as it was over in All-Stars.
They put themselves on the starter block for a good sprint, but They missed the starting pistol, and they just don't have that power to push forwards. They're left a little bit behind. Falcons get overwhelmed a little bit there by Box. Ooh, Zara is into the fray, but Killer, retribution on the bumper as he sails straight on through. Picks up the frag as well. Now just Lufa from Reject Tokyo.
Yeah, this is the thing, man, as well, is that if DRS had 4 killers, this would be a very different story, but he is really the one keeping this team glued together. 6-8 with the 3-man buff so far that they performed marvelously well with yesterday. Maybe this is it. Maybe they have to take a little bit of damage before they can be pumping out some of their own. Nade goes over towards DRS at the moment. Yang 1 also out the side, and 33Z should be placing this nade just right.
Spray from 33Z. Quite landing just yet. A Western hard shift on this circle means Box have more ground to cover, but they've spotted Rosemary and taken knock over towards Alter Ego on their north flank. They can start to move along this coast should they want to, or just send straight into this engagement with Alter Ego. Potato trying to change their minds on that.
Yeah, it's a difficult run now for a lot of these teams as we head over towards very flat ground. It's one of the more interesting finishes over towards this side because of the amount of trees that are involved. I think games are quite interesting. Tixi, though, able to take down Lufa and get the res. Really important for them. A lot of times their games go downhill as soon as they take that first initial knock. They get instantly flushed a few times. Even Kitsune finding 33Z as well on that northern side. And Tixi's bagged them a spot. Nothing amazing. It's not a full apartment. It's a shack, but it'll be better than nothing.
And not too many teams are going to look for that full north wrap. I mean, Alter Ego, probably the only team that could do it. Alpha7, not going to leave their position for it. And Box have been kind of boxed in their position, forced to go for a full fight, probably with Fireflux playing as 3. So potential relative safety for Gladiators on that northwest side as DRS are finally dispatched on the west.
Octa from Alter Ego. Slipped down the rankings so far, down to 51 points. I think they'd like to change that, considering they had a great start yesterday, and Rosemary opens things up with a nice bouncer of the 1G. But Goksu, goodness! Oh. Some great shots as he scans the open ground.
Third party from Fireflux as they spot Kwangji to take it down. Duck and Gosu now riding in the buggy with full broadside onto a lot of players here. This is a mad dash for Box to try and get out of dodge. Trong wants to get in a vehicle soon, I'd imagine, try and back up his teammate. How has his team managed to move forwards and not get shot out there? That was an impressive dash. Maybe a little bit harder the second time around. Alter Ego move in parallel. Falcons a little bit behind and have been beaten to the punch there. Alter Ego being taken apart here just a little bit. A lot of damage pouring out their way, but they have got to the shack and they have got to that cover.
Yeah, Alter Ego certainly suffering some scrapes here and there. Pull out the old band-aids, get those covered up. Doctor gets back inside, get back up to pretty happy health pools. Fireflux really have not got involved too much on any of these engagements that we complain about all the time, because we are complainers here on the casting desk.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to see them take some more shots here, because right now, there's injuries taking damage, not dealing much of anything. Tixi also takes a shot of his own. That's from Alpha7, who have found some really good shots over that way, even picking up Meku. Senatexa will finish Tixi in the process. Fireflux have now started to hit some shots of their own over towards Team Falcons. And to keep them at bay as much as possible. Next circle to shift.
Alter Ego with 2 players on the floor, Fnatic and Potato, trying to keep them in the game. Twisted Minds are eliminated in the meantime. Rosemary close to Fnatic, but Trong is there as well. Only 14, so no DBS in the back pocket. Alpha7, they move out of their safety over this hillside. Should be able to clean up this third party relatively easily. Duck spotted as Senatexa unleashes the entire mag their way. Doesn't get the knock for it, though. A nade over the top to the position, looking for that final blow to be dealt. Duck does get knocked. I think that's coming through from Vampire, who are playing from the southwestern side. They're still alive, by the way. We haven't really talked about them much, Blank, but tournament toppers, Vampire, just keep going.
Yeah, they've been hitting some real brutal shots this game. Side swipes, been cutting teams in half. Flux still has their vendetta though versus Team Falcon. Seems to be the only team they're currently focusing on. And Alpha7 takes down Box Gaming, and it's a sad and sorry stage for Box to find themselves in, because 1 minute they're looking at an injured, very much injured Alter Ego, and from the smoke does not emerge Alter Ego. It's Alpha7 at full HP. Kitsune tries to take some shots, but Alpha7 are just moving in. A nade's dropped on the side here, but it looks like they're going to head over towards Matic's position. He's doing a good amount of damage in the process. Mafioso very low.
Not going to be taken down, though, and it leaves just Kitsune for Gladiators. He'll have to move further south and away from the shack. They know he's there as well with the shots that he was able to take out their way. 9 eliminations for the Gladiators and already a 4th place. So a very good result. It started off very hectic for them as well, so they were delayed in their leave from Severny. Alpha7 were able to move past them, in fact, earlier in the game. And take that position that maybe could have been Gladiators.
I mean, Alpha7 play a very similar play style to Gladiators, right? They're both sweeping teams. I think at the moment, if you just look at Alpha7, though, the confidence is through the roof for these guys. And they just have these players with the mechanical skill to back it up. And Gladiators are making the right decisions a lot of times, but I just could not see Gladiators taking that same push over towards Box Gaming. Leaving Revo behind there as well. But this off angle. I mean, it's great information gathering they're pushing through, and great manipulation of the lobby, which is the main thing. But Vampires, you see them in a circle like this. You see the split come through like this. You think it can only end with a Vampire taking more names off their list.
Kitsune giving up the ghost on this one. I think they'll take the 4th place with 9 eliminations. Off the back of a chicken dinner as well. Gladiators have had a very, very good start to today, exactly. Right, they have put themselves very much back in the conversation for the top of the tables, but with Vampires playing as they have, I mean, there's just seems so hard to catch up to them on those overall tables.
Yeah, the Vampires are just crushingly difficult to play against a lot of times. They just come into PMWI with this attitude that everything is theirs to take at the end of the day, and you see it with the way they play these end games. Stone, though, again, really nice angle on the back. Schweppes goes up to meet him. Ravenclaw and Tony K up front. And the circle heads over towards this western side. Fireflux still have not moved. And I need to get through to customer service for Fireflux because we have the same problems every single time. And they get lost at this point. I think someone needs to provide them with some kind of GPS.
I mean, they are in 3rd place with 5 eliminations, though. So this game, not a bust for them. As much as the mistakes that they seem to make.
But they were here very early. This is
exactly,
the thing.
Yeah. This is, as you've highlighted rightly so many times. They won't be punished for it this game, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. It was the right play necessarily.
Yeah, because they were just sat inside this building for a long, long while. And this is the first time we've seen the circle go away from them. What do we immediately see? Fireflux's health bars start to dwindle and diminish. Now, this is a fight I do want to see, though, is Vampires versus Alpha7. This is going to be one hell of an engagement. It's 4v4. And that's them down. Revo picks them apart.
That was disgusting. Can't be doing that.
It's a one-man army.
Not live on broadcast. Unacceptable behavior. But Fireflux smashed apart to pieces. And now Alpha7 have 9 points on eliminations. Vampire with 7.
This
is warfare between 2 titanic teams.
Yeah, it's such a cool finish as well because both these teams, yeah, macro-wise, they're very good. The strategy is there. But we both know that these are mechanically skilled players. And putting them head-to-head in this kind of terrain, where it's just whoever can make the best play, whoever has the best gun skill, just takes it. And we'll get the chicken dinner. I mean, this will really say something. And for either side, knowing that Alpha7 is only a little bit behind Vampires at the moment, they can beat Alpha7. You know, now they have even more confidence. They feel like the kings of the lobby. If Alpha7 can beat Vampires, then they suddenly feel like, you know, there's a chance now. to dethrone Vampires from their current position. I really do feel like this is 1 in 1,000 games you get to see this type of thing.
Circle doesn't really favor anyone as well. It's not like it's just given it. There is a lot to prepare here. Quite a few smokes left. Alpha7 Vampire looking to make their move as well. You can see that train starting to extend from Ravenclaw's position, allowing them to move forwards a little bit. Mafioso has that little ridge that you can see Stoned is having the vision blocked by. And it is these inches now being taken by Alpha7 first that could give them the advantage in this fight with Vampire.
Yeah, that tree is real important. Mafioso takes a big hit. And that might give time for Ravenclaw to stand up and actually get the long lob on the grenade over towards the tree. More than likely where Revo is headed towards. They want Revo up close and personal. They know that you put a shotgun in this guy's hands and he becomes one with a shotgun. Let's put it that way. It's an extension of his own body.
I think Alpha7 have marshaled this terrain better over the last 30 seconds. With Mafioso breaking out as wide as he has, they now have their strong, solid position in this circle. I like the spot better than I like Vampires.
I think they were close enough to the type of terrain that allowed you to move up with relative cover, but wow, Tony K! What a shot, that's so important, that's the off angle. Really incredible play, and he's actually going to move around in the buggy, reposition instantaneously. That is so mega. He moves to the other side, understanding the off angle's gone. Now him and the rest of the team can focus on the main squad.
It's the great Stormzy once said, way too big for your boots there, Mafioso. Gets sat back, humbled on the off angle. And what an opener to find for Tony K on Vampire. They started the game for Alpha7 13 points behind. It's not going to change too much on that differential here, but an aid over the top and Revo's next to fall. Ravenclaw wins his trade with Carrillo, and the Vampire squads bite back from the marshalling of the terrain.
Humiliation!
The last to go down, 11 eliminations, and that was a masterclass of open terrain warfare. Alpha7 move through, they establish their lines, they get their positions, but at the end of the day, Blank, you called it. Gun skill. Tony K lands that shot and they move perfectly.
What an incredible addition to this team Tony K's been so far. They already have some standout players, but Tony K, it's not often that you see an addition come through and instantly prove his worth time and time again. It's so, so good. I mean, I think Stone feels more relieved than anyone because it no longer feels like the pressure to carry is there as much for him. He can play much more his own type of game, still find these backstop plays as much more, but Tony K has lifted a lot of that weight that he was holding for the team in terms of that fragging power. But yeah, they deserve this. I mean, they're on for an absolute blinder here in the main tournament PMWI, and it's just smiles all around. They're so confident.
And why not? Putting on a show like that, great stuff. You love those open endings. I mean, you were salivating at it just at the start of it already, Blank, and we were not disappointed. That was one hell of a finish. Vampire, top of the tables, top of that game. One more on the cards, another chicken dinner for Vampire.
I don't know, man. No victory without defeat. I don't think Tony K lives by those words because all he does is win, 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 man. Vampire, another victory under their belts. That's 2 in total in this event. And Vampire are just continuing to build up a lead here as they hold on to that first place position.
As Blank mentioned at the end of that cast there, it is very rare you see as impactful a player pickup in this kind of level of play, and the fact that Tony K has elevated this team so much with his presence is mental, but they're just once again cruising through. It doesn't seem any pressure. This was a really hard game to play for them because you have no hiding spots, but the execution on their position was absolutely a clinic throughout the match.
Tony K, that's all he's looking at right now. I was talking about no. That money.
Oh.
Come on. Remember the Indonesia's talent?
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's currently looking to break those records, and I think, man, he's getting really, really close to break the record for the most Illims. Even though we have a whole day left and still, like, what, 3 matches?
I was doubting at the start of the day. I'm starting to doubt way less. There's a very big chance that with results like this, every single match, he could breach it today, which I did not think was feasible by any stretch of the imagination.
If I could go back in time to when you said Tony Clay, I would smack you in the face now. How dare you mess up this man's name, this legend.
We doubted him. Remember?
Well, I mean, you doubted him, right?
You know what? Let's back it up a little bit. We didn't doubt him. We were just wondering what was going on through his mind when he was the support role. And he was like, you know what? I kind of don't want to be a support role. I want to be a fragging role. And it worked out.
He's clearly not a support.
Definitely not.
I'm not going to question his decisions. And he actually might pick up one of these sweet devices he's using. The Honor Magic 5 Pro powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. Because, I don't know, get this man that phone because he is playing so damn well with it. All of Vampire have been. And you guys can obviously pick one up for yourselves as well. But no. You're not allowed to touch it, 7.
Please.
Stay away.
I want to be like Tony K.
Ooh. Ah! I don't think it's going to make you as good as Tony K. Unfortunately, you're just washed.
Max, actually.
Well, you know what? We've got contests happening as well here at the PMWI event. PUBG Mobile and PDP are launching a very exciting esports outfit design content with our PUBG Mobile Esport Pro teams. I would love to see that. Get me a Vampire Esports jersey in-game. I would wear the hell out of that. But also, we have some design awards. We plan to run a PDP co-creation project during future global events such as PMWI and PMGC with the Creator Awards to evaluate your gaming experience. And also, one more to go here. Don't miss out on all the fun and visit the official PUBG Mobile website for more information about what the Wonder Journey is.
But wait,
there's more.
I would like a Tony K shirt in the game.
Okay, you've completely given up on Alpha7. You just
I have not. I'm
Tony
just
K fanboy.
Alpha
who? Yeah.
Alpha what?
Not yet.
Not yet?
I mean, I'm definitely fanboy.
Tony K or Alpha7?
Paraboy who?
Whoa!
Oh, I knew that would get you guys.
I mean, Tony K was voted by the players as the most handsome player.
Wait.
True.
Oh.
He was.
Yeah.
That PMWI was.
All right. Well, we got about 3 minutes till we hop into our next match, supposedly. So let's actually take a look at the match rankings to get an idea of how many points they got for themselves. 21. 11 eliminations. To be fair, though, I think that the downside of this is that Vampire just kind of overshadowing the performance out of Alpha7 that they've had in this match and today. Also, Gladiators up to 13 points in this last one, with Flux getting 10.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams still doing relatively good, but as you said, completely overshadowed by the performance of Vampire Esport. A little bit rough, though, on the second page. Still not seeing Dplus KIA initiate that resurgence, which I'm starting to think is a little bit too late, because that transition from the All-Star stage to the main tournament 7 has been rough, and they just don't make it even to the late game. It's really weird. They lose players super early, and even when they do make it late, there's like 2 players alive sometimes, and they're just not able to use all that utility they tend to stack on.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that play right from Crypto, from Twisted Minds. He was able to take on those players from Dplus KIA, and he destroyed them, which was good to see. I was talking about he might be feeling some pressure on his shoulders. Maybe this is the kickstart they want. I doubt it, but hopefully.
I mean, let's be honest. Do you think any team in the second page right now can catch up to Vampire with the way Vampire playing? I don't think almost any team could catch up to them, but let's actually take a look here at the stats from this last match and see how much damage Tony K was able to do. But also, it's not just about Tony K, though he is performing so well. We want to see how the rest of his team is doing, because it's always a team effort here at PUBG Mobile. It's not solos.
I agree.
True.
Look at the stats.
I kind of want to actually see Ravensclaw's damage. because he was able to hold such an off angle. I want to see if he was just chilling there for a very long time. See, Max, this is kind of what I was hinting at right here. And I'm glad, by the way, Tony K, great performance. But I want to see a little bit more out of Ravenclaw.
Oh my gosh, 7-1-1-2.
I'm going to go on what you just said there about Ravenclaw. I don't feel like we need to really see that much bragging power from him. I'm okay with how things are currently working because he's clearly setting up the team.
Yeah, whatever they're doing is clearly working. Let's not ask him to change anything, Seven, if you want to see Vampire win.
He just gets information. He gets information and directs the team in such a strong direction every time that you just enable your team to do well, right? Ravenclaw is just the guy. I think if he wasn't there and you had a player that wasn't as efficient as scouting, setting up off angles, I don't feel like we would see Vampire get as many late game positions as we currently see in PMWI.
Something that's been working out great for Vampire is they position themselves in such a way with what you're saying is that they don't have to really take fights. They let everybody else fight.
Yeah, and when they do fight, they win.
Yep.
Let's actually take a look and update of what our top 5 fraggers are for this event. And Tony K's at 30. The record set last year was 37 by action. Tony K could break this record today and win himself $10,000 extra.
If there's any doubters in the chat, no more.
Max, you were a doubter.
I
Max,
was.
Are you not a doubter?
I'm not a doubter anymore.
Yes.
Now I want it to happen today.
Yes.
I would love to see that because that's just not breaking the record. You're just annihilating the record at that point.
50?
Well, keep in mind, right? He doesn't want to set the record too high because that means next year he has to break it again.
38 stops fragging.
Exactly, right? Let's actually maybe check with the overalls if we can really quickly, too, to get an idea of where, most importantly, Vampire are. I mean, obviously, Alpha7 was in second place. They're still keeping up with them in points. But I think Vampire's starting to build up a lead here against some of these teams.
Well, Alpha7 actually ended up getting passed by 6-8 after the previous match. Yeah, so I think Alpha7 is going to be able to now regain, again, the second place. I honestly don't see anybody being able to catch Vampire Esports, even though I would really want Alpha7 to be able to catch them, right? Because I do that region a lot. The way Vampire Esports is playing right now is ridiculous.
I'm not a massive fan of like tournaments where you already know which team might just run away with it all. There's still a chance it's not going to happen. Do we expect them to fall off 7?
No. I mean, the thing is that they keep doing the same thing in regards to, I was trying to get to it earlier, they position themselves in such a great spot that they pretty much wait for all the other teams to fight it out. And then at that point, they're like, okay, I think it's time we want to involve ourselves. The pacing, once again, it comes down to the pacing of the game. And now going over to Alpha7, I do have to give them props because they were able to implement something really well yesterday. And that was the 3-1 split, being able to have Mafioso there as the anchor. They've been able to do that again here today. And it's not Miramar. It's good that we're getting a chance to see this here in Erangel with Mafioso being able to be the anchor. I think at one point, right, Max, you saw them trying to make a push onto a team?
Yeah, and actually they sent Revo onto the side. I feel like they were just going to leave Revo to die out in the blue and just try and secure information and an off angle thanks to him and then just try and play it out as a 3-man team. But it worked so well, they were able to actually get Revo back with a whole squad and then spread out, get multiple angles in the fields. But then the moment Mafioso was picked away, which it's kind of unlucky because he just got instantly headshot. I think it was a mini 14 by one of the players of Vampire. It was an instant knock. But if Mafioso doesn't get knocked and they hold on to that off angle that was really, really well set up by the entirety of Alpha7, I think they win that game.
Vampire, I felt like they were baiting Mafioso for the longest time with
but
the two players. With the two players, and then Tony K was just like, hey, I'm here.
Also, by the way, another record that could be broken potentially today, actually it would be 2 technically that would be broken today, is that Vampire technically have the most total chicken dinners won in PMWI. They have their own record, which was at 3. They're at 2 now. If they can win 2 out of the remaining 4 matches, they would have broken that, won an extra $25,000, and also broken the record for most chicken dinners in a day at 2.
You know, who am I?
Sertani.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What was this talk from him about? Yeah, just day 2 events we seem to be cursed.
What?
I said cap.
I say cap right now.
At the beginning of the day when I heard that, yeah, that's a lie, sir.
If this is a curse, I mean, all the teams are just having, I don't know what's going on.
Maybe on other events when the prize pool's not like $2 million, they're like, oh, you know what, maybe we're cursed on those, but when it's $2 million,
still a small tournament.
Sertan is like, Rolexes, yes.
Still a small tournament.
I mean, I got to imagine like what's going to be a big tournament for them eventually. Like if you think about like, oh, if they go back to Thailand, it's just like $100,000 tournament. I can't buy a Rolex with that.
It didn't. Okay.
What's up?
I know we're kind of joking at that, but that is kind of what happened to the team last year when they ended up going to PMGC. I felt like they got a little bit carried away with what happened last year at PMWI with all that money that they won. I'm hoping that now they have that experience, right? Now that they know that...
Don't let it get to their heads.
Yeah, don't let it get to your heads.
Tony K doesn't have that.
Oh,
this is
definitely
going to be his first experience.
That's for sure. I mean, they definitely had that confidence issue last year, but I feel like they learned from that mistake of last year. Chances are they will, with this level of play, make it in PMGC again. I think we're all kind of expecting that. So I feel the finals, maybe Vampire Esports could do PMWI and maybe PMGC champions. I mean, that's a really big shot, but I mean, from this level of play, it could be happening.
I want to see it.
That'd honestly be insane, but of course that is still months away. They need to focus on closing out this tournament and maintaining this pace to not only break records, but to break their bank, because they're going to be sending a lot of money that way at this rate. But gentlemen, we are going to be heading into our third match of the day. It will be our second Erangel of the day as well, so we're expecting maybe some slight adaptations out of these teams. We've already seen Alpha7 do it, as you mentioned before, leaving Mafioso back a little bit to kind of be the anchor. We've seen Gladiators do it by kind of going for those 2-2 spreads, then regrouping. But we need to see more out of teams like your DRS, your Stalwarts. I mean, honestly, we could go on for quite a while here about that, but we're not seeing adaptations that we want to see necessarily. DRS is just struggling here, Max. But you know what? It is time to head into our game here, so let's throw it back over to our desk, our caster desk, with John Allen, the caster, and Blink, the Joker.
Why so serious, Jason?
Why am I so serious at the end of the day? But also, if I did get $1 million, I would burn all of it.
Would you?
No, I would spend all of it very quickly.
Do you think?
Yeah,
what would be the first thing you'd buy?
The first thing I'd buy?
I'll tell you what I'd buy. Sertani to coach a PUBG Mobile team, because he would get me another $1 million the next year and the year after and the year after that.
Okay. Did you want to know what I wanted to buy? Or you just
Not really. I kind of asked you the question so that I could answer the question.
That sounds like you.
What do you think of Tiamba?
I think that they're doing the best. I think you should stop ragging on them.
That's fair. What do you think of Tony K, though?
I think he's doing the best. 100%.
Like, out of this world right now.
Just looking at his stats, though, alone, it is unbelievable. I mean, 22 knocks. His grenade limbs are lacking slightly. You know, he's one behind first. That's not okay.
Yeah,
that needs to change.
That needs
straight
to
away.
Step up there. I mean, the damage numbers, I don't think the desk talked about it too much, but the damage numbers alone
6K.
were insane. Like almost double second place.
Yeah, he's ridiculously good. A pickup for the ages on Vampire. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of times when you see this kind of thing come through, you get a pickup like this and they instantly get transferred to another team a lot of times. But I think that if I was Tony K, I'm here with Vampires. Genuinely, it is such a good squad to be on right now for him. The support from the other players in the team is really good. And like I said before, it's like a weight's been lifted for Stone, because before he was really playing like the main fragger role for the team. And I think he has been playing way, way better as a backstop for them. Ravenclaw still on the off angle, playing as a scout, really, really good. And Schweppes, again, just another support player for the team. I say just, I really don't mean just at the end of the day. And now Tony K can really be that initiator for the squad, the guy you put on the off angle when it's most important, and he really needs to hit those shots. It is a great foundation, and I feel bad for Newsy, because I really don't know when they're going to sub him in. It's not likely to happen.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, right? But still, you know, even if you're on the bench, you're still, I'm assuming, seeing a portion of the success.
Yeah, I would be cheering. Like, yeah, I don't even care right now. They win more money.
Money!
Pretty much.
I mean, you could also contribute, and we talked a little bit about this before, right? You can contribute from that bench position in sort of a pseudo-analyst role, and if you're providing value to the team, they are happy to have you there. The question is, where do you want to go as a player, right? Do you want to be a little bit of a bench, a supporting player?
Do you want to be a little bit of a bench?
Just a little bench, 4 legs and a flat surface to sit on. Can be provide a lot of support to the rest of the team.
Yeah, if you sit on it.
But do you want to be the support to a phenomenal world-class top tier team, or do you want to maybe take a step back and play at a level that maybe is a little bit below where you're sat right now.
Yeah, okay. Fair play.
But you do get to play, is the point.
Yeah, I think right now I'd take the money. Yeah, I think I would stick with Vampire Esports because he is seeing play here and there. And I think there is a lot of times where one of your players is a little bit ill. Maybe they're not feeling their best on the day.
It's good for Vampire, for sure.
Yeah, because Vampires can just slot in Newsy. He's still a really good player. And we saw him play too. And he actually subbed in, did fairly well. That was decent. So I think for Vampires, having a wealth of extra players to pick from who are also really good at the game is really useful. Because a lot of times when you get stuck in that situation, your four-man squad, someone's not feeling their greatest, you just have to continue playing with them. And it's not always going to look good. But what is always going to look good, especially on you guys at home, is the 2023 PMWI Special Crate. Pick that up from July 15th through to August 15th in-game. Go ahead and grab some now.
Do it. I'm watching. Yeah, you. Come on. Go and get it. Right now. We'll wait.
Yeah, I see you. I know that you're still thinking about it.
Why haven't you got it yet? Come on. What are you doing?
Turn off the stream for a second.
Oh my god.
We're on stage 1.
We're all waiting for you.
Pick up that crate. And then come back over. And we'll all have a merry time. I guarantee you, something good's going to be in there. In the meantime, though, Circle heads over towards that western side. Favors Vampire Esports. Why wouldn't it, at the end of the day? Alpha7 also did make a move down towards the top side of Everest. Gladiators certainly have brought up their stats overall. 3.75 eliminations is great. They also didn't have to drop alongside with Tiamba. Opted not to pick up that similar start that they had in Erangel, which was pretty horrific as Gladiators were able to take them down pretty niftily. And I think Gladiators were happy for that. Having that extra 4 eliminations in the bag at the start of the game allowed them to get a really good amount of points. They're now in 5th with 60 points, just behind Box Gaming in 4th. So a really good jump up.
We're kind of playing 2 tournaments right now. We're playing Vampire and then the race for 2nd place. And actually, the 2nd place position is really interesting. It's very closely fought here between 4 teams, 5 if you want to go a little bit further down, and maybe you throw Fireflux in there, but I feel like Alter Ego is probably a much more likely candidate for a 2nd spot than Fireflux, given current performances.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. This is probably what you could be aiming for, is to try and beat out Alpha7. And I think Alpha7 is deservedly right now in 2nd place.
Yeah.
They have been playing a strong game. But honestly, to catch up with the counts of Thailand, it's going to be quite difficult, to be honest. And I think that with this particular circle, it's lilting towards Vampires, which feels scary.
Basically means they win it, right?
Basically, yeah.
Are they in the circle? Okay, they win. Are they outside of the circle? Yeah, probably still win.
They have that factor. I'm in the circle, therefore, most likely, I will be taking home all the money of this tournament factor.
I'm here, therefore I win.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, they vote that this is their 2nd chicken dinner this season. We're speaking of them as if they are indomitable completely.
Yeah.
But they have been beaten before. We've seen it, actually, quite a few times.
Yeah, in PMGC, before they decided, actually, guys, we're good. We're actually good at this game.
Before they decided, actually, guys, we'll pick up Tony K.
Yeah. Well, the last day of PMGC, it was an absolute slobber knocker. Picked up a load of chicken dinners on that day, able to get up to a pretty reasonable result. I think it was 6th or 8th place. I'm pretty sure it was 6th, though. And again, Vampires, although they were beaten, certainly felt like a switch was turned on at that point, and they have just gone on to do extremely well this year. And with
6th in PMGC.
Yeah, 6th. And some really good results. But we are harping on about Vampires so much because they are so good. You know what really interests me, though? Is our PEL resident, 628, 66 points. Really well done here in 3rd place. Feels like a team that's got under the radar a little bit today, but they're certainly still putting up points. especially benefiting from the amount of eliminations they were able to pick up yesterday.
Yang1, a standout player on the roster for 628. He was so... I mean, we go back to that Miramar a couple times for this player because it was such an important off angle in that engagement with Alpha7 that they did end up losing, but Yang1 was still standout in that, and that is, I think, demonstrative of his position within the team and his prowess in general. Hasn't had the best day today, as you say, but still very much possible for them to pick things up because this is only match 3 of the day.
Yeah, and I think that these points are a bit skewed because of the amount of points that Vampire has stolen.
True.
So far. So I still think that 628, 66 points, third place, great news for them. Box Gaming also losing a player right off the get-go will just extend their lead further. Also allows Gladiators to potentially ladder up a little bit here. Alter Ego, although have dropped down, have not dropped off as of yet. They're still putting up points here and there to hold on. Although compared to their yesterday start, it has been quite lackluster. Stalwart, on the other hand, what are they doing?
It's not ideal.
It's not, and
I'll put it that way.
I think we can comment on this the way we currently are.
Yeah.
Which is with a little bit of fun and poking, because this is not Stalwart at all. It's either the competitiveness of this lobby is so incredibly high, or Stalwart has really had a bad tournament so far. There is only two answers.
I think little column A, little column B.
Little column B.
I mean, it's a little bit of both for me. Obviously, we've talked a lot over the course of the last year and a half or so about how much these teams are starting to step up in terms of their rotational awareness, in terms of their positional control, in terms of their gun skill as well. I mean, it's incredible to see that development come through. And of course, that's going to be shown here at the highest level of competition, at the PMWI, where these teams are the best in the world right now.
Yeah.
But then you look at what Stalwart have been able to do in the past from these players specifically, their trajectory as well, where they have also seen that improvement, but it just isn't on display here.
Yeah, and I think there's a really interesting thing to talk about in that sense is that we heard from Senator at the start of the day saying that he'd picked up 2 additional strong fraggers for the team. Back when Scry and Pika were playing as mainstays, I think although, yeah, they weren't performing to a point where they were blasting out their minds in tournaments within their region, they still did very well on an international stage. And I think the difference is that you have these players that are more orientated towards eliminations, but maybe don't have that support role that probably Action and Top desperately need from Pika, from Scry. Scry has taken some excellent off angles in the past. Pika's done very good as just a survivalist to get them towards that end game and pick up some placement points. And I think that when you come to these international tournaments, you do have to play on the defensive sometimes. And Vampire certainly have had to play to that tune as well. Why they've got Ravenclaw. It's why they've got Stoned on the team, right?
Just needs a little bit more from Stalwart. That is the bottom line. 4 of our talent team predicted this team to win the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Right now. And this is just not the same team. They are, as you say, a completely different roster seemingly in this tournament.
He's teasing him.
He doesn't have the team shot right now. Waiting for team. Yeah, you could see the 2 players from Falcons cresting that summit there to try and get in position. If the shots landed, to just roll straight on down, but didn't manage to land too much and they divert instead. Falcons looking to back off Alter Ego, but Alter Ego ahead on this rotation. Just to the north side of Pachinki. Falcons trying to skirt away as well. Through the compounds, into the rolling headshot fields. These hills provide a little bit of cover, sure, but you peek them and you're going to make like Mafioso against Tony K.
Rosemary trying to take some shots backwards with the Scarel. Has to send away though. The thing with these fielded areas is that a lot of times, yes, they do give you some good little bits of cover here and there, but you really have to be on the swivel. A lot of times have your team split up to watch several different angles. Right now, Octa, there's a couple of shots his way as they whiz past him like a couple of angry bees. Falcons, though, swirling in the distance. And Infinity IQ, all 4 players had nades out. That is not something you want to see come up against.
They're all over this one. But Alter Ego with 2, actually, holding off fairly effectively, playing split. Rosemary crests the ridge with the Vector, swaps to the Scar, and they don't seem to have paid attention to it. Tries to go a little bit further forwards, but gets backed off an octafall second. Potato there, looking to try and get some answer, some revenge. Will be able to find one. Now needs to turn the corner and get another as well. Bensu with an aid in hand has a teammate forwards to take care of Potato. Just Fnatic left standing now for Alter Ego. The flush confirmed, and Bensu now up to the fight with Fnatic. Nade in hand, has to duck back, and nade over the top is so close to going down. But with 2 players alive, res is available. Alter Ego are flagging.
It's just a bit of over-aggression there coming through. Wow, Fnatic finds Bensu on the top side. That's really big. Might be sending another nade, goes a little bit too far. Has the UMP, but versus 3 to do the work all over again. That is not going to be easy.
Fnatic, one more nade, but the UMP as well. Axa from Falcons have been pushing in behind this engagement. Fnatic goes down to the DBS of Ferrari, who was able to 1v4 in the previous matches that we saw. Now wants to keep his team alive, and Infinity IQ get everyone back to their feet. They have a path into this next circle, but it's treacherous open ground, and Falcons are right here as well.
Yeah, I think you saw it from Rosemary. I mean, we've all been there where you see a squad all lined up. You take the initial, you find maybe one knock, and you're like, I could go for the 4-piece. It will look amazing. You don't find it, you go for the re-peek, and you get knocked down. I think Rosemary could have waited for the rest of the team. Kaldailan finds one. Huga's down, and just Ferrari remaining now.
Needs to repeat performance here. Bensu flushed away as well. They tuck in, look for the res. The nade is there. Boyko rotating in on bended knee, and the shotgun finds the flush. Ferrari with the DBS, not going to get it done this time. And Ragnar seals the deal here for Infinity IQ. They take the tumble.
Falcons sail on past Forest, who is not hitting the shots like in the past. We'll pull out the nade, though, to defend on this ridge side. Pretty strong position for Dplus KIA. He's right on the edge of the circle, though. Tony K, once again. I mean, there's not much to say about that, honestly. He is just that good. Still popping off from halfway across the map. They are destroying the 2 teams fighting off in the distance. And there's another one.
Oh, my goodness. That is unbelievable. Vampire, a lot of control exerted. Box, lose another. 6-8 try to move on in. Gladiators on the north side, in the meantime, having a tough time against Alpha7 as well. The majority of their roster getting cut down to size. 2 players left for the Gladiators, as Box are left with 1. 6-8 trying to swell around this. The position for Vampire is just phenomenal. To overlook this entire fight, to control the fields in front of them.
Yeah, it's a bit silly. I mean, the position they're currently holding is really strong. It has such great sight lines out and around this fielded area. You can see Kitsune already been torn apart by Tony K. Meku, most likely to fall next. He's just a laser beam.
What can you do? What can you do? Nade over the top from Reject Tokyo to take down Kitsune fully. Meku hiding amongst the hay bales, and I think that was a Molotov I just caught. Over the top from Reject. To just try and get rid of that thorn in their side. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Look, all I'll say is I called it stage 2.
You know who else is in circle?
Yeah.
Fireflux.
Fireflux are in the circle. They were the ones to defeat the Vampires. You are right. Maybe they're their one weakness.
Fire. Does it take down Vampires? Is that a big thing? Not entirely sure. Nades. Doing a lot of work in this engagement here. DRS with the sight lines up the top rope. Rules. Might want to reposition, though, because Giante's left alone right now, because Killer is down. Top. Last in action for Stalwart. Wants to try and keep him in this, but the DBS is intimidating. Barking him back up the stairs. And looking for this res as well. Almost looking to confirm that commit. Molotov there will stop any thought of going down and getting this engagement. The only way you go down is hopping out these windows, Blank, getting over the balcony. And top taken low once more. And the re-knock comes through. What more have you got? A nade out, and was it cooked right? Not entirely sure. Should go down the stairs and maybe prove to be troublesome, but no. They all stay out of the way. DRS bobbling the nade through. It's on the other side of the sofa, so he's staying alive for now, but put out of his misery finally. Stalwart once more dispatched.
This kills the max man. GK look towards Fireflux, who have a compound inside the circle. Tower defense is their forte. Nades in hand, looking to get them through this building. It's an awkward building to thread the nades through, though. In the meantime, Tiamba tries to rock up Fireflux quickly. Sends some shots over there. 628 also takes down Revo as he pushes in. There's a lot of shots all over the place, and it's just because we're in flat open land with a couple of compounds here and there, and if you are to make it to the end of this game, you have to get in early. Fireflux have taken a crazy push, though.
Ragnar lights them up. Ketch now moving in for a 1 versus 2. Goes down, goes low, and Fireflux, they had the compound, they had the position, but the brunt was too much to bear for them. 3 teams move in, and Fireflux the first to fall.
What a horribly unnecessary push from Fireflux. You just hope the circle goes your way at that point. Send some nades in.
Melted on the hillside. Xing cut down as well. Just Senatexa remains for Alpha7 on the north side. Dplus KIA. 3 players on that northeast. Twisted Minds close to them. Can they stay out of dodge for long enough to have a chance in this match?
GK right into DRS. The first time in a while, like I said, DRS are inside the circle. Reject Tokyo down towards the southwest. Dplus KIA explodes Saden's vehicle. Pretty sure that was assisted by some of DRS's shots.
Vampire shift.
Are you looking for the vampire shift?
I'm not looking for it, I'm expecting it. Dplus KIA, yeah, they can't stay safe out there. Keeps Vampire in. I wouldn't say this is a hard vampire shift, but they were pretty much going to be in the circle no matter what.
I think either way, this allows Vampire to get rid of a lot of the external threats in the lobby, like Reject Tokyo, Alpha7, Dplus KIA, Twisted Minds. And then all you really have to worry about is this thing. Like, look at the 1v1s they give him. Like, that is breaching compounds 101, is that you go together. 2 by 2.
Yeah, at least.
Right? At least.
Minimum.
At minimum. Like
Maybe they didn't realize he was in that corner and they were looking to breach the next door.
Either way, it was sloppy. I can understand why you try and want to delay a little bit so you don't both get insta-popped by the initial shotgun blast, but if you assume that in the first place, go for a stun grenade.
Let's not get hung up on that for too long, though.
7 eliminations, adding to the massive tally that Vampire currently have accrued, and they start to sweep across. They're moving out right now. Reject Tokyo out in the sticks.
It's 2 in a day, right? The record for chicken dinners that needs to be broken, worth 25 grand. They are looking to do that here and now. Yeah, it is, in fact, 2 chicken dinners in 1 day. So they would need 3 today. In the first 3 matches, to get 2 of them would be a very, very good start for that. They would draw even with that mark. We'll see if they're able to close it out here, because, of course, they do still need to convert.
Yeah, record breakers, name takers. I'll see what the Vampires can do. I think he's got a Lynx. I think he does have the Lynx, actually.
He's managed to pull that one out.
Which is a real nasty weapon. The claws from that bad boy is going to be slicing through you.
Meow.
No.
What do you mean?
Although my cat certainly does give me something to think about. With his claws?
You do. He's got a very big cat.
Yeah, it doesn't make me think in a philosophical way. You know, it's not. He's not the next Aristotle.
I wasn't expecting your cat to be Aristotle.
He's got big claws, that's all.
Oh, big claws, very sharp.
Yeah, very sharp.
Rip, rip.
Vampires still on this western side, though. Reject have done a pretty good job to get far into this game, obviously taking advantage of the chopsticks itself. Sanhok are still going as well. And I think for Alpha7, maintaining this second place spot, I think when you get down to this position where you're like, it's going to be very difficult for me to get through this game, I'm just going to have to go for a survival play. Yeah. You know, already in towards that top 6, the top 4 finish would be beautiful. And he's completely out the way. It's more likely that GK, Tiamba, as well as DRS are going to explode in action, as opposed to Sanhok getting involved in any of this.
The next minute or two will be decided in 10 seconds time, because Blank, the circle shift here is probably the most important for this final phase. Does it go towards the setup with Tianba, with GK, with DRS, or does it go towards Vampire? There's your answer. Over to those east compounds. Vampire are going to have to move.
Yeah, so now we need to look at this sweep come through from Vampire. And it gets a little harder the further they get down this way. Obviously, first they have to face against Tiamba, then GK, and then DRS. But I think as soon as you take down GK, you're kind of fine.
Here's the thing, though. Do they need to go for the sweep? Can they not just break out, clear Sanhok and play on the open field and allow these teams to fight off against one another?
I mean, if they want to be aggressive, get as many elimination points as possible, yeah, go for the sweep.
They don't really need points.
They don't really need points at this point in time. You're 100% correct. They could quite easily head north side, and it's something they're more than likely a little bit more comfortable with, which is just playing out in open area, taking refrags, instantly popping heads as they appear in the windows. And with them being directly on the edge of the circle as well, could work out very nicely. GK, though, do take down Ravenclaw. Nasty little spray through the smoke.
Might be pretty important to get Ravenclaw back up, but no other team has 4 players alive either. Reiji does go down. That will allow a little bit of maneuverability to go for the res. I thought he'd gone down already, but no, Ravenclaw was actually flushed away in the meantime. And Schwepp's taken low. However, playing on with 3, 11 eliminations for Vampire. 12, sorry, eliminations for Vampire. What was I thinking?
I mean, you know, Tony K, the fact that he's able to spot Sanhok out in the field like that, he's even thinking about that in this situation. He's got some very good game awareness, this lad. Mechanically wise, Tony K might be one of the best players we have seen since Ryzen, when he was good.
Oh dear. Well, Vampire, with Tony K, the powerhouse that he is, trying to move through with the rest of the roster. Playing as 3, though. They have been taken down a little bit lower without Ravenclaw. Shift away from this compound. The circle goes a little bit further out. We'll cut DRS out of the fold here a little bit, Blank. So can Vampire control this open ground around them? Or are they going to have to just sweep through like you were talking about earlier?
Exactly. Now, Vampires do get the chicken dinner, as you were saying earlier, John. If they can grab that, they're a little bit closer to getting the highest total chicken dinners at the end of this tournament.
True.
To which would break that record. But if someone can get more chicken dinners by them at the end of this tournament, they'll break that record on top of them. So they still have a while. Get 2 teams at a total of 3 chicken dinners in one day. It will be still that final day to close it out.
Vampire break out into the fields.
This is what you said they would do. And you know what? I agree. This is probably the better play for them, just in terms of what the players like to go for.
They can control now. They can create that firing line. Just give Tony K a shooting gallery. He'll do the rest. And this is what he's got. Oh, look at this.
What
do you do? What do you do? They've won. They've won already. We should stop talking.
Is this just Tony K's day out at the range?
They're just... He's bringing his nephews to the range.
Oh, this is amazing. I love to see it. Rules moves up, though, through the window. That's how you really want to clear out this building. And I think for the Vampires, they're going to get a little bit closer.
Oh, he's still in this corner. And he's still got more in the back pocket. Fireflux fell victim to it. And there's more to go. DRS try and get through 1 by 1. And it goes the same way as Fireflux. Badly.
Honestly, Ragnar's probably wondering why this is still working at this point in time. Tony K tries to get Tiamba out of this building. Giante on the outside, nade blows up just inside the window. Very unlikely that he'd be getting rules up at this point in time. As soon as he gets that red off, he'll die. And that is a gorgeous Molotov.
I love that.
Burns them out the lobby.
Geometry for days. Knew the spread was going to be good. They move through. GK trying to move through to Tian Yu. The Molotov is there. He's burning, but he's still shooting. He's shooting time after time, and GK full. Vampire with 14 eliminations. They're looking for number 15, but it will be denied them, but not the chicken dinner. This is a team to fear. Nobody standing in their way. They move across like a hot knife through butter. Fields or hills, it does not matter. The buildings fall. And it is Vampire to cinch the lobby shut. It's no big deal.
I mean, turn the lights out at this point in time because a shadow has descended upon this main tournament. And it's going to be a difficult one to get rid of because these guys are out for blood at the moment. And it really was just Tony's day at the shooting gallery.
Nosferatu, Dracula, Tony K, the most dangerous vampires in the world.
You don't know about Tony K? Well, you do now.
Absolutely. Plenty of victims falling to the cannons that Vampire have brought out today. Who said there was a day 2 curse for this team? They have absolutely broken the back of that. Bane could never.
What a ridiculous tournament this has been so far. Vampires on for 4 for 4 at this point in time. If you didn't know, you know now. They won last year's PMWI. They won the first tournament PMWI last year. They won the second tournament PMWI last year. If you weren't tuning in for All-Stars, they won All-Stars this year. And at this point in time, it's looking very likely that they'll win the main tournament too. And at the start of this game, we were saying, maybe we shouldn't say that too early. I don't think it's too early anymore.
I don't think so
In the meantime, we'll head to a break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors.
I can see it now. Vampire Esports just doing that. My lord, what is going on with this team? They take home another chicken dinner. So not only 7.
Yeah.
You brought this up in the green room because I completely brain farted. That they have tied the most amount of chicken dinners in an event here at PMWI at 3. And they've also now tied the most amount of chicken dinners in a day. So basically, if they get one more chicken dinner today, they will have broken 2 more records, and you know your boy Tony K is going to break the record of eliminations.
There's a chance that they can break, what is it, 3 records?
In one
Next
game?
match.
And we still have 2 matches left. Actually, we still have 8 matches left, so...
We have 3 today.
True.
We have 3 today, and we have 6 more tomorrow. So that means 9 total matches to do this in. It's going to happen. The question is, how far are they going to go?
They're clearly aiming for it too, right, Seven? I mean, that final moment in that game, they didn't have to aim for eliminations. They didn't have to really play aggressive. They just had to wait it out, and the other teams were going to take care of one another. Tony K was like, I want to get in nade range. Picks up, what, an extra 1 or 2 eliminations when he didn't even need to because he's aiming for that 37 barrier. He wants to breach the record and get some extra cash on board.
You should be at 34 now, too.
Yeah.
Man. But that is exactly what you said from Vampire Esports. Wait it out. I feel like that's been the story of All-Stars and now the main event. They pick and choose when they want to get involved with the fight. Even when they don't need to get involved with the fight, they're like, you know what? We're looking to get some money from the records. So yeah, let's get involved.
I think Tony K has more eliminations than a majority of teams have points in this event right now.
I actually almost want to check that.
I actually don't. I mean, we'll take a look. Actually, you know what? Can we look at overalls now and we'll go back to the other stuff? Because I'm curious with that number, with that stat. So you should have 34 eliminations. We see 52's 8th place at the moment. They are 47 points ahead of anyone else.
And that's with Alpha7 having a good day, too. What is going on?
It's not a fight for first. It's a fight for
second.
For second.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Which I'm super okay with.
Talking about Vampire, actually, you said that they don't take, like, no, they're very good at taking their fights. I don't recall this.
10th
Sorry,
place.
Max. Sorry, Max.
He has just the same amount of points by himself that Team Falcons have as a team.
I don't recall Vampire Esports taking a single unnecessary fight this entire event. Maybe one that comes to mind, but that's it.
But that was at the All-Stars.
Yeah,
and that was when they were
All-Stars.
already pretty much secure.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is the sign of a Kang-level threat. Not only is this universe under trouble, the multiverse is under trouble right now with him. This is insane that they've been able to maintain this pace, not only in All-Stars, right, which obviously we got some good teams, but this is like a completely different event. These are teams who earn their way through. These are some of the best teams in the world. These are 2 of the best teams China has to offer right now, and they're making quick work of all of them.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, we have done plenty of the big international events regarding PMGC, right? We saw when Nova was dominating. And I personally feel like Vampire Esports, the way they're playing right now, this is the most dominating performance we have ever seen out of a team. And Tony K, this is the best performance we have ever seen out of a single player.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best performance of a team we have ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esports history. That is how dominant of a performance we've... I truly believe so. I feel like it's even better than when Nova won 2 PMGCs back-to-back. I feel like that is how strong their performance has been this event because no one has been even remotely close to their performance. And sure, they might have fumbled a little bit in the PMGC Grand Finals last year, but I don't think that's going to happen. I feel if they make it, they could win it all.
Let's keep talking over them, though, as we actually do see their total player stats from this event as well. Just giving an idea of how well they've all been playing, Tony K in particular. But again, I don't want to discount anyone on the team. I know we talk about Ravenclaw a little bit, but the fact is Tony K could not perform like this without the help of his teammates, without how their teammates are playing, without how the in-game leading is being made. Let's get the ball on your screen here and really start to break this down because he was almost 3,000 damage ahead of Stoned. Or sorry, Schweppes.
Almost 7k damage.
Oh my goodness.
Are you joking?
He's over 2k ahead of Schweppes now.
Stone, 34, 20, 21, 9.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing history in the making.
I think those three players, Tony K, Schweppes, and Stone, have more points than Alpha7 have total, or it's really close. And that's the second place team.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
because they were at like 70-ish points.
Yep.
And those three eliminations combined is about 70 points.
Yep.
What else do we say?
Vampire Esports is about to have two teams. The one with Ravenclaw and the one without Ravenclaw. And they will still be at first place.
The worst is, if you want to have a team to have even just a slight chance to catch up to Vampire and overtake their position, they need to have a horrible rest of the day and a terrible day 3 that I'm pretty sure everyone here, the casters too, and all the other languages covering this event don't expect to happen. So
I could see every other team getting together. If you've seen that esports meme where they're like, okay, we need to kick them out of here. We need to vote them out. Or they get together and be like, hey, Max, man, I heard you got some great powers. Can we lend them?
It's not going to work.
Try it.
It is not going to be enough, okay? I'll take the garlic, I'll take the silver. It's not going to cut it.
Insane stuff. But you know what? Let's move on talking about them, because we can talk about them honestly all day long. We got to talk about some other teams here. And GK was a team you two wanted to actually touch on here, as we can take a look at their player stats in this last match. Now, why did you want to touch on this team in particular?
I mean, especially from yesterday, it was always Satan, right? He was the player that was able to clutch it up. We were talking about this at the beginning of the show as well. I was saying, yes, he is currently within the top 5 fraggers. I believe he was in the 4th place. I wanted to see what the other players were going to be doing, right? He needed some backup, and I feel like, especially after this last game, we're finally being able to see that. I mean, we saw Gai being able to put up great performance. He was also being able to throw some mollies and make the other team back off. So I think we're finally starting to see GK Esports as a team and not just Satan.
Yeah, I feel some teams understood you don't walk through doors when another player on the other side has a shotgun, especially in SK12, a little bit of a dangerous path to make it through, but great timing from them. They saw the compound of 5 Flux and they were like, okay, it's a really strong position, otherwise the rest around it is pretty much fields, which not really playable at the time, so just full send it, breach it, and if it works out, which it did, you're going to be coming out at least in a top 3 podium finish, which they ended up doing. Still want to see a little bit more of hope, but overall the team is looking a little bit more solid when they're not dropping on Dplus KIA.
It's slowly but surely they're starting to become a surprise team for me, actually.
Yeah, no, fair. And I feel like Ragnar is living up to the expectations set after being the MVP of the MEA Championship, so they're kind of getting back to that level we hope to see in the event.
No, it's kind of a shame too, because I feel like we have seen a lot of really good play out of some other teams. It's just that it's been overshadowed by how well Vampire have been playing. I don't even know where to go from here. Like, I'm almost going to jump us back to Vampire, because why not? But there has to be some other teams we can talk about here. I mean, Alpha7, 6-8 as well in particular. They're pretty much like one of the formidable forces we've seen in our overall rankings. But even they aren't able to live up to this. But, you know, comparing number 1 versus number 2 team here across the event, you can see Vampire still ahead by a lot of damage.
And with this, I mean,
this is just today. Sorry.
And
this
that's
is
the
today.
thing.
30 elims today.
What?
That's the thing.
That's just today. You're joking.
That's 3 matches. They were averaging 9 elims per match yesterday. They're averaging 10 elims per match today.
How many elims did they get yesterday already?
54.
54, and they could beat that, and we thought, like, 54, there's no way you can beat that. They're on track to do it.
The crazy part is that Alpha7, before Vampire Esports started winning, they were like, okay, we're probably going to be having a great day. When I got a chance to talk to the players earlier, they were feeling confident. I can't wait to see what their faces is going to be looking like when they are having their best day so far from All-Stars and also from main event. And still, that's not good enough, because Vampire Esports is outshining them right now.
Though on a more serious topic, to analyze really what Alpha7 has been doing, you mentioned multiple times the passive approach. It's worked out once again. Gladiators, GK understood they're such in a strong position, we can't really take and wrestle that position away, so we're just going to avoid it, which allowed them to have full control on the northern edge, but then Vampire had good angles and it was a bit too much. But the passive playstyle has been working absolute wonders for them. It's just not to the level of Vampire.
I feel like they're trying to mimic exactly what Vampire is currently doing. Something that I actually did not like Alpha7 doing in the previous match. They were still trying to do the 3-1 split. I didn't like who they have as the single player on that split. I was talking about how Mafioso has been able to be that player. I was talking about how Revo has been able to be that player. Previously, it used to be Carrillo, and it didn't end up working out for them. Once again, They had Carrillo being that single player, being that solo player with the other team separate. I want them to go back to either Mafioso or Rebel. I feel like that ends up working out better for them. At one point, I think I saw Carrillo being a little bit too eager, getting hungry for those illims. And I like it more when it's Mafioso or Rebel being the single player from that 3-1 split.
Okay, well, you know what? I think it is time for us to talk about something else, though. Can you guess what it is?
Not sure. Where are you going with this?
The records?
Where do you think I'm going with this?
The records, maybe?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe our honor phone?
No.
That would have been good.
I'll give you a hint. We did this earlier today.
Oh, Dragon Ball Super.
We play the new game mode.
Oh,
the Dragon Ball Super PUBG Mobile crossover. We were smacking down people. We, for some reason, all decided to just beam the same person down as well.
It was glorious.
A
Core
great
memory.
new mode. There's new items as well. Vehicles. The vehicle is actually so sick. I was playing that on Erangel today. I was like, oh my god, I wish I want to keep this forever. Make sure you guys check this out, because if you haven't, you're honestly gonna miss out. This has been such a sick crossover, and we've loved every second of it so far.
Yeah, and there's a special map just for the game mode. I'm really loving how it looks like, and the art style is looking fantastic for it. But just going around, and there's a lot of nice little references in the game. So we're having a good old time with the boys.
Gonna be able to create some core memories with your friends, you know, like we were able to create one with the guy being knocked.
That poor guy.
I wish I was recording.
Well, if you guys have missed out on what's all happened this one, take a look at this, and we'll be back shortly. I don't know, seeing Shenron on there just makes you think of a great meme that was posted by, was it PMKill Updates over on Instagram, talking about you get one wish, and the wish is getting one of these teams into the main event, and he's like running away like, no, I can't do that, bye.
It was like Aegon I8,
Aegon
S2G.
No,
BTR. BTR. I saw the meme.
Shenron not powerful enough.
What would your dream be?
Which one?
What would his wish be?
Your wish be? Yeah.
What would my wish be? See Stalwart doing better?
Oh, okay. I had a different wish in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not going that way. I know exactly what you guys are thinking, but
mine would be to be taller.
might not be happening.
What, to be better at math?
No, not possible. He's not powerful enough. Shenron can't do that. I'm a lost cause when it comes to math. Not happening.
I feel so bad for you. You know what? Actually, in our future events, I'm gonna bring a little math book, Math for Dummies, and I'm gonna help you out.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
So, first lesson: 3 times 4, 12.
12 now.
Yep,
Yes.
Not 16.
Thank you.
But right now, Vampire are at 3 chicken dinners. If you missed it on the first day of play, make sure you go back and watch it as well. Here, we're gonna continue along in just about a minute's time, hopefully. And the question for me is, obviously, we're talking a lot about Vampire. Can they win one more game today?
Yes.
Because realistically, a team getting more than 3 chicken dinners in a day, or tying 3 chickens in a day, is very unrealistic, especially with 1 day left, right? Which would mean Vampire would end off the event having the new record, taking home, I think it's $25,000 for that. So they could come out with, like, that's already what, 525,000. That could be 550 plus another 10K for Ellipse. That's 560 plus another record of Ellipse for an entire event. So that's like 570, 580.
Plus what Tony K won already from the solos matches.
Oh, yeah,
which
also.
was like, what was it? I think it was 30K if I'm not mistaken.
30K minimum, yeah.
That boy making money.
I mean,
are we looking at like 600K they could take home from this event?
I mean, with last year also, with the prize pool they won from last year, there's very small amount of teams that you can call like millionaire teams from PUBG Mobile Esport. They're going to make it as one of the teams after this event. 100%.
Easily.
If not already, with PMGC and everything added up, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Sertani needs a raise.
He's getting them, but those bonuses.
Yeah, we saw them bonuses.
I'm going to get in his DMs, be like, hey, every time you come on air when we're at an event on the desk with us, you win. Where's my cut?
Between every game, he's come and touch the desk, and he just runs back to like, okay, that's the little bit of luck he needs for the match.
I'll take 7%. I'm being greedy. Yeah. Oh, people ask for 10. 7's a nice number.
Why?
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
That's a lot of money. It looks like we will be heading to a short break here where we get some things ready to go. I think they need to check the devices because Vampire's been slaughtering everyone here so far. We're back shortly, though, to get into our 4th match of the day, which, of course, will be our final Erangel.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. Paradise through dirt and I give the V-side. I give the V-side. I give the V-side. I give the V-side. I give the V-side.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This is day 2 of the main tournament, and we're getting close to already crowning our victor in Vampire Esports. Congratulations! They are dominating
everywhere.
They are dominating everyone right now in the lobby. If you missed out on our 10-minute entirely Vampire Esports sponsored post-match for match 3, because that's all we were really talking about, and let's be honest, that's all we really can talk about here. But we have to talk about some other things, because then it's just gonna be the Vampire Esports show.
Can we see the overall again? I want to see realistically which teams can maybe
I don't know. I heard no in my ears. So I don't think we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Woo!
I mean, 129. God damn.
All right. Hold this, my boy. Let's see.
What are you looking at?
I'm trying to see which one can actually... Alpha7, but I mean, they're having their best day and it's still not good enough.
Keep in mind, right, there's still a lot of money to be won. Not like the whole tournament's over, not even close. First gets $400,000, second gets $200,000, third gets $125,000, fourth gets $100,000. From there on, it drops by about 20 to 15 to 4. So pretty much the big cutoff point is if you can jump from 6 up a placement, because you increase by 20,000 or 25,000 or 75,000 or 200,000. So right now, if you're like Alpha7, you obviously want to try to catch Vampire Esports, but also try to prevent other teams from catching up to you. Then you look at G Gladiators, you look at Box Gaming, like 4th and 5th place. That's a 20K difference if G Gladiators could just get 2 points. So, or even 1 point. I actually don't know how it works down when it comes to placement points, who has the tiebreaker there. So all these teams are still trying to fight for a lot of money here. Even, Reject Tokyo, they get 25K just for being here, even if they can't come off the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I mean, just one good game for the teams at the bottom of the table can still result in significant prize pool increases. Just, are we going to see that? Not too sure. But I'm looking at Box Gaming, actually, here. 7, a team that we didn't talk about too much, just mentioned a few times, especially with that very dominant win yesterday over on Erangel. And Gosu has been, I would say, the standout player for the team, similar to Bensu for Infinity IQ. So good to see one player stand out, but just if we can see more team presence as a whole in these games, maybe catching up 628 Alpha7 Esports is definitely achievable, but yeah, Vampire Esports, just forget about it.
Yeah, I think Box Gaming will probably be able to catch up. I think 3rd place, depending on what Alpha7 ends up doing. I think, man, 628 will probably end up challenging Alpha7 for that 2nd place.
What's the point threshold between 1st and 2nd place where you would say Vampire are like almost guaranteed to win this event going into day 3?
60, I would say.
60 points?
Because reaching a 10-point average is really good at this stage. Like, I'm talking impossible to catch. 60 point entering the day, and you're still expecting Vampire Esports to get more points.
So 60 points, right? Because 10-point average. Remember, Vampire averaging 10 eliminations per match right now.
No, that's
they're getting a 10 points just off of limbs alone.
Because I'm saying that the teams below, I don't think could reach that.
No, I got
threshold.
you. I was just making a point. That's how good Vampire playing. If 10 points per game is good, they're getting those 10 points just through a limbs alone.
I don't think they're going to get beat, though.
Yeah, unless something crazy happens where they just start mimicking exactly, and I mean all the teams start mimicking or just hot dropping on Vampire Esports. I don't see anybody realistically who can pass them if they continue to perform the way they perform. And what's so scary too, I mean, in the last match, they got blessed by the zone. And this is probably...
we were watching that, we're like, okay, Vampire win.
Yeah, and this is probably like the team where everybody else was like, yeah, don't... Out of all the teams, please, don't bless Vampire Esports with the zone, because we already seen what they've been able to do. You mentioned it perfect too, Max. At one point, I mean, they didn't even have to take a fight, and they went to the fight.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't need to bless this team. They'll still make something work, even if the circle was on the complete opposite side of the map, away from Primos, where they like to normally drop, even though 628 are kind of contesting that location right now. But what I'm going to say right now is, if you're a player that wants to get into PUBG Mobile Esports, the best thing to do, you just study Vampire Esports, see what they're doing, apply that gameplay, those strategies to your own gameplay with your own squad, and entering into, like, your PMCOs, your PMPLs, you can do great. Like, you can dominate your region if you just use this, well, it's easier to say than to actually do.
If you just do what Vampire do, Max, you can win your own PMCOs, your own PMPLs, and you could probably be the world champion.
No, but they're going to be a very studied team coming into this, right? So I feel like everyone at home, just look what they're doing and just try and just do 10% of what they're doing, and you might just dominate your region.
Now, we keep talking about, like, how great Vampire Esports is doing, right? Let's talk about the opposite. Let's talk about some of the teams that have underperformed. Let's talk about some of the teams that are currently being a big disappointment. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put you on the spot here, but a big one for me has to be Star Wars Esports. I feel like coming into this PMWI main event tournament, a lot of people had them going first place. And right now, they're nowhere near, and I honestly don't see them ending anywhere near the top 3.
They have started rotating, I would say, a little bit faster throughout today, but it's not enough. It's still too slow to the point where they're getting gatekept, they're not getting in positions quick enough, and they're being gatekept by teams on the edge of circle consistently, so they just can't get in those POIs because Vampire is always there. What are you going to do?
The thing in the last match too, yeah, you mentioned it, they were able to rotate a lot faster. They still had a 2-2 split, so they weren't really rotating together as a group, right? Which is fine, but once they got to the edge of the circle, for some reason, they were like, you know what? Even though this is pretty clear, we want to send it straight to the middle, and it absolutely backfiring. I don't know why they decided to do that. I don't know if that's just the thing that they're going to continue to do, but it was such a, like,
I mean, no. We mentioned it many times on the pre-show, right? That adapting your gameplay to these international events like PMGC and PMWI, that was a playstyle that worked really well in South Asia Championship because teams were a little bit slower and they could afford to take that time on the edge and then just full send it center. It was very effective in South Asia. Thing is, you're always having teams being so quick on their feet, being in those center positions, and they just send it, well, now you have to breach, and breach is like a 50-50 in this position because teams are just so strong to defend their breaches that it's just not going to work as efficiently as they did back in South Asia.
And if they are going to be breached like that, I do want the players to be a little bit closer. Great job on the early rotation, right? But if you're going to be breaching like that, group up a little bit more.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I am hearing that over on the stage, we actually do have an interview. I'm guessing it's Kitsune with Banks. Talk about how G Glares have been doing, and we're now off of that. We'll hopefully be getting into our next match. See you guys in a second.
Welcome back to the main stage. We're climbing the ladder ever so smoothly, and with a very impressive start to day number 2 is G Gladiators. We are joined by Kitsune here on the main stage. Congratulations so far on your performances. I just want to take it back, you know, ever so slightly. You qualified via the All-Star Stage here. So I just want to ask you, what have been the main play style differences between the All-Star Stage and now the main tournament?
I mean, All-Star Stage has really big density, and it was hard for us because we have like edge play style, and all the positions were basically taken. We couldn't find like really good fights in there. And now, since there are like only 16 teams, we can find like really good fights. We can find strong edges and feel better now.
سألنا اللاعب كيتسوني من فريق جلاديترز انه وش كانت الفرق من المرحلة الأولى اللي كانت في الأول ستارز إلى المرحلة الحالية، وش أبرز الفروقات اللي كانت في المنافسة في هذيك المرحلة عن المرحلة الحالية في البطولة الأساسية. وذكر قال أن في مباريات الأول ستارز يوم كانت موجودة كان في 18 فريق، كانت أصعب، خصوصا أنه ما كانوا يقدروا يأخذون مساحات كثيرة، الفرق كانت جدا كثير عددها، وكل مرة كانوا يعانون في أخذ الأماكن وأخذ المساحات. لكن هنا في البطولة الرئيسية قدروا ياخذون المساحات أكثر، قدروا ينزلون في الأماكن اللي يبغونها وسيطروا بشكل أفضل، فيقولون إنهم ماخذين راحتهم في هذه البطولة بشكل أفضل.
Let's talk about the build-up towards this tournament. I mean, what were you mainly focusing on preparing or changing about your play style coming into, you know, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational?
I mean, we were lacking of the team play. Basically, we had like really some tough times playing Edge for like last few months, but we figured out how to play better as a team. And here on the stage, I hope we will show you in the last 10 matches.
سألنا اللاعب انه كيف او بالاصح وش الاستراتيجيات اللي تغيرت بالنسبه لكم من المرحله الاولى عن المرحله الحاليه، وش الصعوبات اللي واجهتوها حتى بعد في اسلوب لعبكم انتم تحديدا. وذكر اللاعب قال انه بكل امانه كان ممكن اصعب الاشياء هي التحركات وعلى الاطراف برضو بالاصح، انه كيف شلون يقدروا ياخذون الاماكن اللي يبغونها وكيف حتى برضو يسيطرون في المساحات الكافيه بالنسبه لهم، لكن يقول انه قدروا يعالجون هذا الشيء في البطوله الرئيسيه، وحتى برضو روح الفريق والتعاون واللعب المثالي اللي بينهم يجمعهم بين بعض في البطولة الرئيسية صار أفضل بكثير، وهم واثقين بقدراتهم وراح يحققون النصر بإذن الله.
We've just mentioned it, only 10 maps remain in this competition. Are you confident that you can go the distance and take the win?
Yeah, of course. We are known as a team who plays bad like first day, and then we play better and better like every day, so hopefully we'll get our points today and make a comeback on the third day.
سألنا اللاعب انه كيف كانت خلينا نقول ثقتكم العاليه في المنافسه، هل انتم واثقين بقدراتكم بالمستوى اللي قدمتوه الى الحين؟ قال اكيد احنا واثقين بالمستوى اللي راح جالسين نقدمه، لكن في نفس الوقت احنا معروفين ان في الايام الاولى ما هي افضل الايام بالنسبه لنا، لكن يوم ورا يوم جالسين نتطور وجالسين نتحسن، وفعلا هذا اللي شفناه منهم، جالسين يتطورون بشكل جدا كبير وما هو بعيدين عن المراكز الاولى في الترتيب.
Kitsune, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. You've gotten a very impressive start to day number 2. Let's see if you guys can continue it through and into tomorrow's final day as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We are going to throw back to the studio to continue day 2.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما اخذنا المقابله مع اللاعب كيتسونا راح ننتقل على طول على الاستديو ونرجع لكم فيها نكمل باقي المباريات.
Всем салам алейкум. Меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер. Я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово. Организация турнира на высшем уровне, наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune and we are from Serbia. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, especially that last time I was in Riyadh, I won the tournament here. It's a LAN tournament, so of course it brings like warm like memories from here. And I'm super excited to meet all the people from the PUBG Mobile community, and it feels great, you know. First of all, we bought the phones that will be here on the tournament, and we had like really rough time adapting to this. But now we feel like really strong. We managed to analyze all the teams here, like especially the teams that we've never met at the tournaments, and now we feel like we are very strong. Our team strengths is that we are very good at holding our like positions. We know how to rotate, when to rotate, and we always know how to fight, when to fight, and we can be really aggressive when we need to. It's gotta be Alpha7, you know, because like we meet them like every time. Our strategies, our like gameplay is very similar. They play Edge as well as we, so it's always will be hard time for us meeting them, because you know it's a 50-50 fight with them. We respect them. I mean, guys, if we knock you, you better run.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Bensu, đến từ team Infinity IQ. Mình đến từ đất nước Việt Nam. Mình cảm thấy rất tự hào khi được đến tham gia giải đấu này và mình đại diện cho quốc gia của mình. Có lẽ team mình chuẩn bị tinh thần thật là tốt và thoải mái để thi đấu hết sức mình trong giải đấu lần này. Player, hình như trong team em là 4 người đều có thể là tạo nên đột biến, nên khó mà đoán trước được ai là người gánh team. Tại dòng Monster này hình như tất cả 17 team còn lại có thể là sẽ là rất khó khăn cho mình, không chỉ riêng team nào hết. Mình xin gửi lời hết tất cả các team còn lại là chúc các bạn thi đấu may mắn và đạt thành tích tốt nhất trong các giải, và nhớ đừng quên ủng hộ bọn mình trong giải đấu lần này nhé.
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो, म टिम DRS बाट हो, अनि हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ नेपालबाट हो। हाम्रो चाहिँ अब सेकेन्ड टाइम हो अफिसियल ल्यान्ड चाहिँ। अब एक्साइटेड नै छौँ हामी। अब हामी यहाँ जित्नको लागि आएको छौँ, त्यही हो। अब हामीले चाहिँ यो टुर्नामेन्टको लागि चाहिँ अब डिभाइसहरू किनेर प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेको छौँ दिनदिनै। अब टिमसँगै सबै चारैजना खेलेर एकअर्कासँग कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर प्र्याक्टिस गर्दैछौँ। हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमको सिनर्जी एकदम राम्रो छ। इन गेम नभए नि बाहिरतिर नि सिनर्जी अझै बढिरहेको छ हाम्रो चाहिँ। अब त्यही नै हो। हामीलाई अब त्यस्तो डर लाग्ने टिम त छैन। अब हामीले सबै टिमलाई चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन ठान्छौँ, त्यो कारणले हामीलाई त्यस्तो डर भन्ने चिज चाहिँ छैन। अब हामी नेपालको छोरो हो, आउँदैछौँ, हामी जितेर जानेछौँ। जय गोर्खाली।
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nickname é Carrilho, meu time é Alpha7 e somos do Brasil. Bom, é um evento muito importante para nossa carreira. A gente já esteve aqui ano passado e é muito bom estar aqui de novo. É uma cidade que a gente se identifica. É um pouquinho calor, mas não tem problema. Bom, a preparação ela vem de 6 meses para cá. A gente treinou para PMPL Brasil, para PMPL Américas, mas consecutivamente a gente estava treinando para PMWI, para estar aqui hoje. Eu acho que o que faz a gente ser tão forte é ter jogadores individualmente muito bons e não ter um padrão de jogo. Isso é o que nos faz forte. Bom, eu acho que não tem nenhum time específico ou algum jogador específico. Eu acho que todos têm muita chance de ganhar e a gente é mais um time aqui em busca do título. Bom, o que eu tenho a falar para eles é que tomem cuidado com a gente. Sempre vai ser assim, essa sempre será a mensagem e é isso. Tomem cuidado.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Paradise through dirt and on the front line, you want to save face. Came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag. I get the peace sign. You want to change me, rewrite our history. I chose my side, drawn the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the peace sign. I give 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 the peace sign.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Hot Jukes here with Kalaris, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament. 3 matches done here in day number 2. And 3 matches done. And how many of those matches did Vampire won again?
Let's be real, quite a few. They're looking really good.
Looking real good.
Very scary. I am also scared, as all the rest of the lobby should be. How do you quantify what they have done so far? Tony K alone has scored more points than some of our teams have scored.
It's ridiculous.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
What is that?
It's honestly unreal. Like I went and I hopped on Twitter, tweeted about him instantly because it's just ridiculous. Of course, he said hashtag 2023 PMWI. All you out there, do the same so you can see exactly what you're talking about here. But man, you know what? I think that break was needed because it was just a little bit of a reset to allow Vampire to kind of cool down a little bit because they have just been popping off like crazy here.
I saw smoke coming off the phones, actually. Their fingers were moving so fast, and, you know, they were just taking so many limbs. I saw them just burning through the screen. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Steady on, lads. All
That's right. Calm
Somebody
down.
get some ice on that.
Unbelievable.
Pretty scary.
It's been ridiculous here, but we're about to go into another Erangel match. So these teams have already played a couple. You know that they are ready to get it done here. I think this is a very important match for those teams, especially in that mid area, right? They want to be able to go ahead and get a little bit more prize pool here and there. And for Alpha7, I wonder what their strategy is coming in now with that Vampire has such an insane lead.
What, you think you can try and catch up, you mean? I mean, that's the, well, I guess $1 million question at this point, right? If you think that you've got an opportunity to try and catch up with Vampire at the top, you better be bringing out some incredibly special stuff, because let's be real about it, and they kind of alluded to it on the desk. So far, Vampire has put up an unbelievably special tournament. We are witnessing PUBG Mobile history be made.
100%. You know what I got to say about that? That's not just the $1 million question. That's the $2 million question. That's right, because we got a $2 million prize pool here in the PMWI, of course, by Honor 5G Pro. So, $400,000 for first place. $200,000 for second. Just in case for you guys out there that, you know, math's a little bit hard for you guys, that is a $200,000 difference, almost $250,000.
That's quite the difference.
That is quite the difference.
Quite the difference.
So, if you are a squad like Alpha7, right, all those teams at the top of the leaderboards, you want to catch Vampire and do everything you can. The incentive is too big not to. I don't think, you know, it's not the last day with only a couple matches left with this kind of catch. They can catch him. They need some ridiculous games to do so, though.
I mean, let's talk about the first Erangel that we saw for the day, right? Of course, we were kind of going into one of the most barren locations on all of Erangel. You had, of course, Vampire having gas station location, and then you had Alpha7 playing from junkyard location, right? If it wasn't Alpha7 that got themselves a pretty decent second place off of the back of that Vampire's win, then they would have been even more ahead. As you say, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Alpha7 can try and make that assault on that top spot, because right now it does sort of feel like it's only going to be that second place that's really able to be actually kind of lunge forwards and make that push, right? It was a decent location they were playing from. They made some great rotations. It's just a shame for them. It's Vampire over by the gas station, which was such a power position.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. I mean, at a certain point, you know, you probably have some people watching just thinking like, oh man, these guys got lucky once again. But I mean, when it happens so many times in a row, it ain't luck. Vampire have been making their luck all tournament long, putting themselves in the perfect position. Their timing is ridiculous. And when they know they need to push, they do not hesitate. And with such a disparity in points now, we have officially reached the halfway point of this tournament.
Yes.
So there's still a lot of tournaments to be played, and it's going to be hard for these teams because at a certain point, if you want to be able to get that crazy $400,000 prize pool, you have to stop Vampire.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to stop it.
Technically, there is a world where they could all of a sudden hit a bit of a lull, hit a bit of a difficult period of time here. Maybe the circles don't go their way, right? Maybe something goes very, very wrong for them. Maybe they get caught on rotation. Maybe they, you know, lose some players on rotation and things like that. So they could have a run where they don't have that many points, and maybe that catch-up does occur. We've seen crazier things happen in the past, but yeah, with Vampire showing the fortitude, the tenacity, the skill that they've shown, especially across All-Stars, because we were talking about this in the back as well. I believe that teams coming in from All-Stars had a pretty big advantage.
Oh, yeah.
You're coming in off the back of a good lobby. Not as good as this one, but a good lobby.
True.
And then you're coming off the back of being warm, very warm, and you're seeing that in Vampire's play. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten used to the nerves of being in the LAN. They're used to the level of cushion in the chair.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
as a matter of fact, they might already have their outline in it, you know? So that's going to be an advantage for them, and I think it's obviously playing out here. But I want to ask you a question. Let's start talking hypotheticals.
Yeah, I'll absolutely take some. Yeah.
I'm not saying that this is what I think they should do at all, right? But in a world where Alpha7 wants first place really bad, okay?
I know where you're going.
At a certain point, what do you think would be a time it would make sense for, or does it at all make sense for them to try to take Vampire out early?
So I think it depends on playing paths. Now hear me out here for a second,
Okay.
especially when it comes to Erangel, right? Usually, Vampire is kind of dropping over locations, doing what they do and stuff like that. There is one slight vulnerability I see in Vampire's potential kind of campaign against Alpha7, which is Alpha7, they like South George. Vampires, they don't mind North George. You're very close early on in these Erangel games. You are close to the point where you could try and leapfrog ahead towards the hill that we've been talking about a few times, nearby the bridge that leads towards the east of George. And you could try set up some cheeky camps here and there. It would, you know, I think that Vampire might be anticipating that down the line, but, you know, who knows? That's what I'm theorizing here. What do you think?
You know what? I don't think it's a bad idea. And honestly, I'm not going to say it's a bad idea for this next game. And hear me out why.
Okay.
Because Alpha7, they have a 12-point lead against 628. Now, if you're confident with that lead, that gives you a little bit of room to kind of just say, you know what, all right, we can maybe take a little bit of risk in this game.
Sure.
Okay? So if they go and decide to take Vampire out to get a big game to hopefully make a big jump, I don't think Vampire would see that coming here. Because a lot of, I think, IGLs, a lot of coaches would look at this and say, like, yeah, Alpha7 do not want to risk anything. They're going to play their normal game. I don't think they're going to even try to do it. So, I don't know. I mean, it could be a pretty insane chess move if they do, but I mean, it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're talking in these hypotheticals. This was a hypothetical question. From my perspective, is it too early for risks? Yes. When there's so much money on the line for even a second place,
True.
right? Never mind trying to strike out for first place, where all of a sudden, you know, unfortunately for the rest of the lobby, to put this in F1 terms, everyone's getting lapped right now by Vampire. And to make up that kind of difference, you know, if you're on the threat of potentially losing 75,000, for example, dropping from second down towards third, you know what? $75,000 is quite a chunk of change. So there might be the thing going through their mind of, yeah, maybe we just want to be a little bit patient.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's going to be the mindset 100%.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't want to put any risks. You want to secure you're getting at least that second place because, you know, going from 200K down to 125K, remember, guys, this prize pool isn't just going to one person. It's getting split among all four. So you want to be able to get, or even all five. If you have a, you know, a roster, you have a little bit of a sub.
Maybe a team cut as well. I mean, you know, these contracts, they differ from team to team, basically.
I'll tell you what, though, if you get $400,000, you're feeling good. You know, whatever the split is, you know you're going to be happy. So, for Alpha7, yeah, it is a highly risky play. But, you know, there is that saying, sometimes you gotta risk it to get the biscuit. And I'll tell you what, you do not want to wait till the last day. So I think if you're Alpha7, I think this game is extremely important. Maybe you do go with your old playstyle, but I think you really need to put some serious points on the board going into tomorrow.
Surely you and Seven have got to be happy to see Alpha7 doing so well so far,
for
right?
sure. I mean, I'm not saying, like, they have already performed so well.
Yeah,
but I know that I've talked to their coach. I've seen these players' eyes. They want that PMWI belt around their waist.
Oh, you talking to me about belts? I'm a big fan of wrestling, mate.
Oh,
Don't you talk dirty to me,
They want the belt. They want the watch. They want the whole enchilada.
Defending, undisputed PMWI champions. Currently Vampires. Looking pretty good.
Watch out, watch out. Right, Vampire.
Oh, Vampire's out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, man. I mean, honestly, it almost is out of nowhere. Even though they are the previous champs, I don't think anybody and their mother would have thought they would perform this crazy in this lobby.
Okay, so I've just learned our producer is also a wrestling fan because he says vampires are the tribal chiefs. Yes, you know what?
Yes, they're quite oozy.
You're not wrong
That's
either.
right.
Oh my days, I'm surrounded by wrestling fans.
Oh my gosh, these guys have been coming off the top ropes all day long, especially Tony K. I mean, this man is insane. I mean, this past Erangel.
He's the tribal chief.
Yes,
Oh
I mean,
my.
honestly, because seeing Alpha7 go against them, in almost every scenario I've seen, Alpha7 does not lose that. I mean, when they have a wide open field, their gun skill has proven to be superior.
Okay.
But then Tony K just style on them.
I want to interrupt you for a second and ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I'll pose a thought to you, and you can confirm or deny, and maybe you want to argue against it. So far, Tony K, if he keeps this pace, it might be the single greatest individual performance in PUBG Mobile history.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, especially against this lobby.
Exactly.
This isn't PMCO.
No.
You know what I'm saying? This
No.
isn't even PMPL.
Yeah.
There is $400,000 for first
It's a great
place.
lobby. It's a great lobby.
Just to give you people perspective, back in the day, first ever PUBG Mobile tournament. I remember $400,000 for the total prize pool.
Are you about to bring up Star Challenge?
Yeah, I'm saying $400,000 for the total prize pool. Now it's $400K for just first place alone.
When we were both in Dubai.
Yes. And I remember thinking, that's so much money. Oh my gosh. And then now you got Vampire.
Yeah.
Almost about to take $400K for themselves. You got a single player that won $30K just the other day in the solos tourney. And now there's even more money to be won with these freaking record breakers. It's crazy. Yeah, it's nuts.
You're walking down memory lane, man. You were on Wildcard, right?
Back in the day.
You were playing on Wildcard back in the day.
What's upon time?
Me, Seven, and Powerbang.
Yes.
On the desk.
Legends.
That was a fun time, man.
Yes, it was.
What a fun tournament that was. That's a long time ago.
Oh yeah, man, that was back when you saw the two brothers on BTR, and BTR is not here, which is pretty crazy to me.
RRQ looked good back then, but anyway, I digress.
But nowadays, enough reminiscing, guys. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, from the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the peace sign. Change me, not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being put to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no
In the 2022 PMWI, VPE and Falcons achieved 3 chicken dinners in the main tournament. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break the record. STE seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as completed 7 chicken dinners during the PMPL SA Championship. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, RSG and VPE achieved 2 chicken dinners in a day, and VPE is still the holder of this record in global tournaments. They achieved 3 chicken dinners in a day during PMGC 2022. A7 completed 3 chicken dinners in just 1 day during the 2023 PMPL Brazil Spring Final, indicating their potential to break the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, STE and NGX achieved 8 top 3 finishes. Few teams can rival this achievement, with S2G standing alone. In 2022 PMGC, they had achieved 6 top 3 finishes. Suggests that they have the potential to shatter the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $15,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, VPE achieved 24 elims in one match. This is an extraordinary record, and to this day, no one has surpassed it in the global tournaments. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break this record. As for you, who do you think could break this record? With a prize of $15,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, GZ from RSG achieved 14 total rescues. This record represents the ultimate limit, posing a significant challenge to be surpassed in global tournaments. Potato from AE seems to have a good chance of breaking records as he achieved 18 rescues in the 2023 PMSL Finals. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $10,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, Action from STE achieved 38 total eliminations. We hope to witness a player with even more power, capable of surpassing this record. Ragnar from DRS Esports seems to have a good chance of breaking records as he achieved 37 elims in the 2023 PMPL MEA Championships. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $10,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI.
Actions on my side, from the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. Actions on my side, from the front line. You want a safe face, they're gonna let you down, down, down. Begin to see you fall to pieces. Bring joy to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Paradise through dirt and command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch,
sucker, follow the leader.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nickname é Carrilho, meu time é Alpha7 e somos do Brasil. Bom, é um evento muito importante para a nossa carreira. A gente já esteve aqui ano passado e é muito bom estar aqui de novo, é uma cidade que a gente se identifica. É um pouquinho calor, mas não tem problema. Bom, a preparação ela vem de 6 meses para cá, a gente treinou para PMWI Brasil, para PMWI Américas, mas consecutivamente a gente estava treinando para PMWI, para estar aqui hoje. Eu acho que o que faz a gente ser tão forte é ter jogadores individualmente muito bons e não ter um padrão de jogo. Isso é o que nos faz forte. Bom, eu acho que não tem nenhum time específico ou algum jogador específico. Eu acho que todos têm muita chance de ganhar e a gente é mais um time aqui em busca do título. Bom, o que eu tenho a falar para eles é que tomem cuidado com a gente. Sempre vai ser assim, essa sempre será a mensagem e é isso. Tomem cuidado.
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो म टिम DRS बाट हो अनि हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ नेपालबाट हो हाम्रो चाहिँ अब सेकेन्ड टाइम हो अफिसियल ल्यान्ड चाहिँ अब एक्साइटेड नै छौं हामी यहाँ जित्नको लागि छौं त्यही हो अब हामीले चाहिँ यो टुर्नामेन्टको लागि चाहिँ अब डिभाइसहरु किनेर प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेका छौं दिनदिनै अब टिम सँगै सबै चारै जना खेलेर एकअर्कासँग कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर प्र्याक्टिस गर्दै छौं हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमको सिनर्जी एकदम राम्रो छ इन गेम नभए नि बाहिरतिर नि सिनर्जी अझै बढिरहेको छ हाम्रो चाहिँ अब त्यही नै हो हामीलाई अब त्यस्तो डर लाग्ने टिम त छैन अब हामीले सबै टिमलाई चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन ठान्छौं त्यो कारणले हामीलाई त्यस्तो डर भन्ने चीज चाहिँ छैन अब हामी नेपालको छोरो हो आउँदै छौं हामी जितेर जाने छौं जय गोर्खाली
ครับก็สวัสดีครับผมนูซี่นะครับจากทีมแวมไพร์สปอร์ตนะครับจากประเทศไทยนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ประจำทีมครับก็สำหรับความรู้สึกครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการแข่งขันระดับโลกแล้วนะครับก็เป็นเหมือนรางวัลชิงแชมป์โลกเป็นแชมป์โลกประจำปีกลางปีครับก็ถือว่าดีใจครับก็เต็มที่ครับกับรายการนี้ครับก็สำหรับการเตรียมตัวก็มีสังกัดคอยซัพพอร์ตแล้วครับเรื่องอุปกรณ์หรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยก็หลักๆก็เป็นของการซ้อมภายในทีมครับเรื่องของการคุยแผนกันอะไรเงี้ยก็สำหรับทีมของพวกผมในการเล่นครับก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของทีมไฟและการสื่อสารครับน่าจะเด่นในเรื่องการสื่อสารและทีมไฟก็สำหรับผมผมยังไม่ได้มองทีมไหนเป็นปัญหาเพราะผมส่วนตัวเลยผมยังไม่เคยเจอทีมอื่นๆนะครับแต่สำหรับภายในทีมก็น่าจะเป็นบอสแมปแล้วนะครับก็เป็น Alpha7 ครับก็อยากจะบอกทีมอื่นนะครับก็เดี๋ยวรอเจอกันในสนามครับรอบนี้แวมไพร์ก็จะมาเอาแชมป์เหมือนเดิมครับขอคิงไว้ก่อน
Всем салам алейкум, меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер, я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово, организация турнира на высшем уровне, наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Bensu, đến từ team Infinity IQ. Mình đến từ đất nước Việt Nam. Mình cảm thấy rất tự hào khi được đến tham gia giải đấu này và mình đại diện cho quốc gia của mình. Có lẽ team mình chuẩn bị tinh thần thật là tốt và thoải mái để thi đấu hết sức mình trong giải đấu lần này. Player hình như trong team em là 4 người đều có thể là tạo nên đột biến nên khó mà đoán trước được ai là người gánh team. Tại dòng Monster này hình như tất cả 17 team còn lại có thể là sẽ là rất khó khăn cho mình, không chỉ riêng team nào hết. Mình xin gửi lời hết tất cả các team còn lại là chúc các bạn thi đấu may mắn và đạt thành tích tốt nhất trong các giải, và nhớ đừng quên ủng hộ bọn mình trong giải đấu lần này nhé.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune and we are from Serbia. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, especially that last time I was in Riyadh, I won the tournament here. It's a LAN tournament, so of course it brings like warm like memories from here. And I'm super excited to meet all the people from the PUBG Mobile community, and it feels great, you know. First of all, we bought the phones that will be here on the tournament, and we had like really rough time adapting to this. But now we feel like really strong. We managed to analyze all the teams here, like especially the teams that we've never met at the tournaments, and now we feel like we are very strong. Our team strengths is that we are very good at holding our like positions. We know how to rotate, when to rotate, and we always know how to fight, when to fight, and we can be really aggressive when we need to. It's gotta be Alpha7, you know, because like we meet them like every time. Our strategies, our like gameplay is very similar. They play Edge as well as we, so it's always will be hard time for us meeting them, because you know it's a 50-50 fight with them. We respect them. I mean, guys, if we knock you, you better run.
to see you fall to pieces. Being drawn to the hollow ground, you jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and maces. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
you busy, got you missing me, can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you tasting, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play your switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the PMWI Main Tournament. We apologize for the delays and technical issues that we're currently having. Hopefully we'll get started here in the next couple of minutes.
Wait a minute.
What happened?
What's this? Where's the Hot Jukes action? Where's the hype? Come on, man. Let's get into it.
Let's go!
Get ready. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament. Again, we sincerely apologize for the delays.
Oh, you've already
Personally,
done that
I
bit.
blame John Allen.
I blame John Allen as well.
Yeah.
You can probably message him at John Allen Casts and tell him how wrong he is.
I think I saw him kick a cord on the way out of here.
That was it. Yeah, probably. But I think one thing for sure here, as all the players are looking to get ready into Erangel once again, one, they're going to be very happy to get back on the battleground. Two, everybody's going to be wanting to try and hunt down good old Vampire, because the empire they have built here.
Oh my gosh, it's absolute insanity. Vampire Esports, we talked about it just a little bit earlier, have had a performance so far in this tournament that's completely unprecedented.
Absolutely.
Absolute record-breaking. Honestly, we talked about it. One of the best performances we've seen in a PUBG Mobile tournament. Their names have been etched in stone, but they gotta finish it off, right? They've already intercepted the ball. It's time to run it back to the touchdown line. Honestly, they're already at the 10-yard line. They just gotta finish it.
This is a sports ball reference. I don't
That's
know.
right.
Is this American football?
That is correct.
Okay, great. I'm in. I think let's get to it here. Of course, as we've got Vampire absolutely dunking on the opponents right now here, because highest eliminations and highest damage all goes to Vampire. Can the rest of the lobby catch on up, even, as we will find out here. So far, second place looks attainable for a lot of these teams. First place, maybe not, but I tell you something, that team in second place right now, Alpha7, they might want to cause a shakeup. They might want to just try and make the unthinkable happen.
They need to, because Vampire Esports, again, they have stolen the ball. They are running down the field with it. The goalie is injured. He's laying down at this point.
Oh.
The goal's wide open. Is it? They just gotta tap it in. Just tap it in. But Alpha7, they're running at full speed. They're running at full speed to try and catch him here. They're definitely behind, but it's possible. We've only reached the midway point in this tournament. There's a lot of games left.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, the games at the end of this tournament are going to look a lot different than the games at the start.
Maybe. I mean, considering that there is, it's very difficult to always stay at the top constantly through all games. So let's see how it's going to go. We get a pretty vanilla circle to start things off. I say to start things off. It is our third Erangel of the day. After this, we've got 2 Miramars on the way here. But this is a good circle for pretty much everyone. They're going to have an equal opportunity to really get into this circle, solidify themselves, and some of those center locations like Potato Hill, etc., and some of those compounds around it, we'll see people mosey on over to those lickety-split.
A classic zone here. One thing I am looking at is Alpha7 heading over into that ruins area. Maybe they're looking to mix it up with Vampire early on. They know they have a little baby lead, and they want to put some big points on the board. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Fox Gaming on the hunt for Satan from Dplus KIA. Are they going to give it up? Yeah, I think they don't want to take any risks right now. They're going to go ahead and loot up and get going.
Yeah, scared about the potential of him just ducking in a building, finding a gun, and then turning around on them. There's not really much point to be able to take those risks, especially since you're so close to your normal drop spot. Yasnaya, let's get some loot on the board, and let's get going. Dunna. Dunna. We've been bamboozled.
We have been bamboozled. Again, you know what? I just think teams need a breather.
Just leave us on.
They just, yeah.
Just leave us on.
That's
right.
We got too much to talk about here.
Yeah. So obviously you were watching as the Alpha7 boys were heading on over that way. Of course, we've talked about their drop spot being the normal go-to. However, they did go a little bit short on that. So maybe there's something there.
Maybe there is something there. Maybe our hypotheticals are becoming reality.
Maybe.
Because, I mean, okay, let's just say if they do.
Yeah.
Why would they?
There is only one reason.
Why?
To try and mess with Vampire.
Yeah.
And honestly, I mean, you're halfway through the tournament. Yes, they've got that kind of lead. Unless you start doing it now, it actually might be too late later on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, because if Vampire is allowed to continue to have a performance, the lead is going to be so great in the last day that no one's going to catch them.
The only major issue I would extract from it is the fact that it's not just that Vampire's got some, some decent circles here and there. It's also that they're just so good on the gunfight. They're so good on the gunfight. So even if you try for something like this, going up against them, you better be bringing not just your A game, your S tier game.
Yeah.
To somehow take them out in a straight up fight.
And the crazy part though is that if there's going to be any time, it is going to be right now. So again, and everybody, we apologize for the technical delays that we got going on. We're going to get started here soon. I'm excited. I know you guys are as well. We'll be right back.
know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the heart of ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end
follow the leader. Got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your eye.
place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want a safe face, came to fall to pieces. Bring joy to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means, and I won't take no the bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means, and I won't take no the bitter end devours got a backbone made of steel. Make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk. I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes. I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. I'm sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the lead. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just slap it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. I'm sinker, follow the leader.
you busy, got you missing me, can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you tasting, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. sniper, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, back to the PMWI Main Tournament. The match has begun. We are good to go. I'm Hot Jukes, of course. Right next to me is the legendary Cal Aris, brother. Vampire, dominating. Let's talk about it one more time. The man, the legend right there, Tony K. One of the best performances we've seen in a tournament in the history of PUBG Mobile. Can he continue it?
Can he? Can he? That's the question. We can already see them up in Stalber as the backup drop spot comes into play for them. Playing path, not exactly the kindest of playing paths, as you can see on that far left side. Alpha7 had to do some big driving to get to where they needed to go.
Oh, yeah. You can see that driving happening right now as they watch their ride just flip all over. They're currently not any loot to their name. Mafioso just stuck with a pistol for now. But they're going to be driving to their loot location of North George. They're going to have plenty of loot there, and they're going to have a good amount of time to be able to do so.
Yeah, as Blank the Northern would say, he'd say, "It be reet, it be reet, lad." You know,
that's a fact.
Talking about up north, as we got Alpha7 up there, good stuff. Meanwhile, elsewhere, again, actually, this is almost exactly the same circle that we kind of ended our previous remake with. So as we take a look at a replay, it's a car going shibbity bibbity bop.
Bibbity bibbity boobity. Like to see that right there. Alpha7, nice rotation to that North George area. That's where they're going to be hanging out. Looking at the rest of the map, we do have Twisted Minds in Pachinki. We've got a GK over in Roshawk. And it looks like we're going to see Dplus KIA creeping up onto Reject Tokyo here in a minute.
Creeping it.
Going to be near farm.
They're quite north of that for now. I mean, when looking at a circle like this, I mean, you could take Potato Hill if you're happy to do so. They're just going to take some of the compounds here for a second. I mean, I think they'll just pitch up on that Potato Hill and then just kind of chill there for now. You sometimes have lines of sight on those players not south of you, but for the most part, it gets a little bit hard to see them through all the foliage coverage with the trees. So just hold on to this, perhaps. Just a little bit of scouting here by Fabian for the moment.
Yep, you can see him play, just doing his little hesitations back and forth, just trying to make sure Potato Hill is nice and secure. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the rest of the map, I do see Team Falcon all the way over by Miltza Power. So they're going to be pretty well set up here. Another squad that I got my eyes on is Alter Ego. They're going to be taking that shelter location. Honestly, it's one of my favorite places to hold in a zone like this.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It gives you actually some decent cover. The cool thing about the backside of the entrances to shelter is that you've got yourself cover from, you know, say the north angles, for example, and then you kind of find yourself in a small little valley area where all the way behind you to the south is also uphill as well. So if you've got some covering angles from that, it's actually not a bad spot to hold.
Yeah, I really like it because, you know, in case things go south, you have plenty of vision. You can rotate away.
Yeah.
And if that zone rotates as well. Speaking of rotate, look at Killer. Killer YT. Get his parkour on. As he's trying to take a cheeky spot to hold in this bridge. Nice jump. Can he hit this as well?
Can he with the vault?
Vault, got it.
Nice.
So he's going to be up on top of the bridge here, looking to get some cheeky angles. And because he's going to, yeah, he is going to be creeping up here.
Yeah.
On to 628.
So they were definitely aware that there was always the potential of this bridge camp. Of course, 628 was taking Primorsk as well as kind of that Ferry's Pier split for the moment because they understood that you don't, all 4 players have to go to Ferry Pier because of the plane path. They could just stop along that and actually hold the bridge camp. DRS a little bit mindful of this. I completely understand why. And there are reinforcing coming along. There's no way. Okay, so the way that they were split across the bridge, I don't think they've given much intel. Look, there's no lines of sight for them to be able to spot them, so they're playing it cautious, but I don't think they know exactly where 628 is just yet. They can have a guess, though, a good guess.
Yeah, so you can see them leapfrogging. They're playing this very carefully. Here comes Killer YT. He's going to be the main scout here for DRS, and he is looking to see if he spots anybody slipping here. Meanwhile, 628 playing this very carefully. Okay, I think he did see Steez.
Yeah.
Does he spot him one more time? Yeah, you could see him just constantly eyeing there. I think he saw that pixel move, and he's looking for an off angle.
You're going to get audio cues from that, though.
Oh, no! Oh, he didn't see him after all, and Steez was waiting for him, so now they're going to really wait for that off angle to come in hot, but man, they're going to lose Gyante in this process.
Well, that's free.
It isn't free.
You've got to hit this. You've got to hit this.
My goodness.
Oh, no. And trying. Oh,
nice shot there.
Knock. Killer's got to do a lot of work here for DRS.
Here comes a nade. Oh, he got up too high.
No
Has to go
way.
lay down. He is really beat up.
He's going to try and cook a nade for it. He's going to try and airburst it.
Oh,
Get out
this
of the way,
has
Falcon.
to be, yeah, Falcon trying to give him the angle. Ooh, just a little bit too overcooked.
It's difficult to hit that. Really difficult.
Delta pushing up. Getting the information from Killer YT. Does he get that nade off? He does! From the top ropes all the way down. 2 knocked for 628.
A 5-star frog splash coming out from there to be able to bring that down.
Killer Rasa.
Yeah, still under a lot of pressure here, man. Trying to get him wherever he can. Sunan, extra shots coming in from that kind of lighthouse area.
Sunan with the angles, but oh, he's going to watch this whole team get wiped if he ain't careful. Yang is down there. Try to apply some pressure with that nade, but he's going to go ahead and go return to try to pick up Steez. But every second that goes, he's going to be in trouble, and Yang does get shot up in the process. That information does go out to the rest of the squad. Here comes DRS on the long side of this bridge, looking to finish off 628. Tons of nades coming out.
Little shot on that one, trying to move forwards even a little bit more. You don't need to jump for that. Should be able to get a connection. Actually does get him raised up and good to go. Jumps through the smoke, trying to make it work. Not successful against the DBS.
Does he spot him? Rules, OG coming in hot, and there it is. So 3 members from 628 go down. Sunan does catch one, but I think at the end of the day, DRS will begin the last lap here.
Yeah, I mean, a good recovery for them, all things considered. It was looking a bit dicey, but I think what really put the fear more so in them than anything was Killer being up there, being kind of that covering angle for them, but maybe not finished yet, Sunan. He's looking for it.
It is just Killer YT up left for DRS. So I wonder if we're going to see Sunan get in that vehicle, rotate over here, and try to finish him off, because I think Steez did give him the information that they were super hurt. And let's see what he decides to do. Is he going to go and rotate to his teammate?
He's going.
Is he going to turn? Is he going to turn?
Steve's done. He's down.
Yeah. He is out of there.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. So 628 losing 3 players in the process. DRS most likely going to get those reses off. And we'll be heading into the next circle. Where was this zone going to go? Is it going to make it easy for DRS to rotate in? Will it go south? Will it center up?
Let's go north, Rozok.
Why not?
I want more urban endings.
Yeah, we've been begging one for a while now. We do have Rozok still in play.
That being said, though, this is a very open area in the middle of this circle. We've seen finishes on it before. We've seen, of all teams, Vampire take very important dips north of this kind of mini chinky area that we're kind of overlooking at the moment where GK is, and that has paid dividends for them with a victory on a previous Erangel in the All-Stars. However, they're getting even more eliminations here against Fireflux. If Vampire continues doing this, man, it is just... They're on an absolute tear. They are a tornado tearing through this lobby.
It's so crazy. I mean, their aggression is legendary, and it's so successful. That's what's so shocking. They are getting a nice knock on the Soul K here from Fireflux. Here comes the rest of the squad. to try and help him out in the situation. Here come the nades, though. Stoned, gonna throw one across the street and gets the finish with another shot from Tony K. Oh, make that another elimination into the trophy box.
This is terrifying. This is really scary for them to start off things like this. As you can see, 628 is already done. They are gone in 16th. But if Fireflux isn't careful, they're going to be ending things in 15th. Lutz is trying to, by the looks of things, close the gap and move towards them, but I don't think he's taking this fight. There's no way you can take this fight.
No, I mean, he's just going to be sitting in that building for as long as he possibly can. So Fireflux just demolished, just like extinguished, really, just like that. It is so crazy how well this Vampire team is performing. With a zone like this, you think that Fireflux could find a way to cover, reset. No. 3 members wiped out.
And considering what we saw in EU Champs and Fireflux looking as amazing as they did there, it's quite astonishing to see how quickly they're able to be taken out in situations like this. I mean, they did get caught a little bit in between some of those buildings, but I mean, Vampire just absolutely capitalizes on that. And now they're in a great spot. That Rozhok Hill actually has a decent overlook across, I would say, let's say 70% of this circle.
And I'll tell you what, you know, teams like Alpha7, so many of the squads on the top of the leaderboards are just saying, like, are you kidding me right now? Just watching the feed as Vampire puts more and more eliminations to their name. Huge fight, though, between Tianba and Stalwart. 2 of their members are down. Action has the S12K. He's forced to hit that laydown. Does get the finish to eliminate that information. Meanwhile...
2v1.
Well, yeah, YDD throwing out some smokes. Is he gonna... Oh, he's going to throw the nade first and then most likely going to go for the reset afterwards.
Might do. Obviously, one flush has already gone. Action's going to peek on over here. They're not really being provided too much information.
Oh, and he's good! That nade's real good! Just like that, Stalwart Esports eliminated. What a perfect bounce.
That's right. And wow. Wow, what a finish to all of that. It looks like Box is actually going to probably push up on finishing that off here as they are moving up from apartments. As we see a little flip here by Rules. They're still trying to get into the circle out of that. And here comes the smokes to try and cover what I think should be a Tianba retreat here.
Let's get out of here. Tianba trying to make a run for it. Box real quick on the trigger to get that third party going, but Tianba left so quickly. Those smokes really helped them out to get him to get ejected from that situation.
Yeah, definitely. All of these cars going to be parking up in between these apartments. For Box, it's actually a really good spot to leave your vehicles, considering the circle. You can cover the tires, etc., and use the apartments as a good field of view if you're able to get on top of them to look west to see where you need to go next if the circle's going to shift.
Oh, I mean, I know Jason Kaplan will be just having tears of joy right now if this zone goes to school.
Oh, he loves school.
He loves it.
He does.
Back to school.
I think Jason should be like a school teacher. Then he could just spend all his time in school.
I think he'd be more a professor.
You think so?
Yeah, Professor
a
Jason.
Professor?
Yeah,
I think
has
a primary
a ring
school
to it.
teacher.
Okay.
You know, the right level.
Yeah. You know. Well, speaking of the right level, look at Potato. Get some shots out of Dplus KIA. Dplus KIA do secure School. And honestly, School is one heck of a fortress. Really tough to penetrate. But that's if the zone goes to there. It's also hard to eject from that situation.
Well, especially the gymnasium/swimming pool building like that, if you look west from there, you can see a lot. You can see from basically where Dplus KIA is now all the way over to where Gladiators is, or kind of the hills just east of them. So great lines of sight School gives you.
For sure. So they're going to be the only teams securing School for now. We are seeing Alter Ego get into it with Box, and we're starting to see some thick rotations. Here comes DRS all the way from the bridge, catching Twisted Minds off guard. That split, they just got punished for it big time.
You know what? DRS is doing all right here. They're able to kind of recover from a lot of this, as we have Dammy now moving on through and trying to find himself a spot. But I mean, this is just absolute bait.
Did he
He's gonna
really
get wrecked.
did he really try to go for School?
He did. Let's go for School.
Wow. That didn't work out.
Teacher Jason Kaplan stepped out and was like, nuh-uh, School's out, bro.
School's out.
School's out.
Straight to detention. Wow. Hate
That's
to see
awful.
it. That is pretty awful. Speaking of awful, you hate to see teams like Stalwart Esports get taken out so early. You know, they had a really solid position, but, you know, the way we see these fights happen early on, all it takes is one little slip up and your team is gone just like that.
Yeah, yeah. I would like to see After All maybe convert on some of this. I feel like they've been a little bit quiet since yesterday, but again, they've got plenty of games to go. Meanwhile, Gladiators over here. Now, Gladiators is the closest to try and lunge out at that dip that's north of that mini Pachinki at the moment, or GK, but maybe they're a little bit apprehensive about doing so. They were sticking together in the earlier games, and that was kind of what I was wanting to see compared to yesterday, and they did get a win off of it on that Sanhok at the start, but maybe, you know, let's get together again, boys, and, you know, cover each other.
There is a really good bowl just south of Rosshawk Hill that they could take.
There is?
Right at the edge, right where across where Kitsune is right now on the map. And we'll see where this zone goes. I mean, usually teams like to go ahead and take that spot because it's pretty good rotationally. You could finally see GK, right, taking that dip right below where they were at, but that's all out of this next circle.
No way. Are we actually going school laps?
Come on, let's go!
Oh, wow. I'm actually kind of excited if we do. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my gosh. I want to see an end of the pool, right? Just let's go. An absolute battle royale. Look at Alpha7 with a very difficult rotation in this one. They love that edge style play, but I doubt they're going to be able to make it into this next circle.
I mean, if I'm Alpha7 down in that southwest side, I continue to wrap south through these woods on this hill and then try and loop down into the circle after we've eliminated everybody up towards the top. And they're a team that can sweep and can take these fights.
And they're doing it at the exact time when they need to. They cannot hesitate.
Yeah.
There's only 6 seconds left on the clock. They realize that, and they are pushing the action. So they do get a clear off. They do take out DRS. Now it is going to be Reject Tokyo on the board for them.
If they get a whiff that is his Reject Tokyo, I do think that there is very high likelihood that they would push against it. They're looking at how they've been performing so far in this tournament. I think Alpha7 is the kind of team that would prey upon them.
Gladiators looking to do the same idea that Alpha7 has, and Tixie sees those vehicles ahead of him. I thought he was going to full send it on in, but meanwhile, Mafioso on the back line doing some great shots onto Gladiators. That's going to really hurt their push.
The rotate, but I don't know if it's smart sending it all the way through these teams. They're going to lose people quite rapidly here. These teams can shoot, as Reject is also shooting at them. Meku is just driving around in circles. Alpha7 was getting some shots in here, but one was already knocked. Gladiators, this is very, very ambitious.
Meku like a shark in the water. You can just tell that this is kind of one of those YOLO sends, just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Infinity IQ eliminated right there. Meanwhile, Reject Tokyo on the top of the hill. They do have the sight lines. They see Alpha7 pushing in front of them, and Alpha7 will be in a position to gatekeep as they try to displace Tiamba.
Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't try and drive through some of these smokes, but of course there are some rocks in there, so you've got to be a little bit cautious about doing that. But actually sending it all the way down here, getting some smokes up and good to go on this slight plateau that they've found. It's leapfrogs ahead of them. As we take a look back at that Rozok fight and just waiting to get in the vehicle, that's always one of the smart plays.
Tony K, just disgusting. Just picking up more points on the board. That was a huge rotation there from Alpha7. They displaced Tiamba. It was a very risky rotation, but it does pay off dividends. Now they're in a huge position to gatekeep Reject Tokyo. Sara trying to open it up with a nade, but there are still sight lines coming all the way from school. That is going to be Dplus KIA, making it that much more difficult for Reject Tokyo.
There's 3 fights brewing. This in this mini Pachinki area. You've got Vampire, who's pushed up to school unabided. They've been allowed to do that. And also, after all, it's taken up residency in the apartments alongside Box. So already, actually, some shots coming in from the other side here. Alpha7 hitting Dplus KIA. If Vampire's aware, they might make a little bit of a push on this.
It could be possible, but I mean, there is still a lot of zone. Oh, a nade though from Osol shuts down their main fragger, Tony K.
Oh, he's in a great spot.
Oh, that Molotov, if he would have placed it across. Oh, but a nade from Bobby on spot. Dplus KIA doing a great job of holding down school.
That was brilliant stuff here. Just lying down there to be able to have the third-person perspective across that against a position where Vampire was absolutely needing to have secure, and they were able to shut them down in swaves. So very, very done here. Well done by them. Treps, the only one really remaining here to deal with this. Vampire, don't think they're going to get much from this one.
No, they're not. They're trying to go for that bachelor's degree, but Dplus KIA are holding the keys right now, at least to this door. Meanwhile, we can see Stone rotating over to Schweppes, trying to get the pickup. Reject Tokyo. Wow, full sended it all the way to school, and they lost 2 players in the process.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and make this happen here when Alpha7's looking at every single move you make between them and school. As now trying to heal up, get good to go. It's actually school.
We might get a fully school finish. It's looking pretty good. Meanwhile, Alpha7 do the same thing as
No way.
Forrest was trying to make some shots on the way in. He does catch him up. Yosel, he's going to get completely finished out. So a massive send from Alpha7 trying to catch these players off guard with all these crazy pushes on the school. 2 of their players do make it, and that seems to be the cost of getting in here. You have to sacrifice at least 2 players.
What's that thing you need in America to walk around? A hall pass?
That's
that
right.
Doesn't really exist in Europe.
Oh,
but
really?
It looks like, you know, Dplus KIA is asking all of these teams, do you have a hall pass? And they're saying no right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're also having to pay some taxes right now as Santa Texa does go down. Revo, last one up with a DBS, trying to hold it down. Did he get 2 knocks there? No, he does get 1. He's got a DBS though, he's down. He's basically 1 shot. 1 shot is all it takes. Oh, he does get the confirmed too.
That was greedy.
That was actually a really good pre-fire. Oh, here comes the Molotov. How is he alive?
He's fine. Considering that corner there, if you're able to throw it on that corner of that door, it's not enough to spread thoroughly, but that nade will be enough. A good bounce will shut him out.
Pretty solid job from Dplus KIA holding down school. They do lose 1 player in the process. Unfortunate for them, but they still have a lot to do. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports still have 2 players alive. They are still putting up points on the board and outperforming Alpha7.
Extending that lead. Scary stuff here.
Schweppes. Oh my gosh.
Excuse me? How do you hit that? Through this little end of the smoke, as we can see, GK, meanwhile, trying to clear out that mini Pachinki from this replay, and they now made their move into those hillsides. But again, a hillside compared to school, line of sight, not keen.
Definitely not. Dplus KIA have the advantage, and they know it. They have 3 players up. They have to play hyper-aggressive. They don't want any more teams pushing up on the school and making things difficult for them. Meanwhile, GK are on the outskirts of this zone, holding it down. They need points big time. They have 3 eliminations, but this is going to be really hard to pull a chicken dinner. Honestly, it's anyone's game.
An issue that might exist soon for Dplus KIA is that they're expending all the utility. They're using so many of their HGs, they're using so many of their Molotovs to try and clear out team after team, and I don't think we can get some of the body boxes that are falling outside school grounds.
Meanwhile, Stone from Vampire is happy to just lay down here and apply a smackdown on a GK Esports. I don't know if they have any vehicles up left. They don't. They're in full stake style play. These are free eliminations for these teams, and they want them.
Looking to give GK the Stone Cold Stunner. It is going to be difficult for GK to move from that position. Oh, far out. It is actually a school finish, basically.
Let's go. I just saw.
I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh. I feel so sorry for Jason Kaplan's wrists because he's going to be doing cartwheels all day long after seeing this.
I mean, he is an extreme gymnastic. I have seen him, gymnast even. I have seen him do some crazy stuff. He's in front of us right now.
Is he going to do it?
Is he going to do a cartwheel?
Oh my gosh.
He pulled it off.
Just the most magnificent cartwheel I have ever seen, guys, in my entire life.
I hope production caught that on the cameras.
And
he just did a triple backflip. Oh my, that's amazing.
Max Man caught him. Unbelievable.
Let's talk about the game.
Yeah, let's take a look right now. As Satan does get knocked, that's going to be hurt. We do have that because that is the lull before the storm. And we're going to see GK forced out of that little hill that they had. They're going to be putting on their dancing shoes, but they are getting picked apart. Literally every player in the lobby is staring right at them.
Why on earth not? The one thing I'm kind of trying to decipher is the box gaming factor. Can they approach school strong enough to try and breach this area? They're shutting down GK in the distance, but whether or not they can take a residency alongside all the other teams in school is another question.
That is going to be the question. Meanwhile, Ragnar, trying to steal a point away. Denied immediately. Box Gaming, we're holding down the apartments now that they have moved out. They are really well set up. The only team with a full roster still in play here. Meanwhile, Dplus KIA, their remaining 3 are still trying to hold this auditorium. Alter Ego Aries, 1 nade. Could help them out big time. He spotted him. Did he get it?
Well, Alter Ego has a lot more nades than Dplus at the moment. So there's going to have to be a bit of caution on the side of Dplus KIA as they try and mosey on around. There's the potential he gets spotted by Vampire if they end up looking over the walls here. He's
oh my gosh.
I mean, a little bit too late on the uptake.
How is Vampire still in this game? It is just ridiculous at this point.
The problem for Vampire with trying to breach the north side of school is that there's only one entrance, and it was far away from the corner that they tried to move on. So they had to move down that west side. And again, the vulnerability was very clear
And
against
honestly,
Dplus.
I don't think they even care to push right now. I think they're very happy just hanging out in the zone. They saw Alpha7 go out.
Yeah.
Just take up as many points as you could get. Just make that gap that much bigger. And for those two players that are down for Vampire Esports, start putting things on layaway. You know what I'm saying? Start making sure a shopping list, because some money's definitely coming your way.
Money might be coming Reject's way if they're able to hit a few of these nades. They're still alive, getting some decent points, at least for placement. A little underhand toss there from Sarah. Look at that. Schweppes has 8 smokes, 5 nades. If he's able to somehow make up some ground here, he could still make some magic happen in this game.
Oh my gosh, the blind fire through the smoke, the awareness to try and be able to get another elimination is so huge. 7 elims on the side of Vampire Esports. Only team surpassing him right now is Box Gaming with 8.
They just don't slow down. They just don't slow down.
Rosemary goes down from Alter Ego as he tried to push up the stairs. So Dplus KIA making a great job, doing a great job of forcing these teams out and holding down school.
Still holding that little gym building that we were talking about before the pool. And Box is trying their very best to breach into this location.
How is it that Vampire always finds to put themselves in a perfect position where they avoid all fights? You know, they're just so happy to just sit back, be like, oh, don't even look at us, guys. You guys focus on Box Gaming, all them. We'll come in at the right time in a few minutes.
I mean, there is a world where, you know, they do capitalize on 2 big fights going on elsewhere. Schweppes is actually pushing up. He's pushing the issue a little bit. He's going to retreat back, though, realizing kind of the exact strategy that you're outlining. Just allow these other teams to fight one another and come and clean up the scraps.
That just looked like an instigator right there. Inside, you
Go
know,
on,
yeah,
fight.
just like, oh, here's a nade. Here, come on, start the fight, and then runs right back. You know?
Ooh.
Oh, Lufa. Try to get some shots down way. They're going to be holding down the Gymnasium. Fnatic from Alter Ego looking to finally press Dplus KIA. He does try to throw it. Oh, actually does piece up one of their players just a little bit.
A little bit of damage. They've slowly dislodged Dplus KIA on holding the entrance points to Skull, and now they've been able to breach the location. So, but the problem is that Dplus KIA has found themselves on the roof. Where is the middle of this circle?
It's in the dead center of School, right where the
Do you mean in the forecourt? Like,
yes,
yeah.
in the quad.
Oh my!
It's in the quad.
That's an American thing, right?
Oh yes, it is.
Yep,
and I'll tell you what, this.
I think isn't it on the roof?
No, yeah, it is.
On the
It's on the roof, right where Osil is.
That could end up being a situation where they're above each other, or you know, above below. And then it comes down to like who just randomly gets off a heel after 75.
Well. Everybody, we're about to find out. This is stage 9. This circle is going down to the absolute center. Osil up on top. They finally start putting their eyes onto Vampire. All the util should start coming out right now. We're going to see everybody throw all that they have. Stone throwing a nade right onto Fabian.
To talk about this just for a moment, if it does come down to that scenario that I pointed out, sometimes people try and hurt themselves so that they can be below 75 so that they can start the heal before even, you know, it really being impactful. Because you have to, because the blue tick's too hard. So just thought I'd mention that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see all their team members pass all their first aids to one player, at least to kind of hedge their bets if a heal-off will ensue. Dplus KIA trying to not let that happen. Meanwhile, we see Reject Tokyo pushing in Lufa.
Ooh.
Nice steal there from Fabian, taking all the eliminations that he can. Here comes Box Gaming, now eyes on the prize.
Potato, he's so close to them. This is, where is he going? This is actually very, very close, down to the wire here. Fabian going to try and bank some of these nades off of the wall. Schweppes is moving in. He's sneaking in the back here to try and make something of this.
Sneaky, sneaky. Meanwhile, Schweppes finally getting spotted here. Forrest looking at him with the lead peek, and Vampire finally eliminated in 4th place. Reject Tokyo with the push.
The middle's in the open.
Alter Ego with the win. Dplus KIA not able to get it done.
The middle was in the open, and because of that, it caused absolute chaos. Alter Ego able to take the victory here after sneaking in against where Dplus KIA was. That was absolute chaos towards the end, Hot Juice.
So much chaos, and I'm so shocked to see Box Gaming not able to pull out that win. They wanted it so bad, but it was just absolute chaos at the end. Just DBS shots for the victory, and Alter Ego pulled it out.
Yeah, we got a little bit lost in the chaos there towards the end, because it's just absolute mayhem. You have all of these teams trying to come out of the gymnasium area, trying to come out of the actual school building. After Alter Ego being able to find themselves kind of the ground floor whilst everyone's jumping off the roof, that for them in the end is the play.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, it's those situations, those urban finishes where that circle goes to nothing. Timing is everything, you know? You can tell Schweppes was trying to go for that, trying to be that instigator, allow other teams to get it. He did get spotted out, but it was Alter Ego that had success there at the end.
That's the crazy thing about a school finish, though, is that, yes, we get all these urban endings, but school is such a unique urban scenario.
Yes.
It's even very different to cities. You've got to play it slightly different to cities. And again, you know, you can have all the smokes in the world, but it's not going to matter if everyone's all of a sudden expended everything and trying to scramble in the very last few seconds. So that was down to the wire.
It was. It definitely was. It's so crazy to see how we finally got a school finish. Alter Ego putting points on the board, teams that really desperately needed to as well. And at the end of the day, somehow, some way, Vampire always end up putting up crazy points no matter what the situation is.
That's a good point. I mean, where did they go out there? Do you recall?
I think it was 5th place, but they already had so many eliminations.
At least 7.
It's like they take out 2 teams every game, no matter what, minimum.
Okay, so we'll take a look at some of the moments here from the final, as obviously we were caught up in it as well as you guys probably were at home. Box had find themselves there. It was difficult.
It was indeed. Let's take it on over to the desk for them to break it down, and hopefully we might see another cartwheel.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hot Jukes, if I did a cartwheel behind this desk, I might kick Max in the face and we might be down an analyst, and that's not going to be good times for anyone here on the show, but it might be funny. Should I? Let us know in chat. You can get a vote in. Maybe you can make that happen. But if Seven did a cartwheel, I don't think his feet would be nearly high enough to hit any of us in the face. So, all good. I'm Jace Cap on the desk, joined by Max Penn and Several Worlds Gaming to break down this last match, which honestly, I think at some points, or a pretty good point there, we had no idea who was going to win, considering Dplus had the high ground, Alter Ego was kind of hiding off to the side, and then all hell broke loose.
Absolute madness. A hurricane was just launched in that game at the very end. No clue what was really unfolding. A school finish. No, your favorite position here, Jason. It's a school finish, for real. But I would say the name of the game for a lot of these teams, the moment they made it next to school, is just patience. Slowing things down, waiting for the fight to kick off, and just try and be the one to get the last laugh.
And with Alter Ego, I mean, the patience was way before they even got to school. Once they got to apartment, they were kind of willing to coexist with Box Gaming and set themselves a path to actually get to the school, get to outside that fence. And now once they got to school, I felt like Dplus KIA kind of threw that at the end. I felt like they focused a little bit too much on the teams that were coming out of the pool area. They started throwing the nades. You kind of saw one player throw a nade, and he's like, oh man, I got him with that first nade. I think I got one knock. He jumped down one spot. He was at the peak, at the high spot that he could be there on school. Jumped down one spot, and then he kind of pushed out a little bit more.
Well, did he jump or did he fall? Because remember, he peeked onto, I believe that was Schweppes from Vampire, and I'm not sure if he fell down.
It wasn't him?
Okay.
Yeah, different player, player. Yeah.
Thoughts,
but I don't know. I just felt like they were pushing a little bit too much towards those teams that were at pool and totally forgot that there might have been another team right under it.
I mean, that had to go down because the circle didn't end on the roof, actually, as we initially expected. Like, you have to kind of predict where it is, actually, the exact center, and they were pushed off. And because of that, when you're jumping down, you have bigger bloom when you're spraying, so you're just an easier target.
Yeah.
So a little bit hard. I do feel like Dplus KIA did do a lot of work to defend that position to the point they have, and at the end, you had just too many players like solos, duos still alive. It's just almost impossible to really know who's going to come out on top. Here it ended up being Alter Ego. You change one small thing, maybe Dplus KIA win it, maybe Box, maybe Vampire win it. So it was up in the air, but it was a tough finish and a weird one.
Yeah, I think once they were able to defend it against Vampire Esports, we were like, oh, okay, nice. Finally, somebody's been able to do that.
I didn't know PUBG Mobile had a crossover not only with Dragon Ball Super, but also with Tower Defense, because that's what kind of felt like just wave after wave, right? We had, was it DRS crash through? No, sorry, it was Reject crash through, then Alpha7 followed up. They finished off Alpha7. Obviously, we did see our DS survive a little bit longer. I'm to remind you guys really quick before we do get into our match rankings, I got to give a shout out here to our sponsor, the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and Honor self-developed GPU.
Honor X.
Turbo X.
Turbo X.
This is why I do the call-outs and they don't. Let's take a look at the match rankings though, so you guys get an idea of how many points all the teams did score here. You can see 18 points coming in for Dplus KIA, a team that we've been ragging on a bit, quite a bit today.
Yep.
Nice to see them step up here, as well as Alter Ego, which we haven't seen or talked about really since the start of the day.
Yeah, I'm happy to see her, Seven. A little bit of presence from Dplus KIA. Still not the cleanest game that we expect because, again, it was a very messy finish over there in school, but they made the most out of it. A decent amount of eliminations on top to close it off. But, man, some teams went out really early. Flux Esports, unfortunately, encountered Vampire, which you don't want to do at any stage of your game, and they did it in the first, 5 minutes, which that did cause their demise pretty quickly.
Yeah, and before the circle started closing in towards school, Tiamba, I feel like they were in such a good place there in the plateau area towards the mountain. And then Alpha7 was like, you know what? We want that spot. We will take that spot. They took care of Tiamba so quick.
Tian
It
who?
was a speed run. I mean, in that game, yeah. Pretty much, that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, as you can
wow.
see here, the very finish as well. I mean, it was hectic as hell. It was insane, and it was hard to obviously cast this as well with so much action happening across the board. But Max, you look like you're about to say something, so just jump in.
No, I mean, yeah, they had to go down right because the roof was just not in circle anymore. So they jump on down, and the two players still inside the building have the perfect angle. They have minimal of their 3D model actually being shown. So
see?
Easy shots.
This is why you stay in school, ladies and gentlemen.
True.
Stay in school, get chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Easy.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at Alter Ego's player stats here in this last match, get an idea of who, most importantly, was stepping up for them. And, well, you wanted to see it. You wanted to see Rosemary. It's your boy.
Finally.
It's your boy, Rose.
Yeah, I want to see exactly how many eliminations were converted from that about 600 damage. Okay, 2-1-2, I'll take it. Nice bout of eliminations. Once again, the waiting game was coming into play. They move away from Apartment with Box Gaming, and they lose players pretty quickly because, as we know, those walls all around school are so nadeable. That's what happened to be going against teams like Vampire Esports, Box Gaming, and Alter Ego, but then they just, as we said, slowed it down. And that was the right approach to secure the win.
It was the right play, and looking at those player stats too, Fnatic. That was one player that we were kind of pointing out at the beginning of the day, right? He didn't really have that many elims. I think he only ended up having just 2. For him to be able to get one there, being able to help his team out, that's good to see too.
I can see some of the highlights here for Alter Ego as well. Again, the team that we touched on at the start of the day, right? They were up there quite a bit. I think they were in our top 5 in our leaderboards, but they've kind of fallen a little bit because, to be fair, most of our attention has been on Vampire.
Yep.
And even as you saw there, with them having only 2 players left alive, we saw Tony get knocked relatively early. They still picked up 11 points for their team as well. But honestly, as we talked about Alter Ego stepping up, we got to talk about Dplus and how they stepped up too. Able to hold on towards school. I think there's the northwest side, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look at their player stats here and see who was the one to do something. Max, before you scream.
Forest!
It's your boy 4.
And us out. Okay, it doesn't work as well as with Forest, but yeah, good conversion from them. Were helped out by teams on the outskirts of school, I would say, 7, because Alpha7 breached at some point. There was multiple teams kind of taking shots at Alpha7 to try and negate that push initially. But at one point, there was too many teams that started going for the roofs, which I believe was the right play, because otherwise, you're going to be in nade range, teams are going to close that gap, so the roof was the right approach.
Yeah, to point out, Alpha7 kind of helped them out too, you saw my feel, so just crashing into the fence and then trying to figure out, he's like, okay, let me jump back in the car, no, let me jump out, let me try to go, and you know, it's all over for him.
Revo almost clutched it, by the way.
Yes.
Like, if they didn't chuck that molly to stop him from moving and then chuck the nade, he maybe gets a full squad wipe, but then the molly was on point.
Plays we expect to see out of an MVP, right?
Yeah.
Hey, well, we'll never know, unfortunately for him and for Alpha7. But what about Box?
What about him?
What about them?
Box.
Not those. Not the ones you stand on. The ones that can win games. The ones that can pick up eliminations. Let's take a look at their player stats here in this last match as one. Break things down for you at home. Because, again, they had, a pretty decent game. We haven't really, unfortunately, talked too much about them because it was a little bit of a flash in the pan just from yesterday, as we can see here. Really not much damage. Some decent eliminations, but, you know, T-Duck is the one we always, I feel like, seem to mention, unless I'm wrong here, Max.
I think Gosu, this tournament, has been the one that stood out a little bit more, so it's good to see more presence from Guang. More specifically, I think he's one that's been a little bit more silent recently. And actually going south, not straight to school, not crossing the road, was the smart play, because if you don't know, south of school, a little bit further away, like maybe 50 meters away, you have a very slight ridge that you can be prone and play the long game, wait for the fight to unfold in school to then push it. That was a good idea.
Yeah, and the way they waited for a very, very long time in apartments, I think when we were talking about the third party, and that was one team that was willing to kind of help out Dplus KIA with those third parties. Just shoot at anybody that decided to crash into school.
Yeah, I mean, the roofs are just so high, you can easily do it. You have full information on where teams are there. And actually, the moment they see so many teams getting involved around school, pushing it into school, they understand, okay, South, we're pretty much the only team left alive. We're going to go for that ridge the moment we know, like, the team's in school. So Dplus KIA is pretty much fully busy with other teams crashing. So their awareness allowed them to go for a smart play to then try and reach the late game. Didn't quite result in a win, but I feel like in another world, that would have been a box gaming chicken dinner.
Yeah, and even before that, too, when they were coexisting with Alter Ego for a very long time, they were still able to cause some damage on Alter Ego, and it kind of it forced Alter Ego to be like, you know what, we're not going to try to engage you guys. And that's when the coexisting there in apartments happen.
Okay, well, it's time to check in with the overalls. It's been a while since we've been able to see them, and I'm curious. It's been a long day here, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking right now overalls to get me off the camera so we can get a good picture, as we can see. 41 points, 51 points for a Vampire.
Ooh, Box Gaming being able to jump up to their place.
6-8 falling off a little bit. We still want to see that 6-8 chicken dinner. So I think it's fair to say.
Bro. 91 eliminations for Vampire. Alpha7 have 89 points.
Yeah.
Vampire have more limbs than the second place team has total points.
We're ignoring Alpha7 right now. I mean,
Vampire.
Yeah.
They just keep reminding us, okay, this is why we're first place.
Well, even the last match, right? They were able to outlast Alpha7, and Alpha7, we're saying that was the team that was going to be hunting them down. If they're continuing to do that, I mean, there's nobody that's going to be able to catch them.
I bring up the 51 points. Because Max said if they end the day like 60 points ahead of these other teams, they can kind of just coast through tomorrow and get another title under their belts and another $400,000.
They might just get Newsy into hey, just a little more fun on the last day.
I mean,
I feel like they should actually. If it is to that point,
maybe like the last couple games.
Yeah.
Just
like
for
halfway through the day.
Game with the
Just for the
memes. Game with the
memes.
boys.
Are you saying Newsy's a meme?
No, just for the memes. Hey, come on, Sam.
I can see your request folder now on Instagram and you're just being spammed. What do you mean he's a meme?
What do you mean he's a meme? He's the best
not a
meme.
meme.
He's very funny.
What do you meme?
Oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay.
Nice.
I try.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I do have an update for you two. Would you like to hear this update?
Tell me.
Okay, well, I'm going to whisper it to you because the people at home didn't hear this.
Okay.
No, I'll give it to you guys at home. We will be heading to a break because we have to apologize for the technical difficulties we have been having here on the show. However, it is not for technical difficulty reasons. It is to allow the players to have a short little break here, get some food, relax a little bit because they've obviously had to stay in this mental mindset of staying focused and ready for a match at any given time. So we're going to go to a short break. Again, not technical related. Give that players a break. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off our 5th match of the day.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Paradise through dirt.
Know how much it means, and I won't take no feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Players getting locked and loaded, ready to go. I think every single one of them is studying Vampire Esports, figuring out what we're going to do here at this point because, I mean, these guys are unstoppable. I don't know what, even if you plan, prepare, I don't know what can be done at this point. It's crazy how consistent this team is, no matter what the situation.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I mean, how can you not just turn around and be like, okay, you're currently gods of the game. How can we catch up to you? I tell you something. Any study that you would do after the fact, any body review you would do after today, coming into tomorrow, I think it's 15 versus 1. All other 15 teams are going to look at Vampire and be like, what are they doing?
Yeah, honestly.
It's
like,
ridiculous.
So that's what I did in the break. I ran over to Sir Tanny and I talked to him and I was like, bro, what are you feeding your squad, you know? Like, give me some secrets here because I need to know. And he just told me, get good. That was it.
Yeah, it's terrifying to go up against, right? If I think about how you actually deal with it as well, let's put this into context. They are 51 points clear of second place. 9th place, Stalwart Esports, who me and Max, some of the other guys were like, they're going to be the champion. Yeah, we predict them. They have 49 points. They are more points clear of second place than 9th place has points. Hello?
Unbelievable. You know what? As a matter of fact, I think Tony K is close to passing up Stalwart Esports total points with just elimination points. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, that is insane. That is insane. And going on to Miramar as well, I don't think it gets easier for these teams. I think something that we should reiterate again is that whilst Vampire is looking fantastic, this is still arguably one of the best lobbies of all time in PUBG Mobile history, and they are actually trouncing the lobby.
Yeah, it's honestly ridiculous. Their ability to not only switch on aggression. I've said that before. Like, if you want to be a championship team, you have to be able to be aggressive, intensely aggressive, and hyper passive. And you have to be able to flip it like a light switch, on and off as an entire squad. And they do that better than everybody else. They have such a hyper awareness of the lobby of knowing when to just full send, push, aggression, let's go, without any hesitation to what we just saw in the last match in school. Hey, let's just be quiet, let these guys play it out.
For sure. And don't downplay Ravenclaw's role in that as well. He might not have a ton of eliminations, but he's normally the guy that's going out individually, being able to move around, being able to get a lot of information, scout out, find out what's going on. So you know that someone like him is instrumental as a puzzle piece to finish this entire mosaic that is Vampire Esports.
And I'm going to say this right now. What they are doing is a masterpiece, an absolute master class of how to play this game. I don't want to hear that any of these players need to do anything better, because they're already doing it the best we've ever seen before, right? So Ravenclaw doing an absolute essential piece to this puzzle here, and it's so crazy to see, because I guarantee you, you can't do that with 3. You have to do it with all 4. And Ravenclaw, he's been putting up some big numbers. Obviously, Tony K, we talk about him a lot, but that's his job, right? His job is to be up front.
The turret.
That crazy fragger, and everybody is just doing their role.
Yep. I oftentimes talk about the turret role. You just enable someone to be able to feel loose, feel free, feel like they're able to take any move that they want. An information game is very important on that, and that's what is being fed whilst able to just shoot at everything. That being said, there are a lot of other teams in this lobby whilst we get into Miramar as well. Who do you have your eye on going into Miramar?
Honestly, I gotta say, I think Alpha7, I think this is their map. They really play with that hyper-aggressive play style, but we saw Vampire win a Miramar yesterday. But I think if you're going to have any mix-up, a chance to really put some points on the board, I think it's going to have to be in Miramar, because Vampire are just far too consistent in Erangel. I mean, it's just it's unstoppable. So if you want to catch up to them, I think Miramar is definitely going to be the place to do it. I want to see Alpha7 get to El Pozo real early. And I think what's going to really help them is if we get a northern zone, because we've seen a lot of southern zones so far in this tournament.
Yeah, we have. Of course, I mean, as you have teams like that trying to make big rotates from places like El Pozo, it's very important to be able to move on from. It's one of the, I would say, the best landing locations actually is El Pozo. I mean, of course, it's not dead center. It's not like a Power Grid. It's not like a Picardo, etc., and things like that. But when you think about how much loot you have firstly, or access to vehicles you have, and then the ability to be able to use the usual channels of rotation that exist on Miramar is quite powerful.
I think so indeed. But you know what? I think since we're all just hanging out and talking right now, why don't we bring in the desk to chat with a little bit? Let's bring in Jason, Maxman, 7WG to hear what they have to say so far, huh? What are you guys thinking coming into Miramar?
Oh, we're on camera. I don't know why we're on camera. I wanted to sit here and leave it really awkward and let you guys not know that we're actually here.
I was about to do a Jason Kaplan impression.
Let's hear your Jason Kaplan impression, Hot Jukes.
Come on, let's hear it.
Welcome everybody to PUBG Mobile. I came here.
No, hold on. Keep a solo shot of me. Keep a solo shot of me.
Here's a shot of me.
Hold on. Keep it. Okay. Let's go.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament. I'm Jason Kaplan, the best cartwheeler in the industry. There's nobody better than me, except for me. Right.
I mean, Pritch actually were able to follow that.
That was pretty good.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my impression of Hot Jukes. You ready for it?
Oh, yeah.
You might want to turn the volume down.
7 BB. 7 BB.
Turn the volume down.
7 BB.
No.
Let's go!
Let's go!
That's my impression of him.
Pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Not bad. We are back here on this. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you for covering for us while we grabbed a quick bite. And quick bite it was indeed. I got about one full fork of food in my mouth.
One full bite of chicken.
And I walked back chewing it. But yeah, we are back here, and obviously the players will be back shortly as well. And we appreciate you guys being on the show, covering for us, doing our job, and making us look good. Or bad, I don't know. You let us know at home if they were doing a good job. But yeah, we're heading on to Miramar, right? We're heading on to our final battleground here of the day. Back to back. We have seen just yesterday, we had victories out of Alpha7. It was actually a really big victory, right? If you think back to their fight up against 628 and that compound camping for a very long time as the zone continued to go towards their way. But Alpha7, that hill they have to climb is just getting steeper and steeper and steeper. And at some point, you have to ask, will they realistically ever be able to chase down Vampire? Or are they just trying to defend second?
I don't think so. I don't think it's possible right now.
I was like, after the past couple matches, I mean, yeah, I don't see it happening because right now Vampire Esports is just doing what they need to do. They need to just out-survive Alpha7, right? And then once they start noticing that some of the other teams are going to start catching Alpha7 or maybe possibly passing Alpha7, they'll be like, okay, you know what? Tony K, we need you to start fragging out again.
I mean, we talked about it, right? 60-point lead. By the end of the day, pretty much is going to secure a first-place position for Vampire Esports. They are getting to that point. We need Alpha7 to wrap up the day in style with these 2 Miramar matches. They were talking about it earlier with Kalaris and Hot Jukes, essentially hyping up the team because they are renowned, 7, as a really strong Miramar team. So if there is a chance for them to close that gap with Vampire Esports and maybe take the first place away, it has to happen on these 2 following battlegrounds.
You want to know the sad part to that?
What?
The other team that won Miramar yesterday was Vampire Esports.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're doomed. Okay. We're done.
I would like to see the overall, though. I want to see, like, the possibility of some teams passing each other.
Yeah, we can do the breakdown, right?
Yeah.
Because we obviously know how big the prize pool is for each different position. You currently have Alpha7, who's sitting at the 200K mark down below them. Just by, a measly 17 points. Box Gaming are currently sitting at $125,000. So that's a $75,000 increase in earnings for their team if they just get a little bit more points. But then again, you have 628, which I want to say, very quiet today.
I want to see a chicken dinner from this team. They made it multiple times to the late game, and we have yet to see that final closure that we expect from this team. Because I'm not going to lie, 628, Tiamba, we had a few questions. Transition from PEL into PMWI, how is that going to potentially work out? Tiamba, not that well. 628, definitely a lot better, and I want to see that closure to a game. I want to see that 628 chicken dinner because 7 right now, we have a 3-point difference between Box Gaming and Alter Ego Aries, and as you stated here, Jason, the prize point increase is significant towards those top 5, top 6 positions. So
$45,000 between 3rd and 5th place.
Exactly. So 628, that win would be massive if they can secure it, but do they have what it takes, 7, to just go that little extra bit further in that game when they reach the podium finish?
They could go even further
and beyond. I want to see it. Do you think they can do it?
End up where? End up where?
I mean, just get a win.
Oh, just get a win?
Yeah.
I mean, they're bound to, right? With the way they've been able to play.
Like, I think the impressive thing, and going on the note of what you're saying, Max, is that you look at 628, they don't have a chicken dinner. They're the only team in top 5 without one. And then obviously GK, you have to give credit to as well, currently sitting at 0. So for them, take away 20 points from Alter Ego because of those 2 wins, they're down to 49 points. And guess what? They fall from 5th all the way down to 9th.
You know what, Max?
What?
Yes, I think they can get a win. Because yesterday, the strongest map was Miramar, right? And today, coming into today, we're like, okay, we want to be able to see those kind of performances, but we also want to see it in Erangel. If there was ever a chance for them to get a chicken dinner, this would be the perfect timing. They were able to get yesterday back-to-back second-place finishes. They were able to also back it up with good elims. I think the total between those 2 Miramar matches yesterday was 19 elims, which, if there's a chance, that's the perfect chance for them to be able to actually get a win. One team I've also been impressed about is GK Esports. I feel like they started the day very slow, but slowly but surely, they've been coming together. They've been able to do some great plays, and something that we were mentioning too at the top of the day was Satan. He was the only player that was performing really well yesterday. He was within the top 5 fraggers. Now it's not just him. Now we have seen some of the other players from GK Sports also starting to perform.
And I want to see more control from GK Esports, more specifically in those late game moments. And I have to go back again to that Box Gaming chicken dinner from yesterday on Erangel, where they just let things happen and just got a second place, when I feel like that could have easily become a chicken dinner, followed up with potentially 4 or 5 extra eliminations on Box Gaming and Gladiators at the time. Weren't quite willing to make the extra bit of effort for that one, but we saw the potential. They get to the late game just a little bit further, just like 628, and they could get that chicken dinner finally.
I know we moved slightly past it, but I'm going to bring us back around to 628, because you're talking about being strong on Miramar, right? Why don't we take a look at their Miramar stats versus their Erangel stats so far in this event. Now, keep in mind, it's just going to be totals, right? It's not going to be averages, and they have played 3 more Erangels today and haven't played any of the Miramars yet today. So there's 2 Miramars up against the 6 Erangels. But it's going to be interesting to see how kind of close the stats could potentially be, especially when you look at eliminations and you potentially use your mind to do math. Nope. Not going to have her. Going to be going to game instead. I think you guys would rather see that than to see some of these stats. So that means we're going to have Miramar coming up around the corner. And Max, prediction, who's winning Miramar?
Okay, 6-8. Let's go.
Yes, 6-8.
Oh, he's in the plane.
Okay,
Oh,
let's head over to the commentators to
Kitsune!
kick this off with Hot Jukes and Kalaris.
Well, look at that. We got Kitsune going for a ride here. And he's going to go ahead and make a nice little crash. Beautifully done. That's how you start off a Miramar match. You can see the smile on his face, too, at the bottom. It's nice.
Whee! That's how you get it done. The glider. Loving it. You know what I want to see? I want to see our team get 2 gliders and just barrel around everywhere. You know, just choose where you want to go, and then somebody's going to shoot you out of the sky, and it's going to be a bad time.
Well, you know what? Speaking of bad time, look at all these. Look at Alpha7. All the way in El Pozo. And look where the zone is.
Do you know what's really scary about this zone?
I know.
You know.
Oh, I know.
You know.
There's one spot.
It really could be.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so far east that actually there's a legit chance. It's a low chance.
I want it.
Anyway, we'll save it for later, I guess.
Let's put it this way. For all those people that don't know what we're talking about, Fabian is really close to it.
Yeah, I would say so. You know what? So is Fox Gaming. Anyway, let's take the lay of the land here. Of course, as Vampire is the one to watch for a lot of people. They have got themselves that kind of La Bendita up towards Junkyard, split across Minas Generalis. So they're going to have a really great launch pad of being able to get in this circle. Technically, because there's so much water in this circle, we're already at an accelerated game pace here. So there's not as much room for these teams to get good to go. However, there's still a lot of room. And there's still, of course, priority compounds. We've seen, of course, that Impala Fields finish in All-Stars. It was oh so important. And that BTR won, actually, during that game. So let's see how this one's going to unfold.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm ready. I know you guys watching are very ready as well. You know, one thing that's also interesting is that when you have a zone like this that's halfway in the water, it really reduces the amount of spots that are available. So this zone is basically cut in half. So teams, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them kind of get a little move in it, you know, and start rotating rather quickly. We see Alpha7 rocking the 4-car strat. They did get to loot up in El Pozo, so they're going to be looted up to the teeth. Meanwhile, we got Gladiators all the way up in the north, going to have that nice thick wraparound coming from La Correra.
I would say, to your point about, you know, there's less spots to be able to take, Miramar is what I would consider to be the strongest 2-2 split map out of the 3 battlegrounds that we play in competitive. I mean, there's some special maps that we play sometimes, every so often, but those don't count. In a circle like this, you're less inclined to take 2-2 splits because of how limited it is in terms of like priority spots, right? So then that limits your options on being able to transition into next circles. Again, an accelerated game pace, so maybe you could make the argument that, yeah, that would just happen in a Circle 2 anyway, or a Circle 3, but not often. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how these all folds down.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think a lot of these IGLs are thinking it's all going to fold down on the coastline, because that's where we're seeing a lot of teams start to group up. We see Box Gaming, we see Yamba.
Dplus KIA, Tiamba, Rejects.
Alter Ego coming that way, even the Vampire Esports. So it's really interesting to see. One thing that we have to also talk about is since Vampire has such a lead and they're dominating so heavily, not only is that lead great, but it's also going to cause so much hesitation amongst these teams. I guarantee you, if I was in this lobby and I got knocked or finished by a player from Vampire and I realized it was them, you're going to hesitate. You're going to be like, oh, should we push this? Shouldn't we? And that is going to hurt big time.
And on the flip side, I think the Vampire is going to be feeling even more confident against this lobby with that kind of cushion that they've created for themselves. Why would they feel any fear at all? They've shown how they can body the lobby. They'll just take fights, maybe even sometimes a little more recklessly than they previously would. And because of their gun skills, they may just come out on top regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we saw their last chicken dinner. They didn't even pop off. They were just kind of like just smiling. Just like, man, you know, another chicken dinner. We're the
best. We're the best.
What can I say? Hey, what's it like to be eating steak every night? You know what I'm saying? At certain points.
That's true.
Get used to it.
I mean, you could come to Poland, then we could just eat steak every night as well.
That's pretty good, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready. That sounds like a plan, baby.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, man. We'll have to get that rotation started here soon. Well, let's take a look at rotations coming down. Oh, still in the replay. Delta said, top, where are you going?
Where are you going? In that bus, I'll tell you that much. Rough stuff. All right, first circle shift. You know what? Just go east.
You go east, baby.
Just go east.
I want it as
Just
east as east can be. I want to see the most eastern circle we have ever seen in our entire lives.
We've waited so long for
Give
this
it to
circle
us.
pop.
Come on, we've waited so
We
long.
deserve east.
Come on. Matic, all the way up.
I feel like I can...
Oh, baby, come on.
Well, I feel like the island's gone.
Island's gone. Yeah.
But that's still not much room at all.
That's gross.
And also, wait, there's even chances for like those fields way northeast, which are actually mental. Like,
oh, I have not seen a finish in those fields, and I can't even remember when the last time I saw them.
I have. It was years ago.
Wow. That is crazy. Well, let's take a look here as everybody is moving instantly because they know how hectic this is going to be. Remember, folks, this is only zone number 2. Let's take a look at, we saw Sarah just kind of wait. I think he was so stunned by that zone.
Yeah.
We saw him just in shock. Just like, oh no, oh no. Yeah, I think that's my impression.
That's a really accurate Japanese there. Well done.
Thank you.
That was good. Anyway, let's move on quickly. We've got ourselves Gladiators going to be moving in alongside DRS. They're trying for their best. That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one. If Max was here, I'm sure he'd teach us so much. But anyway, Falcons coming in slow on that south side. Tiamba's kind of been caught here along the river's edge. For a PEL representative, a very renowned region, they've not had the best of times. Of course, 628 is doing a little bit better than them. But Alter Ego, though, is doing all right themselves here, just underneath 628 in the leaderboards. And Tiamba, well, they're going to be okay for now.
Over, getting a nice knock on to one of the members from Alter Ego. That's going to take away their off angle. And they do finish Octa in the process. So now it's a 4v3. I wonder if we see Tiamba get a little aggressive here, especially after hearing those shots and seeing that knock in the feed. Alter Ego, now just tuck a tail because this is a terrible start for them.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? We're very early in the game still, and you're seeing so much cross shots come in already. The fact that Fireflux is able to get those cross shots in once pressure was going on, effectively third-partying a team in second circle is very abnormal. So for these teams, they're going to be working with a lot less room than they normally would be this early on.
Yeah, really heads-up play for Alter Ego to just take off. At this point, they're going to be running into another team, though. You can see them looking for that building to see if it's open. It isn't.
Ooh.
They look towards the right. It's not. It's taken as well. They drive right down the middle into some more players as well, as they're going to hear those shots. So Alter Ego, absolutely desperate. Not their game.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you go. We'll see how time goes on, of course, here as DRS looking at Gladiators, making their way in up at the north side. Gladiators can't go too far into this, I don't think, though, because, again, you've got so many barrier teams. They are slowly driving into the Alpha7 line of sight. I don't know if you want to take that one.
I definitely wouldn't if I were you. I like the fact that they finally slowed down because, you know, that was enough rotating blind. Next zone does go a little bit further south. Still a ton of water in play. Anything has happened. Anything can happen. And I want to see a water circle.
You're very keen.
I want to see it.
You're very keen.
I want to see it.
You were swimming yesterday in the hotel.
I did. Oh, man.
You've seen enough water.
I took a nice dip.
You did?
I did the backstroke.
Yep.
I was absolutely chilling. And I want to see what the best players on the planet would do in that situation.
You think they're great swimmers?
I think they're going to have to be if that zone goes to the right. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes.
I think we see 6 right now pausing because he's putting his trunks on.
You think so? You think so?
Just in case.
Well, I mean, there's very limited room for him, right? He's coming in very late, so I also wouldn't be surprised if someone takes a little bit of a dip here quite soon, because there's just nowhere for you to go. Where do you go? Considering that most of these spots are taken up. 628 is trying to get in on the edge. And look at this Falcon coming in on just these little ridge lines underneath. This is so close to the ocean.
Oh, so close to Soul K, I'll tell you that. He's gonna hit that reload with his guard. Can he get one of these players? He does!
Nice.
What a shot. And TQ getting popped out immediately. And these rotations that are so bold, you usually have to sacrifice a player or two. So far, Team Falcons only sacrificing 1, but they are driving into a whole lot more players. They need to stop somewhere.
The problem is, as you say, it's a totally blind send. They don't have information on where any of these teams are. The only thing that gives them a whiff of information is shots raining down from them on these locations. The nade's already being charged up. Falcon, this isn't where you perch up, my friend.
Not it. Axer getting a little lucky with that hill. He survives for now, but he's completely stuck out since his vehicle's gone. He's going to try to heal up and survive. Meanwhile, Box Gaming holding down the hill. Oh, that molly could be problematic. Did it hit? Nope, a little too far. Yeah, it's really difficult to land utility on elevation like this.
Sometimes you have to get a little bit closer and then use underhands for some shots that will hit. I mean, trying to get over there with the Roadster and finally finished off on the other side thanks to a molly. It probably was an underhand molly from that to finish it off.
Yeah, and then Axer getting finished as well. Just a tough break here for the Team Falcons. Meanwhile, Box Gaming coming off a solid game. They put some good points on the board. Could have definitely gone any other way. Delta with the run over! With the monster truck.
Yeah. There was an M249 in hand as well. Was able to get a knock, but not going to be enough here to really kind of get everything sorted. As still, Gladiators under a lot of pressure here. Will be taking out DBS on DBS action. Kitsune trying to help out from a little bit far away. I guess Gladiators was kind of split on this and will be divided and conquered.
Deck zone. Eastern zone. Eastern.
You're so keen. I love it.
Back to the mainland. So not a very different circle than what we've seen so far. The only teams that really need to move up are going to be Alpha7.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Fireflux down south, Tiamba as well, are going to have to battle it out. And here we are. We're looking at this side of the circle all the way down south. Fireflux throwing out their smokes because they know they're going to need them here. And I think all their plan is to try to just barely get into the edge of this circle and then play it out. But they have to take out Tiamba in the process.
Yeah, for a lot of these edge teams, what's the plan? I feel like the plan is you roll from fight to fight and hope you win them. Because other than that, you're not going to be playing for center. Big sprays come in here. Kitsune is gone. That's Gladiators out in 16th. They were one of the teams that was challenging for some of those top spots. So a rough start to the Miramar campaign.
Well, doors open now for those teams right below them to catch up. Tiamba YDD with a nice nade on the loots. Beautifully done. And Tiamba doing a great job at keeping Fireflux at bay. Let's see, as Soulless is throwing out some smokes and in a desperate attempt to try and turn this fight around. Solke, he's going to go for the hard rotation right up into the mix.
Tries
with
to
the
go
UMP.
for it. And we'll take the boogie on our way as well here. It does have one wheel missing. Solke is going to try and get on out of there. He was almost using that angle as he does go down to try and use catch as well as the boogie as cover whilst he was moving up against that, but it's not going to be successful.
I can just imagine Solke right now. He was like, I got this, I got your back. And then as soon as he got there, he's like, nope, I don't got it. Bye-bye. And then I got taken out. Yeah, just like that. You hate to see those situations. I mean, Fireflux did a pretty solid job of trying to push this, but I tell you what, Tiamba was just ready for them.
It's surprising to me that Ketch has not been able to gain too much traction so far. He is, of course, one of the major standouts from our region in the Europe Championships and how that goes down. But yeah, sometimes not really going their way. Rejects is very spread, by the way. They've got 3 up north. Sarah is swimming, by the looks of things, down to the south. So I guess playing for a spoiler, playing for maybe placement, trying to swim up all the way up the coast.
I'll tell you what, this is what Alpha7 preys on. They hope that they catch a team to split because they play together so well. So they're looking to try and find an opening, but at the same time, they are in this circle. So I think they're just wanting to wait it out. And I don't deny that situation. I think that they're having a lot of trouble deciding what to do because they need the points desperately. They need those elims, but DRS needs to go well. They got one knock, and here they come with a full send.
Gonna try for it here. Alpha7, a few shots over the ridge line, just waiting until they get a little bit closer. M249 in hand, but Mafioso's already down. It's gonna be an S12K against DBS, but the DBS will win things out. Killer once again for DRS, really being the playmaker, trying to move up here alongside his team here. Sanhok is the only one actually left in this. Charging up a nade, goes for the throw. Great nade.
Got him.
Goes for the second. Will get it. The S12K. What a play.
2 eliminations there for Alpha7, and Reject Tokyo needs to come for the third party, but can't send attention to it. He does! Senna Texel with the 1v3, eliminating DRS Gaming.
Yeah, great hold from him here, as of course he was really up against it. Carrillo in the distance, I would love to be able to try and get him up. I think he might be a little bit open, especially with Rejects now pushing on this.
GK pushing on Tianba. Tianba holding out Fireflux. Can they hold out GK? And it looks like they are not going to be able to. Oh, but never mind. Over. Still alive. Last player up. He's got the M7. Here he comes. The suppressive fire. He's missing every single shot. His teammate not able to give him any set length. Gets one knocked, but from the back gets taken out as GK wins. Gets the last laugh here.
GK big off angle. It wasn't that far away, but at the same time, Twisted Minds here under a lot of pressure as well. 628 trying to do something. Infinity IQ also rolling up to this. Easy with charge up for the grenade. Tries to go for the lob, but it will not be successful. Didn't have much information on where 628 had relocated to, so not quite a hit on that one. But Infinity IQ coming into this for the third pie. It's a smart move. Hold them out.
It sure is. You want to be able to secure this position early on, but meanwhile, all this action is happening. Vampire Esports are just looking above and waiting. So good at deciding when to fight. They let everybody else take out each other. Now all they have to deal is with half the lobby, and they haven't even gotten started yet.
It might be sunny on Miramar all the time, but these vampires don't even care about fighting in the shade. They will wait, kind of bide their time and prey upon all of the individuals that are in this lobby when they find opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, I mean, Infinity IQ is preying upon, as I say, trying to hold out Twisted Minds as well as 628. I think they might have let 628 get a little bit ahead of them. Not in terms of deeper into the circle, but the wide rotate on around. And here's the replay once again of that 1v3.
Beautiful pre-nade there. Instant shot with that S12. Gets those finishes, secures the points, and eliminates that intel. And meanwhile, we see him make that switch to that mini right back to that S12. Bop! Just like that. Out of there.
The wherewithal even to have that mini switch in between all that, it shows great mechanical ability to be able to just have that movement going, take that 2v1 strong, and then be able to go for the switch, and even then the switch back as he comes around the rock. So lovely stuff.
You know what, I'll tell you what, though, Stalwart Esports need to switch it on here. They are not doing a performance that we expected, and they still have 3 players up. They're in a pretty solid position here in this zone. They got a good amount of control, but they're going to have to put up some big points on the board. Honestly, first place at this point isn't enough. A chicken dinner isn't enough. They need to get a chicken dinner with at least 10 elims, and that's only a beginning if they want to make a road to the top 3.
Yeah, sure, it needs to be massive. As for Infinity IQ, though, they will get knocked on down here. Easy, though, exposes himself on quite the easy angle. He swung his pan then.
I saw that.
That was a thing. That was Yang, one of Max's players to watch here, as we were on board with him for just a moment. 628 is trying to shut down all of this, but you know, it's very scrappy in these hills coming in on the edge.
Yes, it is. And meanwhile, Twisted Minds are going to be in that same situation with only 1 player up. So still 10 teams remaining. Next zone about to pop on over. Will it go over to Vampire?
I'm going to go
They
yes.
definitely need the help.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They really need.
They need it.
But they're going to get it. Watch.
Yeah, let's see.
Ba-da-da-da.
Dun, dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Center zone.
That's enough.
Ravenclaw always holding that really good solid position. The scout, he is now in the spot. We're going to see the rest of Vampire go directly in his direction. Meanwhile, Infinity IQ in an absolute battle with 628. Here they go.
Crypto, one of the fan favorites, going to need to get something done here. Yang actually goes down from the distance. It will be Infinity IQ able to deal with that. It was a big nade for him, but at the same time, action falls as well. They're taking battles with multiple teams here at the moment, but they really need to prioritize Infinity IQ. They're really on their doorstep. They're their barrier to entry for all of this. A spray from Jing to try and hit it on, but will actually have to lie down. Even the finish as well. They're just slowly picking away at them.
Here comes Steez, fully sending it on up. Meanwhile, Zing is holding the back line. Unfortunately, Zing has no utility at all. Steez has his back, though. He has 3 nades to his name. That nade might be good. It does piece up Benzu. Infinity IQ forced to split up because they want to be out of nade range. 1 more nade. This could be it. This could turn the battle for them.
And then, oh, you go with the Org as well. The Org, an absolute laser here. Will he be able to take 1? Will he get a second as well? Near the boogie, and he will be able to get it. That is a big play. Straight through the smoke to try and finish off Infinity IQ here. This gun can finish it off, but Crypto from the high ground comes in, able to try and ruin a little bit of the fun here from Bensu as he will fall. Another spray in. What a play from Tease. What a move. He needs to finish Crypto.
Steez, so huge. Now on to the next. Here comes Twisted Minds. The low toss nade. Catch him off guard. Steez is on a tear.
Absolute awesomeness coming out from him here with the AUG. I mean, it's one of the most powerful guns once you're able to find it. And here comes GK.
GK popping out the vehicle and just getting absolutely sprayed by Dplus KIA. This feels familiar. This reminds me of that school finish we just saw. Seiden doing a great job of holding this down for us, coming with the S12K, the backup they needed to finish off GK Esports.
Absolutely tear them apart potentially if they're not careful here, but they're gone. And now it's going to be up to Vampire. What choice are they going to make? There's not too much need for them to try and start pushing across the road, trying to hold them out. They can hold on some of this area, just deal with the threats that are north of them. There is a long line of sight for teams like Alter Ego that they have against them. So as you can see, Ravenclaw moving up forwards here to know exactly how the lay of the land is.
Speaking of lay of the land, guess who has all of it? Vampire Esports.
Doing all right.
Doing all right. 2 eliminations, picking up some points, outliving all the teams that are right next to them on the leaderboards, as is tradition at this point, and possibly even looking at another chicken dinner. Let's take a look at this replay here. Steez gets that one. A second knock. Beautifully executed. I mean, the gun swap, having the know-how of realizing that, hey, this could be a second player up here, gets the beautiful spray of full 1v4 squad wipe. Absolute insanity.
The last bullet finished that on the AUG as well, and then he had to reload behind the car and then deal with Crypto up the top, so he was lucky. I mean, he actually switched to the UMP to spray through the smoke. He understands the value of certain weapons in that situation. I mean, obviously he had to reload a little bit, but switching over to that, the bullet's a little bit less value compared to the AUG in that moment. But cool stuff, good mechanics.
Oh my gosh, just absolute insanity. That's going to definitely hype his squad up, and they definitely need it. So Steve's with 4 eliminations, all 4 beautifully executed. He is looking for a next spot in this circle, though, and he doesn't have a lot of room to breathe. He's going to try and edge in just by a little bit. He still has that truck alive, but there are a few hills that he could play. But meanwhile, waiting in the shadows, I've been talking about him all game long. Look at this team. Vampire have just been waiting, letting others taking themselves out and say, yeah, we're just going to get those guaranteed points like always.
Yeah. I mean, if they win this, of course, that would be 3 on the day. If they won this, it would be 4 wins in the last 6 games because they won the last game yesterday. How insane is that?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If they win this one and they win another, that's a new record too.
That is a new record.
So let's...
You'd have to win both Miramars for today.
I mean, that'd be crazy. I mean, but then again, I've already seen crazy come from them. So honestly, when I heard the record for most chicken dinners a day, like having to break that for that price pool, I was like, it's impossible. And who's going to get 4 chicken dinners?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
It's possible. Like, it's actually possible with this zone.
Vampire makes the impossible possible at this point in the tournament.
Absolutely. Let's see what Reject Tokyo can do. So they have 6 elims, so finally seeing a little bit of spark out of them. They're going to make the push now onto Alter Ego. Potato, going to try to get a pre-Molotov off. It is a little bit short. Rosemary has one as well. But meanwhile, Reggie tries to get it through the roof. And Alter Ego realizes, yeah, this is too close to confirm. But meanwhile, Zing!
Oh, nice.
From 628, punishing Tokyo on that off angle.
Yeah, it's the scary thing about the garage, the fact that it has a huge hole in the roof, so you don't even actually have to hit a nade and just have it bounce haphazardly into one of the corners. You can thread it through the roof, which is terrifying. But Jink still putting on huge pressure against this. As soon as Rejects is shut down, another knock by a headshot. Brilliant stuff.
Dplus KIA, can they finally shut down Vampire? Vampire now in a really bad spot. Maybe playing it just a little bit too patient here, allowing Dplus KIA to get an advantage off of. That's 3 knock. We got to see a full push coming up for them now. Tony K does get res. That's one player you do not want up in this situation.
Trying to go for a pickup on Ravenclaw here, but Dplus KIA is not going to let up on this advantage. Actually hits the Faye Bale. It slows him down a little bit, but will go for a spray. Tony K has to do pull-off magic once again. Fabian pushed up around this right-hand side, trying to negate some of the smokes. Here comes Forrest as well to help things out, but a grenade from Tony K opens things up. This could be the comeback.
Tony K evening the fight just like that. What can't this man do? A headshot, though, from Osul is going to make it that much more difficult for Vampire to get this done. Forest up front.
Schweppes remaining.
Schweppes has to hit this nade. The Forest finishing off Ravenclaw and secure the point. That's huge.
Yeah, big stuff. Shutting down Vampire, extremely important, especially for the rest of the lobby here. Schweppes will be sandwiched here. 628 wraps around and is able to put the nail in the coffin for Vampire, put the stake through their heart.
Oh my goodness, and it's about time a team does so because these guys have been on an absolute rampage. Meanwhile, Potato holding the building. Oh, he had the switch. We did miss it, but he did get that knock. Let's see if he can get another one.
Little Uzi. What are you going to do?
Duelo. You got to push out. Potato, you know. You have to do it. Jump shot. Little pre-fire.
I love that it's suppressed.
One more. Jump shot.
Staple gun.
Oh, gets him beat up pretty good, but he's hurt as well. It's close. One last spray to do it. Oh, is that... Oh, Duelo knows he's getting shot in the back.
I think Potato doesn't have much ammo left, no?
Oh, he dropped the Nadex. Here he goes. With the jump,
He's
does get it!
He's got 6 shots left on that, and he's just able to finish it off here, Potato. You madman.
Beautifully done, right at the last second. Meanwhile, honestly, I think 628 have done enough to deserve a huge victory here. A massive 1v4, but can they finish off strong? Can they end it with a chicken dinner? It's going to be tough because Dplus KIA have been on it here in this Miramar.
I mean, there's candidates for clutches here throughout the day. T's obviously looking fantastic with the AUG. And now, going up against this, he's already on 5 limbs. If he was able to shut down Dplus KIA from across the way, Jing's not working with much bullets. Look at that. Only a full mag and 17 left in this. Then he'd have to use the S12K to his advantage. I wonder how much Tease has, because if he doesn't have much left for the AUG, I don't know.
That's going to make things so much more difficult for 628. Their chances now, after seeing that, much lower. But oh, a nice shot, though, from Potato. The blue zone does get him, though. So he does deny the point to Dplus KIA. Now all eyes are into 628. This angle from Forest, though, that's going to be tough to beat.
It's a big off angle to be able to just wrestle, well, not even wrestle that away from Potato. He just kind of waltzed up here, and thank you, it's ours. So very much up against it here are 628. Can they make a second clutch happen?
Okay, so Dplus KIA are doing a beautiful 1-1 split. They have every angle covered. The problem though, is they have to hit those shots, because if one of them gets knocked, they are not getting back up.
Shot on Xing. Now they do actually know exactly, I mean, they already knew where they were in terms of this area. I didn't see how much ammo he had in his AUG. They're trying to charge up a nade for that thing, going for the shots. Pre-firing the side of the rock, though. It is very bold and ambitious, and it's going to be Dplus KIA walking away with this one. They had a great setup throughout this game, and they will be able to convert, and some great defenses.
Oh, yes. Beautiful chicken dinner for them. I mean, they executed so perfectly. I love their patience. That is something that they're so good at. When they realize they have an advantage, some teams just like, all right, let's just push this. We got this. Rely on our gun skill. No, Dplus KIA wants to make sure they get that chicken dinner, and they just did.
And it has been a long day for these players. Fatigue may be setting in, but one thing's for sure, if you can have the fortitude to be able to get some wins later on in this day, then you are sitting pretty. Of course, Dplus KIA is a team that we saw challenging for the very top spots in the All-Stars, and now is going to try and challenge for some of those top spots here in the main tournament as well.
Honestly, I think that could be a factor here, especially for Vampire, because their position, I think, would have normally seen them just start turning on that aggression, but they realize we're so far ahead. All we got to do is put consistent points, and it's $400,000 in the bag. But I am kind of scared because I hate seeing teams change that strategy a little too early on and it come bite them at the end. But with the lead they got, I think they're going to be feeling pretty good.
We're going to give them a pass, I think, for this one.
That's
give them a pass.
Give them a good pass.
They're looking still great with all of this. Dplus KIA getting this with a 3-man towards the end as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming in from some of the later stages of this game. Duelo and some of the reject guys. I mean, this is good points for them as well. They were kind of down towards the bottom. Happy to see them try and make something happen here, but Potato was able to shut it down.
Oh, beautifully done for them. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our host and analyst to break it down.
Host and analyst indeed. We're back here on the desk to talk about Dplus and Max's, well, one of his favorite players, which is Forest. Yeah, Forest indeed. Yeah. We saw him take the bug as well, taking an off position to allow Dplus to close things out up against 628. And a match that honestly Dplus desperately needed because it probably earns them a lot of extra money in their pockets, moving them up the leaderboards.
Yeah, back in the All-Star stage, it's the map that allowed them to initiate their redemption on the at the end of the first day, and they were able to follow that up on the following day. Can they do in day 3? We'll have to see, but this is some good presence and a lot of eliminations, especially that they desperately needed here, 7, because I was getting a little bit scared for the boys.
And they waited for the right time to start getting those eliminations, and at the end, I mean, that push from Forrest in the buggy, getting the high ground, he was gonna try to run over Potato from Alter Ego, and he was like, you know what? He went down to the zone. I'm gonna stay here. This is a great place.
Like, this is a good spot. I'll stay right here.
Well, before we do take a look at the match rankings, I once again need to give a shout out here to our sponsor, our lovely sponsor of the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU. There we go, Turbo X. Obviously, well done by them, and the players definitely loving the device. But let's take a look at the match rankings and see all the points accumulated for these teams. It's going to be important as you go forward from now on, as you only have 7 matches left in total over the course of today and tomorrow. 19 points coming through with the 9 eliminations. But Vampire, like, even when they're down, they still take home points. And I think this is something we really have to drive home to you viewers at home, that even though they're like, what, 50 odd points ahead, the fact they keep getting points like this means it's almost impossible for teams to catch them.
I mean, the thing, Jason, this is a bad game for Vampire, and it's still better than most of the lobby.
Yes.
Stop it, Max.
Stop it. I mean, we have to say the truth, right? Is that a bad game is better than like most of the lobby at this point in the tournament, and they've just doing so good though. 6-8, good to see some more presence.
Yes.
Unfortunately, did not result in a win, but that clutch from 33Z with that AUG, what a standout moment, and getting, what was that, 8 limbs to try and overtake Alpha7 that went out relatively early. That was the great timing to do it.
Yeah, and this is what I was hinting at, right? I mean, Vampire Esports is going to continue to get more points than everybody else, regardless of what ends up happening. Alpha7 didn't really have one of their best Miramars, considering that this is actually one of their best maps. They went out super early. I think they only ended up with 3 points right there, and you said it best, 6-8, being able to clutch it up, being able to get those points that they need. I think they might be able to catch them up at the end of the day.
I think so, yeah. I think there's a very high chance of that happening. And I'm actually surprised they survived and got as many eliminations as they did, because Northwest was a little bit of a cluster. You had, what, 3 teams, 4 teams in that position. You had, of course, the side of Infinity IQ. You had the players of Twisted Mind, so a little bit of a rough transition, but they just cruised right through with the AUG, held by 33Z, and were able to get some good presence, but good presence is always going to be the case for Vampire.
Max.
He doesn't recognize it. He doesn't really. Okay, he did. He got it.
I was finishing my sentence.
Do you know what that means? Tony K has officially broken the record from PMWI 2022 with Action getting 37 eliminations. Tony K did it in way less matches at 38. He did it in 7 less matches. That's insane. That is like a true testament to how good Tony K has been. And now I'm curious to see where is he going to put the record for next year.
Clearly the best roster change we've had in a hot minute in PUBG Mobile Esports. Fair to say here, 7. I mean, Newsy, we haven't had the chance to see too much from him, but Tony K is a standout on his own and really, I mean, deserving of breaking the award. And now, is he going to keep trying to improve that limit for next year?
The thing is, right, he hasn't won the money just yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
The event has to end, which means any of those players could catch up to him and surpass him as long as they do it by the end. The only problem is that if another person ties him, if he gets there first, he wins. So that's something we got to keep track of. Also, we still have 1 chance here for Vampire to break their own records as well set from last year of 2 chicken dinners in a day. They need to win 1 more, and 3 total in events. So 1 more today, they would break 2 records today alone, 3 in total, but they still have matches to come up tomorrow as well. But let's talk about another team, because we've been talking about Vampire, I'd say probably about 50% of the day. What's up, 7? You want to say something about Vampire?
No, not Vampire. I actually wanted to talk about Alter Ego.
You have to wait to talk about Alter Ego.
Yeah, not now.
No, not yet. You jumped the gun. I like it. I like the initiative, though. Let's talk about Dplus and actually see their player stats here from this last match, because we're going to dive into them a little bit to take a look at their stats from this match, but also their stats over the course of the entire day right after it. So keep track, keep a record. Forrest, go ahead, Max.
Yeah, Forrest. Love it.
It's good old Tiger Woods. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Forrest, we're giving him praise, right?
Can't say like
I actually want to give Satan some praise.
True.
Because he was able to hold the off angles. He was able to stay behind the team when they were actually fighting Vampire Esports. And I thought that worked out so well for them. And even though it didn't translate to those elims, I feel like that gave them that extra push to allow the other players to kind of push up on Vampire Esports, eliminate them, and then set themselves up for the win.
Yeah, Sadon and Allstars had the perfect angle to set up the initial push, and also Vampire were in a very nadeable spot that they did make some good use. There was some fight back from Vampire, I think it's fair to say. It did slow down the approach, but they made up for it, though I'm a bit disappointed with how you said Forest. So can you give it another try?
Say it?
No.
I don't recognize that player's name when you say it that way,
Give us that
Max.
energy. Forest! You have to do
There you
go. Okay, next Forest. Okay,
there you go. All right, let's take a look at Dplus' player stats over the course of the entire day here. And we can see, I mean, Forest, he got about, what, 1,200 damage in 4 matches, and he got 1,000 damage in the last match. So, yeah, I mean, that kind of shows how rough of the day's been.
Hey, that's pretty good.
This is nice.
Those are some good numbers from Osala and Forest.
Until you remember that Tony K has like over 22 today, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. That just ruins it, Jason. If you compare to Vampire Esport or Tony K, then the stats look bad. Just on its own, these are really good stats. And every player, I would say at this point, 7 has had their moments. Fabian had some great nades at some point. Sadon, that clutch moment over in the south of Los Leones in Miramar. Orsal, especially this game, has been a big standout throughout today. And Forest, well, is Forest. And he always does good.
And I feel like that's the thing with Dplus KIA, right? We have seen all these players being able to perform to a certain level. I just want them to tie it together, hopefully here in the last match. I wouldn't mind seeing a back-to-back win out of Dplus KIA.
I agree.
I'm about to slap him, actually. I don't agree. I want to see Vampire win one more. I want to see them break some records.
Nah, that's going to be tomorrow.
I mean, realistically, you think they're going to get 3 in a day tomorrow?
Yeah.
I want it to happen now, then we can like see other teams tomorrow and try and do well.
Or they do it now, and then they make it like 5 in total or 6 in total in an event tomorrow.
I want it to be like, I'm going to give you a throwback. Bigatron, Malaysia, 2019 PMCO, where they ended up winning by 100 points. And the last day, they just ended up winning almost every single match. That's how I want it to be. I want them to be sending a statement going into when we end up going to PMGC.
You know my big memory from that event, 7? Can we get a wide shot here on this one? I'm going to walk off camera here. You know what I remember? Do you know what I'm going to do?
Oh, no.
What?
So we're going to finish the segment like this. So we're going to take a look, actually, at 628 and their player stats from this last match. Now, we're not going to throw it back that far.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Icy, baby.
Yeah.
And we did interviews. He shook the hand with the player the entire interview. Going back to good old 2019. But we can see here 33Z, 900 damage, 5 eliminations. We talked a lot about Yang. If I'm not mistaken, Yang was your player to watch today.
I'm watching 33Z right now.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
You're
don't give this man
don't
give him an org. I think it's fair to say.
That 1v4 versus Infinity IQ was just like chef's kiss.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That was you owe me a Coke. Jeez.
He did it again.
Oh, no, okay.
Come on.
I didn't want it to. But really good push from him. I think he got even some bloom shots through the smoke. It was all over the place there to try and make it over to the ridge and almost made it through. But as you said already, the moment that Forest got access to the high ground, it pretty much sealed the fate of 628 to only get a second place, which they got the second place curse. We need to still see that win.
Yeah, we do. And
what's 46 plus 8?
I don't know. What?
54. 54 points. Vampire Esports ahead of Alpha7. As you can see here, almost hitting that 60-point threshold you were talking about, Max. Don't worry, I wasn't realistically going to let you answer that after the 3x4. But we can see... Actually, I missed down the front page. I was too busy looking at you laughing. I want to see where Dplus was. Can we run that back one more time? Because Dplus, they have been struggling today. They were in 14th place, I believe, after round 9. And we've had round 10 and 11 kickoffs. So we kind of missed 2 rounds in there over on my special handy-dandy box.
It's back.
We can see here. Perfect. Awesome.
Yes.
Dplus up to 7th place. This is a big... Realistically, Dplus could actually catch up to top 3.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look what it does to stop fighting versus Geeky.
Yeah, you take out those 3 losses they had with hot drops, and what would have happened with Dplus KIA?
They could be up in top 3 if they stop taking those fights.
Now, for them to be able to pass GK, they're actually going to have to fight it tomorrow.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to pass them today until tomorrow once we actually get that final
It's that unwritten
hot drop.
rule.
Yeah.
You have to win the hot drops. But you know what, Max? I'm about to call you out here. What about your boy Stalwart?
No.
10th
I
place.
knew it was coming eventually.
Max, we're talking about this, though.
Huh?
We were actually, I'll say it. I feel like Top has had a horrible tournament.
I agree.
It's the hair.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is the hair.
where's the red hair? It needs to be.
Or
bring
just
it back, man.
some kind of color. Any color.
Any color.
This
to be
has
honest.
hair. I mean, not all of us are that lucky.
Ooh,
DRS down
okay.
12th place with 40 points. Another team that's, I wanted to say, a little bit surprising, kind of Team Falcons. I feel like they had a really good resurgence in All-Stars. I actually heard them over at the hotel. They had a big little chat. I mean, I didn't obviously catch the whole chat, but I heard them walking through and they're like, yeah, we'll do better tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. They had the confidence, but let's see if they can bring the confidence back as we're dropping into our final match of the day with Hot Jukes and Kalaris.
Here we go. Final match here of the day. It's in Miramar again. I'm Hot Jukes here with Kalaris. Players have already dropped down. We got an interesting circle. And I'll tell you what, this is the kind of zone that Alpha7 should love, right? Because El Pozo is right in it.
Yes.
And I can already see them getting in some vehicles and heading right towards it.
So eagle-eyed viewers will be realizing, hey, well, where was the plane path? And that was south of Los Leones all the way up to Campo Militar. And as I say, eagle-eyed viewers will probably be able to work out some kind of plane path like that based on how these teams are approaching this circle and where they currently are at the moment. But Alpha7, actually, I mean, currently in a very far 3-1 split because we actually saw, you know, a try to find as many vehicles as possible, and they did a good job of doing it. So that's nice for them. As you say, it's a great circle for them. Try and start that catch-up.
And catch-up they need to. Honestly, if you are Vampire Esports, right now you are just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah, that did happen. Right now, you are just thinking to yourself, all we got to do is just outpoint Alpha7. Literally, every game.
Yeah.
So if they just get even a couple more points than Alpha7, every game is $400,000.
Yeah, because what we had a 54-point lead, and then even against 6-8, they're almost doubling their points. They're almost doubling third place's points. That's
unbelievable.
That's silly.
Yeah, it is silly. It's so crazy to see, especially here at this high level, a team perform this well.
I know we sound like a broken record, but it's just a little bit unprecedented.
Yeah,
to see something as ridiculous as this across
so
almost
shocking.
2 days.
Let's take a look at this replay. Here's Tixie. Oh my gosh, Soulless just getting beamed and finished too.
Nice shots.
What an animal.
With iron sights as well in that situation. Not easy. But as we can see, it's okay. Going to be trying to take some pot shots of his own. Maybe Sarah flying through the air. And they are moving up to a location which is usually quite a common place to pitch up and then try and figure out your next move. Because it has good lines of sight over Chumacera for rejects, but they're going to go further than this. But as west as this is, sometimes you would like to try and get yourself into those hills north of Valdemar and try and find yourself a really good overlook across some of this, because it's a very high up angle.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that elevation is going to pay dividends. You want to get that high ground. It gives you so much information and security as well. You can just see teams, players coming from a mile away. So there's plenty of it, especially on this side of the map. So I would be surprised if we see teams look to take those spots here early on. Meanwhile, we still have some squads quite far away from this zone. Dplus KIA, for those of you guys watching the map feed, doing the most southern rotation possible, trying to play ultra safe getting into this next circle.
That's what we know him for. Play safe, play stable, play calm, play cool, play calculated. And you know, actually, traditionally in esports, I'm just gonna go broad picture here for a moment. Traditionally in esports, South Korean players are extremely aggressive, ultra keen on being able to finish their opponents early. But I do feel like here in PUBG Mobile, Dplus KIA kind of bucks the trend a little bit. They're a little slower about their approaches in order to be able to, you know, find themselves just a stable and cool entry and fight.
Trying to play it nice, and I got to agree, because we've seen them, right? They have so much patience.
Yes, they do.
Right? Even situations where we'll see most players just full send it, just like, hey, we got this in the bag, let's run it out. Dplus KIA, no. They'll hold it down and play as safe as possible to get the chicken dinner. We just saw it in the last game, and we've seen it pretty much all tournament long from them. We'll see how they end up at the end of this tournament, if that really is the strat, because we have to compare them to the top team doing it right now. Those guys are either one or the other. There's no middle ground. It's either full-fledged aggression or full-fledged just camp, let's just wait it out and get some points on the board.
Yeah. I wonder really is the kind of mechanism to make that trigger happen. Of course, you've got your IGL, you've got, you know, how that works out. Of course, Ravenclaw is relaying so much information to them, but you know, sometimes IGLing is actually not all clean cut. Sometimes it's not just a case of like, I'm the last say and that's how it goes. Sometimes you have someone saying, hey man, I've got a significantly good position here. I might be able to kind of flick the switch and make something happen. So, you know, so it can be sometimes just a kind of a mixed bag of information coming in from multiple angles.
Look at Tony K, 38 eliminations. Most eliminations, all Vampire Esports. What a circle shift.
Oh my.
For those of you guys that aren't familiar with this side of the map, that entire western side is completely unplayable. That whole entire hill mountain is completely unplayable. So this zone might as well be cut in half by water.
It gets very interesting, actually. Not only because of that, but because you can actually pitch up along the side of this hill and actually have some safe spots. There's some crazy safe spots that exist right up on that mountain side that you can use to your advantage. So we could see quite a few teams try and go for that. That was not the circle I was expecting.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that definitely mixed things up. I was talking about, you know, Vampire's playstyle, and I just like all of a sudden I just imagined Sertani just like either having him run full speed on a treadmill or put him in a jacuzzi. You know, like it's either like trying to get their brains either working to either full yet or just straight chill. I mean, it's crazy here. We'll have to find out from him later on. Meanwhile, we're watching Hope get another elimination on the board. GK Esports, how do you feel about GK? Watching them so far this tournament.
Not bad, to be honest with you. I'm kind of middle of the road here for them. Of course, they're in 6th place. They got themselves 67 points. I think that some of the team fights that they've been taking is fantastic. Look, this is exactly what I was talking about. Thank you for this overview here. As for Carrillo, so unfortunately for him, he's knocked and in a really awful situation. But these kinds of ledges have huge value in a circle like this. And I'm glad we're witnessing some of these guys utilize them because look, a finish off. Now you're going to have this pretty much uncontested. Look how much vision he has from up here. Look at it.
Insane, insane. Those buggies coming out and paying off big time. This is why you want to have those vehicles in the late game, especially in Miramar. So you called it, and we're seeing it here. That spot is really good. Meanwhile, Revo.
Falcon's up there too.
Yeah, Falcon's up there. All the way up on top. I'd love to see that there from them. They need a good game. They really do.
Now, the only issue with a circle, circles like this and taking these spots, whilst we take a look at a replay, and it'll probably be a buggy flipping around and doing a cool thing.
Okay, little.
Okay. Is that 9 times out of 10, you can take these top spots up on the high ground, but it's very unlikely the circle's going to end here. So you need to think about how you're eventually going to get off of here. Usually that's in the form of absolutely blasting a buggy down the hill so you don't take the full damage. So we'll see if that comes along later as well.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. Let's see where that next zone does pile up. As we look at the map, look at this. Tons of teams. Every squad still alive. And it is going to be absolute mayhem. Come on. Let's take this zone all the way over to the west side. Let's just make it absolute insanity. Why not?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it. At this point, we're this deep into the day. That's actually an awful circle for these teams.
yeah. They wanted that hard shift over to the west. Instead, it centers on up. You have 628 dead center. You got Team Falcons. Got some high ground as well. And we got so many monster squads coming from the north.
Circles like this fill me with life. And I'll tell you for why. It's awesome for us as the spectators to watch it. It's horrible for the players to play.
Absolutely. This is a brutal zone. Let's see how Dplus KIA is going to play this. They're all the way on the south side, completely outside. They have to start pushing their way in. Tianba is just holding the edge of the zone, looking to gatekeep them on the way and pick up some elimination points.
So let's talk about what's good. Obviously, we talked about the side of this mountain that is pretty good for a while. There are some compounds in here that are pretty good. The sides of the road that are running through this as well actually have some dips on either side of it that eventually become quite high priority. So we may see some of these teams trying to find themselves small car hotspots. We're seeing shots going on everywhere to try and kind of solidify what is a center position, but looks really weird and wonky next to a road.
See what position the top team is looking to take here. As right now I'm seeing a lot of congestion on pretty much every single side of the map. It is absolute insanity. Meanwhile, we have Alter Ego on that northeast side. They have a little bit of that high ground to play with. They're going to be pushing into looks like Infinity IQ in the next few moments. This zone is starting to close, and it's so crazy how hectic it is, and it's only zone number 3.
Yeah, this is brutal to deal with here. There's so much congestion, as you say. As Dplus KIA is going to be making a big send. They're looking for one of those dips in the middle of these roads, but they're not going to find one. Straight away, the explosion is going to absolutely ravage the opportunities here for Dplus KIA to make something happen. Osal is the last one remaining.
I was about to say, why are we seeing them go in the same direction? I think they would have learned their lesson there a little bit. They do take a little bit of a building, but meanwhile, Gladiators has to know that they're hurt big time, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them push this. They need the points, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't realize Satan was alive as well, but here we go. Molly getting charged up here. Kitsune trying to move on forwards, trying to get it maybe through a window or something.
The wall.
But not to be...
Absolutely. Yeah, unfortunately, just barely missing that one there. That's going to hurt. Alpha7 in second place. Looking to put some points on the board. Vampire just looking to just do a little bit better than them to guarantee their championship run. Next zone, about to pop.
Oh, can't wait.
Come on, Circle. Let's go.
I'm thinking center again.
Yeah, most likely is going to center up, but I just want to see a hard shift and not to the east side. Come on. Give it to us. Meanwhile, we're seeing players get knocked out all over the place. Okay, DRS pushing up onto Infinity IQ. Yante looking to get suppressor fire, but they're getting shot from all over the place. Zone does center up. DRS getting naded. Ferrari bulletproof nade right there is going to knock a bolt out.
Yeah, doing a lot of work here for them. And now even just being able to push down here with this. The pre-fire with an M249 is perfect. You don't have to reload. You can be pre-firing for a long time if you're going to go for this. Rules is charging up his nade himself. Looking ready to go with it. Meanwhile, Revo in the distance against Alter Ego is able to get himself a knock on the board. Someone's down in the camera.
Yes, it is.
It's in the concretes.
Yep. You can see him just, slow. That was Gante, I believe.
Yep.
That's got to hurt. Meanwhile, we're seeing players all over the place in just absolutely frantic. Look at that. Gladiators with the push. Their vehicle got exploded, it looks like, and they're just getting beat up all over the place.
Yeah, Rejects is actually doing a great job of constantly shooting at all these vehicles trying to enter. They were able to do a lot of damage to Dplus KIAs. Now they did some to Gladiators. And Dplus KIA is trying to move south side of all of this. Killer trying to get an angle in terms of vision, at least. Not necessarily something to shoot with, but Box plowing into this compound.
Here they come. Fire Flux. We're down to 2 members trying to hold it down for the meantime.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Explosions. Yeah, happening all over the place. Look at that. As Box Gaming get the monster truck out. They lose 2 players in the process and get naded.
And Vampire has an off angle on this as well here, so they're also peppering shots down into this valley position, and they may end up pushing down here as well. They're all in the cars. You can see them on the minimap in the top right to try and push on this just as it's been fully almost cleaned up there. Box is gone, but will Fireflux last long enough here? Vampire was pushing on to try and find some aggression.
Here they come. Schweppes looking to just clean this up. And honestly, they've already done it, right? I mean, Alpha7 gone already. They're looking to make that gap even bigger.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying here as they look to try and dislodge Fireflux from this. Now, do bear in mind as well, they've left one way back up. It's Ravenclaw in the compound above to, again, probably look for information. Vampire's probably confident about being able to potentially finish this off as a 3-man, maybe with just a little bit of supporting fire wherever they may find. Charging up nades themselves. Catch across the other side of the building, though.
Schweppes looking to catch it. He's not going to be able to get it with that nade there, but I think right now Vampire is very content. Ooh. They know that they've already had a mission accomplished. Putting another one. What do you see?
Lutz hasn't made much noise at all. So he could have sprung a trap here, but now with that smoke, maybe that gives away a little bit. He's in the car. He's in the car here.
Cheeky play. He's going to see them all coming. He's waiting. He's patient. When will he pop out? I think right now he's just going to wait it out completely and give Vampire a sense of false confidence. But this smoke is going to run out eventually, and they're going to see him.
Yeah, this has to eventually end.
Oh, through the molly.
The thing is, they realize someone's still here because they had to flush the knock. Or thirst the knock. So, I mean, moving around here, realizes that he's going to be in this smoke. He will relocate and try and get on out of here. Pops on up, goes for Shrek, tries to go for the complete finish, but does not get it.
That was Tianba. Tianba put those shots onto him and forced him out from that sneaky position. I guess I know right now he's just kicking himself thinking, why didn't I take those shots just a little earlier?
Yeah, you got to try for something, right? Circle will go down towards the road again. I do believe that there's some decent hill lines that you can take, some decent dips along those roads as well down the line. But we'll see how this plays out, because right now there's still a lot of teams on the edges of this circle. Teams that technically should have really good lines of sight towards some of those kind of priority positions in the middle. So you can't go to the middle too quickly on a zone like this.
And I'll tell you what, 628 has their eyes on the prize right now, because they are trying to take second place away from Alpha7 here. And again, difference between second place and third, $75,000, $200,000 for second place, $125,000 for third, and of course, $400,000 for first. But we're looking at the squad right now who is poised and looking real good to claim that prize, because they are still in this game. 4 eliminations to this name. It's like they cannot play a game without at least one squad wipe.
Yep, they are doing well. They are doing very well here. Transitions might be a little bit difficult for them a little later on. Des was talking about how Top was having a bit of a hard game. Likewise, I mean, Stalwart as a whole is having a bit of a hard tournament so far. Not the position we'd expect them to be in, but there's still opportunity to be had here as they found themselves one of those roadside dips that I was talking about earlier.
Wow. This could be 628's game, honestly. I mean, that's 8 eliminations.
Yeah, big.
They got to be feeling themselves big time. Right now, Jing, the only one member not to get one yet, but they are playing so well together. They have to finish strong.
Yeah, so Stalwart already being knocked in the middle. That's what I was talking about going there too early. Those are shots from up on the high ground on the west side. So those lines of sight are deadly. You got to be careful about when you move.
Speaking of deadly, yeah, I think Tokyo Reject smelt danger as Vampire, top team in the lobby, are just far too close to him. Schweppes going to have a huge angle here, though. He's going to get one.
Big.
And he's going to get the confirm as well, most likely.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
barely.
I mean, even if you try and go for the res here, it's very, very difficult. Although across the way here, Tiamba saying, nuh-uh, get out of here.
Hey, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Great shots there from Tiamba. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw looking to get into the action here with a nice nade on the duello. Is he going to be able to hit the mark from downtown? He does. I mean, laser precision with the utility.
Very, very impressive. Still shots. You can see how far this is away, actually, from Vampire, as a few shots will pepper on in. But duello gone. So is Reject entirely here. Again, it's going to the roadside too quickly when all of this is going on. You need to take the fights against some of these edge teams.
It's ridiculous. And just like that, Vampire Esports with 7 eliminations and counting. Full squad up. Tony K getting on the board. Now, I mean, it is so crazy how even this team is.
How do you shut down that which has no reflection? As Vampire is just staring into the middle of this circle and is saying, we've done enough this game. Even if we don't get the win, we've done enough this game. It's it's constant. It's never ending for now. As actually, Top answered back the desk saying they'd had a bad time. He's done 600 damage at least so far. They've not got that many eliminations on the board, but man, he's pumping.
Oh man, it is insane right now. All these players are gonna have to get into the action here. And I'll tell you what, if you are GK Esports, you have 3 members up, grab your garlic, grab your wooden stakes, because you know Vampire Esports are coming for them.
You're going to need to ally the whole village together and grab all the pitchforks, march up to that castle.
That's right.
And gang up on them.
Yes,
it's difficult.
literally. But that's the thing, is that they're so elusive, you know, and it's so crazy to see is that when you think that all teams would keep an eye on them, they do the opposite. They stay back, they stay quiet, say, no, we're just little old vampires, don't worry. You don't got to worry about us. You haven't invited us in. We're okay. And then all of a sudden, boom, the fangs come out and it's crazy.
They're the full package. I mean, they play edge really well as even playing center. So we're seeing them on an edge position here. But, okay, so if you pitched me the idea of Vampire moving north into GK and crashing them, most people would say, oh yeah, Vampire wins that fight. No problem. Yeah. Right? So there's more limbs on the board potentially for them here. Spray's coming against Easy as he's trying to transfer himself with a monster truck of all things to try and get Twisted Minds in a decent spot.
Team Falcons all the way down in 14th place, not having the tournament that they've wanted so far, but they're looking to put some big points on the board. This is their time to do so. Let's see if they can accomplish that.
It's clown car time for Vampire, though. They're all in one vehicle, blasting it through the middle of the circle.
How?
How are they getting away with this?
How?
Well, I think I kind of know, and it's the fact that they've waited for all of the teams on that west side to come off the high ground. Therefore, this angle is now not as open, but it is still kind of open.
It's the most elusive center push. I mean, it's crazy. It's like they just transformed into a bat and snuck by everybody, and now they're applying the pressure to Stalwart Esports with a beautiful nade from across the road, and just like that, Alter Ego goes down. We're seeing players get picked apart second by second.
Very importantly, 628 now will be passing Alpha7 to that second place here with what they've done so far with those elimination points coming in. Stalwart done, and now Vampire has wrestled away the side from them here. This is scary. Everybody now, again, these trenches next to this road are of high importance, and you can't move here too early, and Vampire knows exactly when to move. They're fantastic, man.
Oh, it's absolute insanity. 628 is having a crazy game. Anybody would say this is an amazing game for them. Oh, are they going to catch up to Vampire Esports? No, because they've out-fragged them. It's absolute insanity. 9 points for them. Jing does get one on the stone. If there's any time to take out Vampire, it is so important for 628 to do it right now.
That could be a good nade from Crypto. I want to see where it went. Apparently it wasn't good.
Yeah, it missed the mark. Maybe it was the smoke. Meanwhile, we see Ravenclaw and Stone completely out. Now, because of the way the game is in the esports, they do not know the player they're going against until they get an elimination. So no team realizes that this is Vampire in the center of the circle. I wonder, once 628 does, if they're going to apply even more pressure and try to take him out immediately.
Maybe.
But they can't get him down. Vampire is able to get a reset.
And Falcon here constantly falling from the high ground. I guess they didn't have that many vehicles to try and get down from those ledges that they were on, as still Gladiator is alive here. Very much so on the edge. Likewise, 628. They've been able to wrap nicely around on the north. Vampire's been able to recover everybody. They have a few nades that they can send over this ravine. Or this road, sorry.
In the center of the zone, in one of the most dominant positions, yet teams are still not ganging up on them. They have lots of utility. Honestly, 1 or 2 good nades and Twisted Minds is gone. Vampire forced to focus in different directions. Here comes Ravenclaw. Can he nail it on the head? Ravenclaw, 4-3.
He goes for it. Nice, nice. At the same time, though, there's a weird spot where they could potentially coexist. If you think your opponent across the road doesn't actually have any utility anymore, peeking across doesn't really work that well. So only up until your opponent has to move because of blue or something like that, would they then kind of crest up from and look across no man's land with their guns. But they are just trying to dislodge them at the moment. I think the retention for Vampire eventually has to be towards the west.
Yes, definitely. You can definitely see GK over there on the side. They need to start focusing on them. They also need to start focusing above them, but there's just too much attention to take care of. Kitsune up on top does go down to 628, and that is another crucial elimination for them. They tie up. They finally tie up.
Just peek down.
Vampire peek him down. He's going to get 6 here, and that is going to be Team Falcons down and out.
Almost.
In the next few seconds. Cut. Oh, Kaka. Here they come.
I mean, this trade that's going on at the moment, hey, did he get any flushes? I don't think. Okay, so they both end up losing 1, and their Falcons is probably going to end up going down eventually to all of this.
628 needs to focus. They have to take out Team Falcons. They're waiting way too long. Yeah, they do have the advantage, but they need to finish their food.
Take them out, have the high ground to your lonesome, and then focus on down here. How does Vampire still have nades? What is going on? As GK will absolutely blast Twisted Minds out of this lobby, but everyone is not paying attention to the lobby leaders who are absolutely dominating a very, very strong spot.
And they still, nobody realizes it's them. They have not gotten a finish on them. So they're all focused on each other, but little do they know they are not focusing on the main monster in the lobby.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous here. And the thing is that for Vampires, they can exist in this space as shots fly over them.
It's like Vampire turns invisible. It is so crazy. They're in the most dominant position, and 628 is focusing on everybody else except them.
And when it comes to a 3v4 with 628 versus Vampire, you know what? I favor Vampire. They may make 3 wins happen in a day here if Vampire continues on the absolute march that they're on. Schweppes is even moving up the high ground here. If he saw Yang1, he saw him just for a moment. He's going to fall back against that. And most importantly, 628 still has nades available to try and dislodge them.
Schweppes is in a really awkward spot. He knows that there's one of the members from GK down south below him, so he wants to be really careful. 628 is playing this way too hesitant. They gotta dominate that high ground and use it to their advantage. You cannot let Vampire breathe for too long.
And most importantly, not only Vampire looking just solidify themselves at the top, it could be a double record-breaking game for them if they're able to get it here. Guyth even, sorry, gonna make it go down. That's a great angle here for Yang1. He's gonna have to just finish him off.
Huge, finally taking advantage of that high ground. They take stoned, and that's gonna even out the playing field. Now Vampire at a huge disadvantage positionally. 628, by all accounts, should win this game.
Yang's already got 7 this game. They've got 16 eliminations throughout it. That is massive here. Guy's going to try and go for it for GK, but the big spray on through. And it's Tony K that's able to finish him off. It's another elimination for them. 13 on the board. 3v3 here. If they get this win, that is absolutely massive.
Tony K, 6 eliminations to his name. Oh, what a shot. Jing taking out Schweppes. Here comes 628 Yang, yeah, with a huge off angle, trying to get the bucket to go to the other side of the hill. 628 executing this so well. Ravenclaw peeking out his back. He gets knocked. It's all up to Tony K. He gets one and gets finished right there towards the end. 628 with a massive chicken dinner for them, passing up Alpha7.
It's 29 points for them here as they were able to take that high ground up on a very abnormal circle and use it to full effect. We talked about it at the beginning. This high ground is brutal for the rest of the lobby to deal with. They coexisted with Falcons for a while, but oh boy, did they hit a home run here.
Oh, such a home run indeed, but it's so crazy to see that many points, and you think that, oh man, we're good, we're catching up to Vampire, but they still had a monster performance as well, a second place finish and tons of eliminations.
I mean, Vampire probably got close to 20 points that game.
Yeah,
I think
if
19
not more.
or 20 points.
I think they had to have gotten more.
Yeah, something to that degree. So you got yourself a situation where, okay, great, we've done this, but unfortunately, the absolute Goliath that is Vampire Esports is just constantly making that goalpost move further and further. Why am I doing so many sports ball references?
Yeah, and I mean, it's because it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how Vampire does it, how they're able to almost like become invisible in certain situations where every other team happens to focus on everybody else besides them, and then they just pop up and say, yeah, you know what, we'll take all the points.
I'm going to tell you right now, there's moments where they're just making transitions at exactly the right time. I said again about just Circle 2. There are these great trenches alongside this road. You have to move to those at just the right time, and Vampire Esports does it. We watched it happen in motion. It was poetry in motion.
Absolutely, indeed. And honestly, it was a great poem for 628. 628 did an amazing job that game. To put up that many points in a lobby like this is ridiculous. So they clutched it up right when they needed it because they know tomorrow is going to be ridiculous. It's going to be insane. There's going to be teams at the bottom who have nothing to lose and are going to make it so much harder on this lobby.
I mean, I pose 2 questions. Either one, the question is, how many points does Vampire win by? Or 2, can any team put up one of the biggest days in PUBG Mobile history and try and catch up to Vampire? Those are my 2 burning questions for tomorrow, because what we have seen so far today, I mean, it's been a long day for all these players, but what we've seen so far here from Vampire has been nothing short of PUBG Mobile history, but there is the potential we make even more tomorrow.
Oh, I think so, and I'll tell you what, they may have had the biggest day, but they're going to have the biggest night tonight. Every one of these teams is going to be doing a whole lot of homework on these teams. But you know what? I think it's time we take it on over to Banks to close out the show.
And with that, Vampire Esports go clear of second place here at the PMWI by over 60 points. And as myself and Atik approach the front of the stage for the final time today, we have only 6 maps remaining in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. $2 million will be distributed tomorrow, and only one will be crowned champion. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all the fans. We absolutely love you. To the production, the players, and the talents, thank you so much for today. You're amazing, and thank you for all of your patience. Like I've said, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational finishes tomorrow. $2 million. One will lift the trophy. Atik. My name is Banks, and this is Atik, and we're going to throw it over to the studio to finish up day 2.
اليوم الثاني زي ما شفنا الفرق شلون نافست، وشفنا فريق الفامباير حافظ على الصدارة وقدر يتقدم أكثر من 60 نقطة، حتى برضو بعد ما شفنا في الجولة الأخيرة كيف كانت مباريات ما كانت متوقعة والنتائج كانت جدا خرافية. رحلة كانت جدا ممتعة. شكرا لكم جميعا على مشاهدتكم وعلى حضوركم، وشكرا لكل فريق الإنتاج على هذا العمل العظيم. لكن الحين يفصلنا يوم واحد بس، يوم واحد أخير راح نعرف من هو بطل PMWI، راح نعرفها بإذن الله بكرة في هذه المنافسة. وزي ما قلنا لكم قبل، مجموع الجوائز $2,000,000. بكرة راح نعرف من هو الترتيب، من هم الفرق اللي راح ياخذون هذه الجوائز، من هو حامل اللقب لهذا العام. خلوكم قريبين، بكرة راح نبدأ باقي المباريات وراح نعرف من هو أبطال هذه النسخة. يعطيكم ألف عافية على المشاهدة وعلى الحضور، والحين خلونا ننتقل على طول على الاستديو نتكلم باقي التفاصيل.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see here, Sevens Worlds Gaming. Looking fly, looking cool, looking good.
I'm making I'm looking like Vampire Esports pushing into Star Wars there. Not caring about anything. They just went for it. That was one of the craziest push we have seen. Yeah, they didn't end up winning the game. But the confidence that this team is playing with right now, absolutely ridiculous.
That's a bad game for Vampire.
That's a bad game for Vampire. I don't think any team out there wants them to have a good game. Let's take a look at the match rankings here, get an idea of the points they got. But of course, 6-2-8, we can't forget about them taking home the chicken dinner and getting themselves potentially ahead of Alpha7, which in its own right is massive because that's a lot of extra money in their pocket. 29 points. One of our biggest points, if not our biggest point games we've had.
For the main tournament,
tournament?
Yeah, because we had 22 elimination for Egon in the All-Star stage, but this is potentially the biggest in the main tournament. And it's great to do it once again here, 7, because twice in a row, 6-8 get good points, and Alpha7 get nada, nothing.
They got one.
We finally got our answer, though. Could they get a win, Max? You were asking about it. They finally got that win, and they are going to be able to pass Alpha7. Alpha7, I mean, they die super early. And, I mean, overall, 6-8. What a step up, right? Whenever they saw Alpha7's momentum starting to slow down, 6-8 was able to step up to that plate. I think it's going to be a little bit too far for them to try to go after Vampire Esports, especially, I mean, with what we've been able to see over and over again, and the confidence that Vampire Esports is currently playing with.
You have like one option if you want to catch Vampire, which is like the worst option. You have to hot drop them.
Yes.
Oh, I don't do that.
But the thing is, if you fail the hot drop, other teams are going to pass you, and you're going to lose a lot of money. So realistically, I wouldn't expect any team to be hot dropping them. So as long as Vampire could just literally stay away from everyone, stay alive to the late game, and no one will be able to catch them at this rate.
Yeah, that's what they did on the second day of All-Stars, right? They can play survival mode and still get a decent amount of points coming their way.
Survival mode, 68 points.
$400,000 in my pocket. I don't think they're going to be playing survival mode. I think they are just going to be pushing everything like what we saw against Star Wars.
The only thing they could do extra is beating even more records entering tomorrow, right?
We were so close there at the end. They could have
one more chicken dinner, and they will have beaten the record for chicken dinners here at PMWI.
Actually, it helps for reaching the most podium finishes. They don't, again, they're reaching those late games every single time. How many do they have total right now? They have a lot. I think they might make it happen tomorrow.
I'll try to tell you while we take a look at our overall rankings. How many points are they ahead? I honestly don't know.
They have 6 top 3s.
51 points. 51 points.
I know.
They have 7 podium finishes as well. They need 2 more, and they'll beat that record. Vampire, I mean, I don't think they're going to beat the chicken dinners in a day record tomorrow, unfortunately, unless they get 3, which would be ridiculous.
But they're
about to break the podium finishes at 8.
Yep.
And they're about to break the chicken dinners in the event at 3.
Yep. I mean, they already definitely broke the Illims.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what that new record's going to be at. Everybody's probably, especially all the fraggers, are currently looking at the record like, you know what, we're not going to be able to reach that. But we're talking about it. 6-8 does end up passing Alpha7. Alpha7 now at one point where they had a 10-point lead over 6-8. Now they're going to have to catch up on a 21-point lead.
And it sucks too because we mentioned this many times, Seven. Alpha7's map is Miramar typically. We have 2 Miramars. You don't have that many, only 2 more left. And you don't want to have to make that comeback towards the last 2 matches of the main tournament. So the fact that they lost their lead on that battleground in particular, 6-8, is the worst case scenario that could have happened for Alpha7.
And with Alpha7, they need to now start watching out for teams like Alter Ego. Yes, Alter Ego was able to get a chicken dinner earlier in Erangel, but they have also been able to collect those top 3 situations, top 5 situations with just 2 players alive. And it's something that they've been doing really, really great, especially at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? Tomorrow is obviously a lot of different things that can happen. I think our eyes are moving from the top leaderboards down a little bit more to see who ends up getting what placing. And I think everyone in Thailand can be happy because I think Empire Sports might have secured an extra PMGC slot. If I'm not mistaken, I think, Max, you brought this up.
Yep.
They already qualified for PMGC.
They already played the full season of Thailand before this. And by looking at the points, they got a 2nd place in the spring and full season, a very early full season in Thailand. Won it. In terms of points, they should be up there. So do you just, like, no, for the regional pride, bring back an extra slot for another team, which is very polite, by the way, I might say. So.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a look here at our Colonel's Choice by KFC of the day. I'm not going to make you guys predict because we've already had a long day. You guys at home already had a long day as well. So we'll just go ahead and take a look at what it's going to be. Oh, it's going to be the push from Gladiators.
Oh, that was a nice engage. That opening nade that we had on top of the rock, those rocks are very strong on that hill on Sanhok, and they made full use of it. And then Kitsune flank over to the side to try and get the finishing blow on the final players of Fox Gaming. Good presence from Gladiators, which we saw a little bit more throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, we did. And I mean, they did everything that they needed to do right to still maintain themselves there within the top 9.
Agreed.
Agreed?
Yeah.
You know who's not in top 9?
Uh-oh.
Stalwart.
A lot of teams not in top 9.
Max, calm down.
7 teams aren't in top 9, Max. Jeez, what do you think I was trying to call Stalwart out for? We actually could also take a look at our save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Honestly, I don't know what it's going to be. It probably has to be someone finishing off Vampire to save a team from being eliminated by them. That's what I was going to say here. Looks like it's going to be Fireflux.
Fireflux. Gens.
What happens
Box.
here? He gets to confirm, I think.
Okay. Nice.
It doesn't matter because Vampire third-party this fight right after.
Yeah.
There you go. They're coming in the background.
He was able to pick up his teammate.
Not
He
for long.
saved him for another day.
more like a couple seconds. Not even more like a couple seconds.
20 seconds after that.
And he got him.
You can see him already
and then
coming.
he went down.
You see all the vehicles just like, and then clip ends.
Got it, right there.
Okay, well, you know what? It's good to see that one coming in. I mean, Fireflux we haven't been able to talk too much about, and I know the Turkish talent. I saw Scott earlier, and he was a little sad, you know, his head down. I'm like, what's man? He's like, Fireflux, 50-something points. I'm like, okay.
Could be worse.
It could
be SDG.
Oh. Whoa.
Okay, too soon? Oh, sorry. Okay.
I was going to say, never mind. I'm not even going to say it.
You're going to get a lot of messages on your Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
wow.
I don't know. I don't know how many people from Turkey may be watching. They might be watching the Turkish stream.
Yeah, go watch the Turkish stream.
Yes.
Okay.
Much love over
What about
there.
the ride of the day by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors? This one, we've
There
seen
was
a
a
lot
couple.
of we've seen a lot of runovers today.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Probably gonna see
multiple
a lot more.
anyways, so we'll
What's
see.
up?
There's multiple clips anyway, so
It's just
we'll
gonna be a clip of you Photoshop, just like
Please. Elimination. Oh, yeah. What?
I hope somebody does that, actually. Tag us.
Yeah, there's already been in a meme.
You just say you're hoping so.
No.
What?
Does the Photoshop. Whoa, calm down, Jason.
I know it's been a long day, 7, but don't wish harm on people. Come on.
That was actually an aggressive push off Jamba that worked onto Infinity IQ, which I'm happy to see.
Fireflux again. Nice.
Oh,
wow.
DRS. We haven't actually really seen much of DRS.
Is that always the answer? Like, a team does bad? Who? Forgot about it?
Oh, that guy had no chance.
He turned around and he's like, oh.
That looked like us earlier. They were playing the Dragon Ball Super game mode.
Whoa!
Oh! I think I see a part of him on the wheel.
Now that's just mean. You can't do that. Getting rolled over by the monster truck. Okay.
You know, if I were to go buy a car, it would definitely be a monster truck.
Yeah.
In game, obviously, not in real life.
Yeah.
I won the Dragon Ball Super Vehicle that we've been on,
Dude, that
on all
thing
those
is
matches.
sick.
That one, the boost.
Don't let Max drive it though, because we.
7 took us literally in a tree. Okay, I wish. I don't know what
That's what you're talking about, Max. 7 isn't here. Who's 7? Who's 7,
who
Max?
is he? Oh, okay.
The camera didn't cut, so don't worry about that.
We're used to it.
But the MVP, I think we know who the KIA MVP of the day is going to be. Ready? On 3?
In 3.
1, 2,
1,
3. Tony K. Hey! There we go.
Wait, show me the elims. Hold on. Wait a second.
What's his average elims on the day?
12.
20 some.
17.
4 times 6.
So to put this like to set baseline, a good average, like a really good average, like 2. That's really good at this level. He's doubled that.
You know what's insane to me is that Vampire. I think John Allen was doing this for us backstage. I think they scored around 180 in the All-Star event, and they're already at like 150. Was that 150, 160
in a tougher lobby?
How are they doing better in a tougher lobby? Like that blows my mind.
Jason, today their placement, their lowest placement, was 6th place, and they still managed to get 5 elims on that one too. So. That is ridiculous.
Almost 25 minutes of average survival time out of Tony K.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
we keep saying it. A bad game for them is the best game for some of the bottom teams.
And this is something we mentioned yesterday at the end of the day. Couldn't be a more perfect scenario for Tony K to be in this team right now with the way they're currently playing and the way they're currently. He has the freedom to pretty much do anything. And we've seen that over and over again.
Look, if 2022 PMWI did not make you a Vampire Esports fan, I'm telling you, this year, this PMWI definitely has made you a Vampire Esports fan, because what a performance of a lifetime, and doing it 2 years in a row. Normally qualified into PMGC, this is the year of Vampire Esports, it seems.
I'm not going to doubt him anymore. I almost doubted him, actually, a little bit, coming into All-Star. But wow, Tony K has changed my mind, especially Ravenclaw, too. He was able to do some great plays there at the end. The whole team, man, the whole team has just been popping off.
I want to ask you, did Tony K redeem himself for that one game on day 1?
Let me think about it.
This?
I think he did it the next match.
I don't know about you guys, but I ordered my cape back to the hotel room so I can come in tomorrow like this, because Vampire Esports have made quick work of this lobby, but they still have 1 day left to go. That means you guys at home as well get to enjoy 6 more matches until we can crown our PMWI champion. We're going to head off for the night. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys again for all sticking around, for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice. chose my side, drawn the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign.